kind of connected to it is you'll see back on reflectivity, it's not a storm that is totally by itself. So there is some competition that potentially will play a role in this. But right now, though, that's generally where we are watching things to be the worst right now. And again, you've got the dry line and the cold front have now met each other right there, basically, with where that storm is. So Kathy's got a good shot of it as she's getting closer and closer to it. She's moving through the Mountain View area right now. But you can see that these storms are all along the actual cold front and the dry line, whereas farther off to the north of our area, just to show you this again, for the metro and then farther off to the north, all those storms are actually too far away from the actual front itself. So if you can kind of see, if I were to kind of imagine that there is a little bit more in the way of some cloud cover there, the actual front itself is behind where these actual storms are. So these are actually not along the front anymore. They've lost some steam as a result of not being along the forcing. But these guys down here, those are right along the front, and that's the reason why that's the area to watch out for in terms of the severity going forward. So again, you see that we've got our tornado warning still for until 7:15 there. Gotebo, Mountain View, Lake Valley. In fact, as you take a look at our velocity, it's still showing probably a little bit of it's still broad there, but it's kind of right over Gotebo where we've got the area of yet another small circulation. So it's actually kind of just a little bit of the south side of town there. So right here, I will circle it. Kind of right there. So we're still staying in our safe spot in the Gotebo area. We're still staying in our safe spot in Mountain View. All these spots, Lake Valley, need to make sure that we are taking our precautions to get away from the windows on the lowest level of your house, as we do have a slow-moving storm, about 20 miles an hour. So we'll put a track on things here in just a second. But if we've been calling out your location where you live or nearby those, need to make sure that we're, again, taking our precautions and getting to your tornado safe spots as we, again, are taking a look at the storm that could produce a tornado. Right now, it still remains radar indicated, but where everything has been moving, generally northeast, I'd say about 20-ish miles per hour. You know, you can still see arrival time there, 6:56. So really shortly right now, but then also in the Mountain View area. So we've got Kathy, as you can see on the shot there on your side. She's adjusting her camera. We'll get to her here in just a moment. She's moving through Mountain View currently, but she's got a great view of it making its way towards her area. So we'll check in with Kathy right now. I'll pull her up for full screen. And Kathy, go ahead and let us know what you're seeing right now as the storm is approaching your location.
Yeah, I just got out to the west side of Mountain View. I'm looking towards the Gotebo area as it's coming towards us between Gotebo and Mountain View currently. So I don't want to get too far into it and then lose visual. But right now it looks like it's about halfway down. The rotation isn't very well defined. It is lower than what we were seeing about 5 minutes ago. So I'm just watching it as it's coming into the Mountain View area. But so far, I'm not seeing any sign of like power flashes or any ground circulation yet. But we're watching it as it's coming towards us.
Okay. And I can see that you got a lot of lightning showing up there too. So it looks like it's a pretty healthy storm. Would you say, Kathy?
Yeah, as you said, the lightning's being pretty intense. We do have that very large hail core on radar. The hail hasn't made its way to Mountain View yet, but we're expecting it to come through as this lowering comes closer.
Yeah. All right, Kathy, thank you very much. So, yeah, like she said, not only is there that tornado potential with this storm, also large hail, too, up to golf ball-sized hail. And, yeah, you can see, too, that you've got now a large severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued out for, it's kind of the whole area here. So it does include Washita, Kiowa counties until 7:45, but it also goes into Caddo County as well until 7:45. And the reason for that is primarily just to catch all this storm. You've got a large hail core associated with it as well. So it's basically what we're doing now is you've got the tornado warning for Gotebo and Lake Valley and Mountain View, and then you've got the larger severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses the rest of the storm too, because of the fact that it's got that large hail potential up to 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it is right along the actual boundary itself. So this will be probably the game that we're watching going forward. These storms in this part of the state to really be the ones we have to watch out for, because like I've been saying now the past couple minutes, this is right along the boundary, and it's right along the dry line and the cold front combination. They're not separated down here where they are farther off to the north. They are right there. So as you can see, Gotebo, looking at the hail core to be going right over your area. And We'll go back to that hail size there and just to see what that looks like. Again, yeah, large hail moving into the Godebo area. Tornado warning also for you guys there too. So make sure that we are, especially with getting away from those windows. Obviously, we've got the tornado potential too, but we do have large hail also associated with this storm too. And so that's obviously going to do just a lot of damage as well to your roof, to your siding, and to those windows. So I'll make sure that we are away from those as the storm moves slowly eastward at about 20 miles an hour. Put a new track on things to show you where things currently stand. And we've got we'll do it from our reflectivity notch because you can see it pretty well defined there. Going about 20, we'll go a little bit faster, just give everybody a little bit of a heads up there. And so, yeah, Godebo now, and then you'd have Mountain View at about 7:15 arrival time if it ends up moving, the continuation of moving east and straight east like it is doing there. Lake Valley, you still need to make sure that we are taking our tornado precautions, even though you're a bit farther north within the polygon itself. We've been noticing, we'll turn on our velocity. You can see that we've got just a very broad area of rotation. So, you know, we could be looking at little spin-ups that could be possible pretty much anywhere along this section there, as again, it's right along the boundary, and that does mean it has a little bit more energy to use to get that spin to go. So we will check in with Kathy now. It's been a few minutes since we last checked in with her. Kathy, we're pulling you up full screen. Let us know what you're seeing since we last touched base with you a couple minutes ago.
The storm has made its way closer, I'd say about another half mile closer to my position. We're starting to see some hail. Right now it's about the size of, I would say, peas. It hasn't gotten much bigger than that, but that hail core is starting to come into town here on the west side of Mountain View. But so far the lowering it's looking a little higher than it was a few minutes ago, so it's back to being pretty broad, which is definitely a good thing.
Okay. All right, Kathy, thank you very much. Yeah, so she's got visual there showing that the lowering coming up just a little bit. Based on what it looks like on the radar. That also looks to be the case as well. You know, you can see that it's, again, a broad area of rotation that we're kind of watching for right in this zone there, which is obviously pretty large area to be watching out for. So the storm is kind of getting stretched out a little bit more, but as it does so, we could be looking at more areas to watch out for in terms of that spin up potential. So we will be watching that very closely. Again, Kathy's got a good eye on that. You can see that on the side of her screen. And in fact, there might be a couple little areas of lowering that are there as she looks west towards that storm by the Godebo area. She's in Mountain View, but the storm is heading her direction. Based on what it looks like on reflectivity, we'll do it from that notch. And you can see that she does not have too far to go until that storm is able to get there. So she's got great visual. You know, she's about 7 miles away. She's able to see the entire storm itself. And we've got just a good visual on that. So you can also see, too, a lot of looks like storm trackers in the area. So Kathy's got a perfect shot to watch this thing come towards her area. We also have, additionally, like I said, just a big severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of that does go until 7:45. So the tornado warning itself goes for the next 15 minutes, but we still have another 45 minutes of the big severe thunderstorm warning because, again, not only do we have that tornado potential, we also have very large hail. And in fact, as you can see, also right there by where you'd be talking about that tornado potential is also where we do have that large hail potential as well. So it's showing up on my product here is 3+ inches. It is currently warned for golf ball sized, which would be just a little bit smaller than 2 inches. My product usually goes a little bit high. But Kathy, we got your shot up again as it's looking to be getting closer and closer to you. Good looking visual there. Let us know what you're seeing.
Yeah, it's looking like, as you were saying, that it's gotten very broad. You have like little pockets of lowering, but nothing has made its way close to the ground just yet. The hail and the rain have kind of tapered off here in Mountain View, temporarily at least. We're seeing the hail core on radar. It's kind of shrinking, so it might be cycling. But as it's coming into Mountain View right now, the conditions are pretty calm, but I expect them to pick up here in about 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you, it's pretty calm. We don't have much wind yet with this storm coming out of it?
No, there's really no wind. The rain has really tapered off. The hail has paused, so it's looking like it's the lull before the storm here, but in about 2 to 3 minutes, I expect it to pick up.
Okay. All right, Kathy, thank you. So, yeah, so she's got, again, great visual. You know, when she's on the side of the screen there, you can see that there's definitely little areas, little pockets of lowering. She's about 7 miles away from the actual tornado warned area itself. But and now it's moving through. Gotebo is now in the clear for that area of rotation. It's now between Gotebo and Mountain View. So really, that area is getting closer to her. You can see that she's probably about 3 to 4 miles away from that getting to her area. So this tornado warning still continues until 7:15. We've got the also new update here does show that we've got now officially 2-inch in diameter hail with this tornado warning. So while Gotebo is in the clear from the tornado potential, taking a look at that hail core, it's dumping right on you. And so, in fact, you know, my product, like I said, is a little bit big with that, but still a very large hail core, basically dumping right over the Gotebo area currently. So, still need to make sure that even though the tornado threat for you has passed there, need to make sure that we are taking our tornado precautions still, just because of the large hail that could be there, especially getting away from those windows and getting down to the lowest level. But again, that tornado potential is now heading towards the Mountain View area. That area is going to be the next one to go for any tornado impacts going forward. As we take a look at any correlation coefficient, which would be any damage, I'm just kind of going through and just taking a look at any areas that we have to watch out for. We don't really look to have much in the way of anything that would be confirmed on the ground, so that's good. So we are still damage free as of least what the radar can see, which is good news. But yeah, that storm is still moving slowly eastward at about 20 miles per hour. So Mountain View will do the track for you guys. You can see that it's heading your way. And again, we're looking at it to be about 7:12 arrival time, but need to make sure that we're, again, taking our precautions now, as this, again, it's a slow-moving storm, but it is still going, and it's got actually probably a little bit of a tighter inflow notch now at this point. And then Carnegie at 7:31, if it can still hold on to its strength and still continue on eastward. So we are watching that. We'll take Kathy's shot back now, full screen. I can do that over here. And Kathy, we got you back up again. We've now been a couple minutes since we last checked in. What are you seeing that's a little bit different now as the storms approach your area?
So far, we're still seeing that light rain. The hail is starting to pick back up again. It's starting to be about pea to nickel size coming into Mountain View. As you can see, skies are looking pretty ominous as they're coming in, but so far, nothing substantial as far as the lowering goes, but we're just waiting on that hail to come through that moves through Gotebo, as you mentioned.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so great looking shot there. And you can see that we've got the lowering there with your wall cloud and the broad area of rotation, the lightning strikes that are there too, and it's not raining really hard for her just yet, but you can see there are some raindrops, and like Kathy said, also some of the hail too is starting to dip and fall across the area. So it's heading right towards the Mountain View area. We've got that going until the tornado warning itself goes until 7:15. Mountain View, you'd be looking at around a 7:12 arrival time, but that might be a little bit delayed. We do a new track there from our new update. Probably going to be a little bit quicker there from that. Yeah, so about 7:14 arrival time. So need to make sure that we're taking our tornado precautions. And again, with this being such a large storm with the large hail too, we just got to be away from those windows because not only is there that tornado potential, we do have that large hail potential as well. Right now, it's currently warned for 2-inch in diameter hail. So that's getting big. That's going to do a lot of damage if you're in and around that. So just again, make sure you're away from those windows. That way, in case those get busted out with some of those large hailstones, that you are away from those. To just give you a better idea about where things are currently standing right now, we do have other storms that are kind of to the north and to the south of there, but really though, this is definitely our core area that we're watching out for. And in fact, as I zoom out, it's the only storm within Oklahoma that's got the severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning. This is the only area that we've got a warning out for. So this is the spot to watch out for. We'll pull up Kathy's shot now. She kind of adjusts her camera, and Kathy looks a little bit of a scud there, but you've got some pretty low-hanging clouds. Anything you can see spinning there just yet?
So far, in front of me, we got, like you said, the scud clouds, not looking promising as far as rotation. There's another area of spin just off to my left. I'm trying to get a view here, heading out west to see if it's doing anything. But right now, no, it's about a third of the way down. It does not look promising. Right now, we've got the hail starting to move into Mountain View. It's getting about quarter size right now, but so far, nothing as far as the way of any tornado.
Okay.
So that's good.
And how are the winds right now as you're kind of moving into a different position? They look pretty calm based on the trees as you're driving by.
So far, they seem pretty calm. I'm not getting any sort of gust as I'm driving towards it, but I expect it to get a little more gusty here as I get close to underneath. So far, we're not seeing any outflow ahead of it.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I was going to see if it was outflow dominant or if you're getting a lot of inflow winds there. So perfect. Okay, Kathy, thank you very much. So, yep, that's her shot there. As you can kind of see, she got closer to it, getting pretty broad out. We also, okay, new severe thunderstorm warning comes out here till 7:45. So the line now has also another just massive severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way down to Jackson County, basically actually to the Red River, to take into account this increasing wind threat with these storms. And also the large hail threat too, as we could be looking at hail that could be up to the size with this one down here, up to ping pong size. So ping pong to 2-inch in diameter is what we're looking at. So 1.5 to 2-inch in diameter hail can be seen really anywhere along this entire line of storms now at this point. And taking a look at what our severe threats are, obviously by Kathy, there's your bad hail core there. But then you also have larger hail cores that maybe aren't as intense currently, but those are also, as you can see, lots of them coming into that 1-inch in diameter, at least based on my estimates here on my product. So that hail core is also picking up a bit more too. So, and that's going to be along the entire line as it moves generally to the east and southeast, about 20-ish miles an hour. Again, the reason why these storms are doing a bit better than what they did earlier on is because of the fact that these are right along the actual boundary itself. We'll go back to our tornado warning. Again, Mountain View, you guys need to make sure that we are taking our tornado precautions. We'll take a look at our velocity right by where Kathy is at. And yeah, the reason why she was saying that she was looking a little bit farther to the south, there's a little bit in the way of an area of rotation there, probably south of the Mountain View area, kind of right there on the bottom of the actual polygon itself. Yeah, so Kathy's got great shots there. She's kind of panning around with her car, getting into position. So it's still broad area of rotation, but there are still a couple little pockets that look at least a little bit better. And so, yeah, I'm going to pull up Kathy's shot. She's got a good look there. And Kathy, is this your area that you were talking about, looking south for the Mountain View area?
This is the one I was talking that looked a little more promising as far as the lowering goes. It's halfway to the ground right now. It's moving into the Mountain View area right now. And then off to that right in my shot, you have the hail core coming in as well. But so far, conditions haven't really changed in the last few minutes. We're seeing the sporadic hail come in, but so far that hail core hasn't made its way into town yet, so we're not seeing that damaging hail just yet.
Okay, and right in the beginning, Kathy, you were kind of cut off a little bit. Are you looking south right now, or are you looking still west?
Right now I'm looking south.
Okay, good. Okay.
The shot's pointing south.
Gotcha. Okay, so great. So she's got the area of lowering there, and we're just going to keep it on her shot. As you can see that the area of lowering is there, but it's also kind of right there on the edge of the rain shield. So it's going to be a little bit hard to see based on some of your vantage points, but we've got a good shot here. Right now she said it's about halfway down. And you also are able to see not only a lot of lightning flashes as the storm remains very healthy, we also have some scud that's coming out ahead of that too. The scud are those low clouds that look kind of scary, but all that really does show you is just that we've got just a lot of condensation happening in the low levels as that storm is kind of just sucking up the energy into the actual storm itself. So we're going to check back in with Kathy's shot here in a moment as she gets into a different position. But as you can see, just looking at the top of her screen, you've got just a lot of low-hanging clouds everywhere. So like we've been saying, there's just a big broad area of rotation with where the storm is currently at. So she was looking south towards there, south towards the Mountain View area. Kind of right in here, there's just a big broad area of rotation. And then we take a look at where the reflectivity is. That generally does line up there nicely with the inflow that is coming out in. So it's definitely there, but it's not as probably as apparent and as well defined as what it looked like right when we first got this tornado warning. It's remained pretty broad ever since then, but there is still that gap there, and that's where the winds will be coming out into the area from. So right now with Kathy kind of being right under that area, that's the reason why her winds might be a little bit weaker right now, is because she's not actually where those winds are inflow going into the actual storm itself. So there's 5 minutes left of this tornado warning, and we will see if we get a new update here. I want to also say, too, that again, that while we are, again, primarily focusing in on that tornado threat, there is a lot of hail, too, heading towards the Mountain View area. They already passed through the Gotebo area, but, yeah, right there. So you got very large hail just right where Kathy is at and just a little bit west of her. So she's moving back into the Mountain View proper area. But right there, just to the west there by a few miles, is we have a large area of some very large hail. The warning itself is officially for 2-inch in diameter hail. There very well could be a pocket that's got hail up to that size or possibly even bigger. So big hail is associated with this storm as well, which is again the reason why we want to make sure that we are away from our windows on the lowest level of your house, because again, even though we're talking primarily about that tornado threat, that large hail can also do quite a bit of damage as well. And if the hail gets big enough like that is, you can be talking about a lot of roof damage anyways. So need to make sure that we're getting away from all those windows down to the lowest level and just ride out this storm, and make sure you've got your phone handy with you. That way you can get those wireless emergency alerts. As again, this tornado warning still does continue until we get to 7:15. So it still goes for a little bit longer. Now the severe thunderstorm warning that comes out from there goes until 7:45. Like I said earlier, there's also just a big warning all the way out ahead of this thing too, going all the way down to the Red River because of just the large hail potential associated with this storm. So there's strong winds up to 60 miles per hour, especially now that we're talking about more of a line segment. But with those pockets there that we've been able to see, there's also the chance for some very large hail. But up in the northern part of it, that's really where we'd have to watch out for that tornado potential, as it's right there on the actual front itself. And as you can see with what the radar visualization looks like, where that tornado warning is, you've got the actual clear inflow notch on your reflectivity going into the storm there, whereas everything else is a little bit more flatter. Now, probably the next spot to watch out for would probably be just to the north of the Roosevelt area within Kiowa County. There's a little bit there in the way of a hook trying to show up right there. So this does have that tornado possible tag with it across all this area with the severe thunderstorm warnings. But still, though, we are keeping an eye out on our tornado warning storm that has the warning now for the next 2 minutes. But we will check to see with how things look. Again, very, very large hail associated with this as well. Coming into the Mountain View area, that's about the same view that we had before. Still coming in on my product there at 3+ inches. The warning itself is officially for 2 inches, so that's big. So we need to make sure that we are away from everything window-wise or on your lowest level because of the hail potential, in addition to our tornado potential too. The storm's still moving. The last check, 20-ish miles an hour. Let me get a last check of that here. So yeah, everything is still on track. In fact, we've now got up to tennis ball sized hail with the storm with Mountain View. So my product actually is for 3+ inches. Getting up to that size, you're talking 2.5 inches. So tennis ball sized hail is possible with this storm anyway. So the estimate's actually not that far off from what we're actually seeing. So again, 2 big threats with this storm: the tornado potential as well as extremely large hail coming out into the Mountain View area. Still need to make sure that we are down in our shelter, down in our safe spots because of the tornado threat, and also because of this large damaging hail potential that's probably going to go right through the Mountain View area and likely just a little bit to the north of there too. So if you live in and around Mountain View, you need to make sure that we're again seeking shelter from this storm. Outside of that area though, you've got 1 more minute. 1 more minute left of the tornado warning, and yeah, so we've got golf ball. NWS is saying golf ball to baseball sized hail falling near Mountain View right now. So again, very, very large hail falling in this zone, and you can still see that we are talking not only about this tornado potential, but also about the with the hail potential, but also the tornado potential too. Now, thankfully, our velocity is not as bad looking as what it once was earlier on. You can still see that there's a broad area of rotation, but it's not as tight as what it looked like before. But we'll pull up Kathy's shot right now. Kathy, we got you back on, and obviously we can see a little bit in the way of some lowering. Would you say it's not as impressive looking as what it looked like a few minutes ago?
Yeah, it's definitely not. It's a lot of scud. It doesn't look as defined at all. It's a very messy. Has a very messy look to it. Right now, off to the right of my shot, it's kind of off view, but the hail core is looking very menacing. It's got that bluish hue to it. It's coming into Mountain View right now. I've kind of been driving around it, trying to avoid the biggest hail, but I'm going to cut back in through town after it passes just to see how big the hail actually got. Yeah, because I was going to say, we want to make sure that you keep safe as well, because that hail is quite large. So yeah, so what you're seeing right now in the middle of Kathy's shot is some of the lowering there, but a lot of scud is showing up there too. We've been talking about how broad this area of rotation has been, and so there's rotation, there's spin there, but it's not very tight. So while it does look to be quite ominous right now, at least we've got clearly eyes on this to where we can tell that right now it's not as low looking as what it was earlier on. But
as you can see, off to her right side there. So as you can see, those clouds get a little bit darker. She was also saying it's got that blue hue to it too. That does mean that we've got, again, the large hail potential there. So we'll back out and take a look again. Velocity-wise, storm relative as well as base velocity, it's really looking to be quite broad right now. But it's really, though, just the hail. And you can see that hail core is getting bigger, not only with just the size of the hail, which is going right over Mountain View currently, but the actual hail core itself is actually kind of stretching out a little bit more too and getting bigger. So very, very large hail associated with the storm currently. Right now warned for 2+ inches. My product's showing 3+ inches. So we know that there's going to be huge hail falling right over the Mountain View area. So again, stay away from the windows because of that threat for large hail. Now the current time right now is 7:17. We've got, let me just take a look at where things currently stand right now. Okay, so we got a no tornado warning with this one, but we do have a new tornado warning. It's about to be coming out for the Lookeba area. So that's going to be zooming out. That's going to be the new area there, and it's actually very close to where our Caleb Schrock is. So we're going to go and take a look at Twin Lakes radar, and that is really where the next storm that we have to kind of watch out for will be. So we got two areas that we're kind of watching out for. Caleb, if you can hear me, let me know if not dialed in. Okay, let me text him here. We also got Conrad here as well, so we'll need to also sound up his mic too. All right, so the new tornado warning here is for portions of Caddo County. It does get into that far southwestern corner of Canadian County until 8 o'clock. Take a look at what it looks like on velocity. There is our area of rotation. Again, it's still pretty broad, but it's a lot better looking than what we've got currently going on with the Mountain View storm, which lost its tornado warning. So it's not surprising that we do have a tornado warning there. So this is moving east or so. And I just want to double check on our speed. Large hail also with this storm too, where we've got that up to potentially up to golf ball sized hail. So our hail cores are really coming up with this storm, but by the Lookeba area, that one's got your tornado warning. It's moving pretty slowly, going to the east at only about 10 miles per hour. So we are going to be watching out for that slow moving storm to be our issue as well. So 10 miles an hour puts it in Lookeba at around 7:22, the Niles area at 7:39, and also Scott at 7:39 too. So again, need to make sure that we're taking our tornado precautions, get away from the windows, get away from some of those second stories, get down to the lowest level of your house, and need to do that quietly but quickly because we are looking at this storm to be potentially producing a tornado there. Now, it's again not moving very fast, which does help us out, especially for not only Lookeba, but also for the bigger area, Three-Way Corner, Spring Creek. Even though you guys are being called out within this polygon, within my little path there, you do have some time. So, but Lookeba though, right there, we need to make sure that we're, again, especially if you live right along Highway 281, that's the area to really watch out for between there and Sickles. That's a spot to watch out for again. So tornado warning goes until 8 o'clock for portions of Caddo County, or portions of Canadian County, and also, as you can see, portions of Caddo County as well. We've got our meteorologist, Conrad Sapinski, is in, and we can go ahead, guys, and we can use Lynx 1 to drive around as Conrad is here now.
Yeah, Jack, with this new tornado warning that just came up as of right now, it looks like that trajectory is starting to head towards the metro. It's still very far away, and we'll see if it holds its strength. But as of right now, that new tornado warning is really moving slowly, Jack. 10 miles per hour is very slow. We've seen them move 5 miles an hour before, but on average, they move a lot faster. So 10 miles per hour is a very, very slow-moving storm as of right now. So we'll continue to track that tornado warning in effect till 8 p.m.
Yep. Go ahead and click on Caleb's shot there, Conrad, to see if Caleb is called in. No, he still hasn't called in
Not
yet.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Lots of lightning associated with this.
Is it busy in the back there, Jeremy? Okay. All right. So we're trying to get Caleb in here, so we'll talk with him. But we got a shot up right now, as you can see. He's close by to that tornado-warned storm right now. So we will check in with him once we have audio from him. And go ahead, Conrad, and take a look back down towards our big storm that Kathy is on there. As you can see, it's got that orange severe thunderstorm warning. So it's got the destructive tag on there until 7:45. And the reason why it does have that destructive tag is because of that large hail potential. And I'm pretty sure it also will have the tornado possible tag with it too. But as you can see, that's the storm that we have to really watch out for the large hail. It's dumped a lot of hail, and that's not only a lot of hail, but it's also really big hail as well.
Yes, yeah, the hail size is getting, over an inch in many locations here, Jack. So we are starting to see golf ball sized hail. Overall, though, destructive, tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. Now it's getting a little bit more serious, of course. But even with the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect just south of that destructive severe thunderstorm warning, Jack, we're still seeing lots of hail, lots of gusty winds with the heavy rainfall in there.
Okay, Caleb is dialed in now, so
Okay.
we can go ahead and take Caleb's shot. Yep. Caleb, we got your shot up right now, and let us know what you're seeing as that tornado warning storm is heading your direction.
Right now, the wind is starting to actually pick up. Precip is actually starting to come down a little heavier than it was shortly ago. We can see a darker area to the west, just south of Hinton there. We're on Highway 37 here, just east of the Luckenbach area.
Perfect. And so, again, he is in perfect position there to be able to see that storm. He's about 9 miles away from it. So we'll keep checking in with his shot there to see as it gets closer. But he's got good visualization there, nice clear area. And so kind of we can go back to the radar and just kind of show everybody what we're currently looking at here. So that is where Caleb is at currently. You've got the Binger area. That's right where you got the little inflow notch showing up right there. And we've got Scott and Niles also within the path 2 of this. So that's the area to watch out for because, again, we've got the tornado warning potential with this one, too. It looks good on velocity. That's where we do have our area of rotation that we're keeping an eye out for. But it doesn't have the largest hail. The largest hail is down with the storm that Kathy is on in the Mountain View area.
So, Jack, with that storm that Kathy is on, right?
Yeah.
The hail is up to baseball size. So
Yeah.
we're seeing some very large hail. We're seeing wind gusts of 60-plus miles an hour, but just the hail size is very impressive with that, destructive severe thunderstorm just south of that actual tornado warning.
And let's take Kathy's shot right now if we can, Kyle, Conrad, and see. Yeah, so we got Kathy's up right now. Kathy, you're now currently in the rain core. Are you seeing any large hail? Because you're basically right about where that area would be.
Currently, right now, I'm just saying a lot of torrential rainfall, but I haven't come across any large hail yet. I'm trying to see if once I get close to the Mountain View, if I see any on the ground. But so far, coming down is just a lot of rain.
Okay. All right, Kathy, thank you very much. So, again, we've got really 2 storms that we're watching out for. Kathy's storm, which was tornado warned earlier on, now has just huge hail with it.
Oh, yes.
Up to baseball-sized hail with that. The Mountain View area seeing a lot of that huge hail and just a lot of it, too. And then you've got our tornado warned storm up by where Caleb is that we're keeping an eye on as well. So we got 2 storms. And the reason why this area is the spot to watch out for is because these storms are right along our actual boundary itself. Earlier on today, we had a lot of storms that were able to form out ahead of the boundary, and they kind of lost steam. These ones are right along the actual boundary itself, and so those are going to be able to keep on keeping on in terms of their intensity. And every once in a while, as those storms are right along that front, we're able to see some little spin-ups there. So even where Kathy is at, there is still rotation currently ongoing where she's at. It's just a lot more broad at this point. But our main area of rotation that we're watching out for is the storm by Caleb. And so, Conrad, we can go back to that one.
Okay.
And so you've got, rotation there, and then where Caleb is, again, in portions of Caddo County, in that far southwest corner of Canadian County, that is where we've got more areas of rotation. And so as Conrad is able to see there on velocity, and what radar is that one?
Let me check. That's the Frederick.
Frederick, see what it looks like on Twin Lakes.
Let's try that.
Yeah, that one will be potentially a little bit. Yeah, so that was a little bit
little better.
closer. Yeah, so we may have to kind of bounce around between those 2 radars a little bit there. So again, good area of rotation, still fairly broad, but better looking than what it looked like earlier on. But the Lookeba area, and even you can see there's just more areas of rotation that we're kind of watching out for. It's not exactly all that impressive in terms of it's strong, but it definitely is showing up there for quite a while. And there you can see just the overall just kind of path of it. It may have looked a little bit better just a few minutes ago, but still definitely showing up as a chance for producing a tornado.
Yes, and it looks like it's headed, just to the east, so it's continuing to head kind of pretty much where Caleb is at.
Yeah.
So we'll see once we get a little bit more of a shot. But now we're starting to get into more of a nighttime trend, Jack. So we're starting to get into more of a nocturnal storm, which does get a little bit more dangerous for sure, especially as it has a tornado warning tag.
Yeah, it does. It does. So we continue with our tornado warning that goes until 8 o'clock for where Caleb is at. That one, thankfully, doesn't have as much in the way of large hail with it. So that's some good news there. But it is producing hail. It's just not as big as the hail down in the Mountain View area where Kathy is at. But as you can see, we've got Caleb. He's trying to adjust his shot right now as that storm is getting a little bit closer. In fact, Conrad, let's go and just take his shot right now and see what he's getting as he's getting a little bit closer to that storm now. Caleb, we got you up right now. Are you seeing that lowering a little bit clearer now as it heads in your direction? Caleb, can you hear us there? Sounds like you're on. Maybe muted potentially.
All right. So, yes, we can see the wall cloud as it took form as it came over the tree lines. Now we can actually see part of what looks to appear to be a lowering on the far left hand side of the screen there.
Got it. Okay. Yep. We can also see there's a lot of lightning flashes too. Where you're currently at as that storm is making its way towards you, are the inflow winds heading into the storm, or is it looking pretty calm?
Just a few moments ago, the wind was picking up, and it's actually calmed back down for a second here. But I can see over in the distance some of the tree lines are moving to the north of me.
Okay, got it. Okay, we've got a great shot there of the lowering. You've got a great shot there of the windmill. You've also got the cows there in the foreground too. They're still standing. Normally they'd be sitting down if there was rain on the way, but a lot of lightning associated with that storm too, and so we are still looking at that to be our primary area of concern with our area of with our storms here this evening. Again, the area of rotation with Caleb's storm is better looking than what it looked like earlier on or with Kathy's storm. So kind of let's go and take a look at velocity again with that one. You can still see the inflow notch right by the Binger area, and so yeah, these are crossing over Highway 281 right now, but it's a slow-moving storm. It's only moving at about 10 miles per hour to the east. So you've got some time there, but the Scott area, Niles, need to make sure that we're taking our tornado precautions. Binger, Lokiba, still making sure that we are staying in our safe spot at this point. It's slow-moving, might even be having some a rear flank downdraft, so kind of pushing out with the storm that might be occurring there. But you got a little bit more in the way of some rotation. This counter is pulling that up there past now already east of 281. So that might be what we're happening now, where the storm is kind of surging out a little bit, and now the actual best rotation is out on the leading edge of that storm, wind front.
It does look like most of the rotation from the storm is actually just to the east of Binger as well. So we are continuing to track this tornado warning. It's not a confirmed tornado warning just yet, but we do have to treat this very, very seriously. So if you are in these areas, if you are in this tornado warning, please just make sure you are evacuating. You are in your tornado shelter. You are away from windows, away from doors. You want to make sure you are inside a sturdy building, lowest level of your property as well. And as of right now, it does look like the rotation from the storm is pretty much heading just east, so it's starting to head closer to where Caleb is at. This is in effect right now, Jack, till around 8 p.m. time frame still. But now when it's getting dark, now of course we're looking at a little bit of an extra danger just because of how dark it is going to be here very, very soon.
Yeah. So that's always a problem, and especially with the way that, let's take a look at what it looks like with velocity, Conrad, and we'll see that it's, again, it's broadening out, but it's also, it's kind of pushing itself out a little bit too. You've got what we call the rear flank downdraft is now coming on in from the backside and kind of then pushing on out. And so that's why your reds and your greens look the way that it does. But what your problem is going to be is that out on the leading edges of that could be where your new area of circulation could be. So we got strong winds with this for sure. And then obviously if we go to just reflectivity right there, you can see that whatever that's going to be is going to be rain wrapped. So it's going to be very hard to see anything there. So like Conrad is saying, obviously we're heading into the nighttime hours. There's your danger that kind of picks up with that. And then also the fact that it's rain wrapped as well. In fact, let's take Caleb's shot again, and we'll check back in with Caleb. So Caleb, you've got now last check since we've been with you. It's been a little bit, been a little bit since we've heard from you, Caleb. As the storm's getting closer to you, what are you seeing right now as it's getting closer to your area? Okay, clear the board then. He said that he can't get back in. Or can you? All right. Let me kind of take over. Let me just
Okay.
tell Caleb
Got it.
that.
Okay, yeah, of course. But you could see Caleb's shot here. So it's still light enough where you could see a little bit more of this storm, but the next several minutes is going to be crucial. We'll start to see it getting a little bit more darker and darker. So now when we enter a little bit more of these nocturnal storms, these daytime storms are becoming more nocturnal storms. Now we have an extra danger where, with this tornado warning, you can't really see where, the possible funnel cloud or the tornado is with this. And of course, this is one tornado warning that we are currently tracking right now. It's the only tornado warning we are currently tracking. Let me show you folks here on our reflectivity. You could see the only tornado warning as of right now still in effect till around 8 p.m. time frame. And then the ones to the south, that storm to the south still has that destructive severe thunderstorm warning tag, another 12 minutes or so, where Kathy is in the middle of that one. Let me get Kathy's shot pulled up here. Not looking too bad, where she's at, right, Jack?
Yeah, Kathy, we got you up right now. You sent a picture of us here in our chat. There's some pretty large hail. As you're driving around right now, is a bit more disorganized. Would you say correct in terms of a lowering aspect?
Yeah, there's still some of that scud, that lowering along the leading edge, but we're not seeing anything as far as like a defined funnel or anything like really low to the ground. Farther back by Mountain View, the ground was hail covered, but the general size is about half dollar size. Once in a while, you have the bigger baseballs, but the good thing is that the majority is not the baseball sizes.
Good.
Half dollars.
Okay. All right, Kath, thank you very much. So now let's check in with Caleb. He's back up now. We've got his audio. Caleb, we've got you up right now, and as you're kind of adjusting and getting yourself back into position, what are you seeing right now where you are at in far southwest Canadian County?
Looks like it's hailing where he's at.
We've got a little bit of hail. We've got up to probably nickel to quarter size hail that's came out of this so far. We are on the back side of the lowering now, just due to some of the roads. We couldn't get ahead of it safely, so we let it pass over us for a little bit so we could be able to know where it was at.
Got it. And what are the winds doing where you're at right now?
The winds are staying. They're staying pretty constant, about between 20 to 30 miles per hour. There hasn't been any strong gusts of wind at this time.
Got it. Okay. All right, Caleb, thank you very much. So, yeah, we got eyes on both of our worst storms that we have currently out there this evening. Both Kathy as well as Caleb are out there. We've got Caleb on our tornado warning storm. Kathy was on our tornado warning storm, now looking at very large hail. But again, this tornado warning goes until 8 o'clock, and we are still looking at a few areas there, some minor weak rotation. So it's still possible to get something to spin up here. Like I've been saying, these storms are right along the actual boundary itself. And so with that being the case, there is always going to be that potential for it to actually spin up and make its way to the ground. Thankfully, we've not seen that yet, but that chance is definitely there.
Yeah, and Jack, we just got an update from, the National Weather Service. So we're getting a little bit more evidence of a wall cloud here, and that is just to the east of Lakiba as of right now. We're seeing, a couple areas here, Jack, of rotation. As of right now, it's not a confirmed tornado, but we are continuing to track this tornado warning. Still in effect for around 25 minutes or so. It is still a slow-moving tornado warning, so we do want it to speed up a little bit, of course, Jack. But overall, though, it is moving only at around 10 miles per hour as of right now.
Yeah, so it's still at 10 miles an hour, Conrad?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, so again, you've got the Scott area, the Niles area within this tornado warning. Still need to make sure that we are taking our tornado precautions. Whatever is there might be rain-wrapped and hard to see, but we do have a lot of visualization on that, which is good. There's definitely a lowering there. It's not crazy low or anything like that, but with the way the overall environment is set up here this evening, we don't have to have it basically a wall cloud on the ground to basically get our tornado. We've got enough to work with here this evening where that wall cloud just needs to be present, and if there's enough conditions that are favorable, we can get our brief spin up that could be possible there. So we got a couple of power outages as well within Caddo County, and that's going to be probably a couple of hundred customers without power, because again, we're talking about that tornado potential. There's that chance for some damaging winds. And also, we're looking at that very large hail potential too. So 500 customers are without power in Caddo County as of this time because of the tornado warning storms, just the overall just storms moving in general into that area.
Yeah, Jack, it does also look like there's a bunch of power outages in and around the metro area. You could see that there as well.
Yeah, about 500 customers without power there. You know, thankfully that hopefully it's probably not weather related. We've had obviously just some rain passing on through the area.
Yes.
Nothing crazy came through the metro area just yet, but we'll be keeping an eye out that for sure because again, that's always going to be a possibility.
Yeah, this is definitely a storm that we have to keep an eye on just because of the trajectory of it, Jack. You know, it's on its way here towards the metro area. So we'll see what actually happens here when it does come through the metro area within the next, I don't know, 45 minutes, 60 minutes or so. It is a very slow-moving storm, so it might take at least an hour until we get into more of that significant rain, the stronger part of the thunderstorm. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, still seeing that destructive severe thunderstorm warning just south of that tornado warning. You know, destructive severe thunderstorm warning, seeing some large hail in that. Even up to baseball-sized hail that gets very damaging. The tornado warning does have a little bit smaller hail, but it does have that tornado tag in it with rotation. A little bit more of that rotation is just to the west of Scotts as of right now.
Yep. So again, we're still watching our tornado warning, moving very slowly. You've got some strong winds in and around the Lookeba area. As Conrad's got a little bit of a lapse on our rotation, you can tell that the rotation-wise, probably down a little bit there, but probably looking at actually a little bit more in the way of just some of that surging of the wind coming in behind that storm, and that would be moving through the Lookeba area. That might be where you've got some pretty strong just straight line winds occurring right now. But got the chance for large hail, damaging winds, and also that tornado potential with our storms. Let's take a look at, I think that's Kathy's shot here on our side.
Kathy's? Okay.
Oh, it's Caleb's shot? Let's take Caleb's shot here. All right, Caleb, we've got your shot pulled up full screen. You got some of the hail stones on the ground as well, where you're at.
No, those are actually going to be just rocks. We're pulled off the side of an Elise Road. They've got large gravel rocks there.
Oh, okay. It looked impressive.
It does.
But you know, you are seeing some rain, so we were kind of thinking that it was definitely a possibility that there could be some large hail there. So that's not the case then, correct? You just have rain where you currently are at?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's currently just rain. We're just to the east of the hail core out of that storm currently.
Yeah, because it's the hail core is kind of right over Niles. You are right just off to the east of there by a few miles. So yeah, the hail core, you're looking basically directly at it, so he's not there yet. Obviously, with whatever is there, it's going to be pretty hard to see, correct, Caleb? It's pretty rain-wrapped, whatever lowering would be present?
It is. We're back to it's going to be dropping a large amount of rain. When it drops the rain, it's almost you can't see through the rain.
Yeah, and your shot looks to be pretty calm in terms of the wind. Is that still a fair assessment? You're not seeing a lot of like fast inflow winds just yet?
No, the wind is still pretty calm in this area. We've changed the locations again, trying to see if we can find another place to look or see things here, and we're still pretty calm.
Got it. Okay. All right, Caleb, thank you very much. So again, we've got eyes on both of our storms. We've got the Caddo County and Canadian County tornado warning storm where Caleb is on it, and then Kathy is on the storm that had the large hail earlier on by Mountain View, and she's now in the Carnegie area. So those are two of the areas that we are concerned about right now. We've got Kathy's shot up right now, and Kathy, go ahead and let us know what you're seeing, as obviously you're much more into the thick of things there in terms of that heavy rain potential.
Yeah, I'm just leaving Carnegie, headed towards the Anadarko area, trying to stay out ahead of this line. But we are seeing, like you said, the strength of rainfall is going on with the storm. When we were back by Carnegie, just to the west, I was taking really some pretty gusty winds out of the south. And now that we're out west, we're getting winds out of the north. So they're kind of going all different directions out here. And we're seeing that those little low rains out ahead of the line that look pretty scary, but so far it hasn't amounted to anything substantial.
Okay. All right. So, and Conrad, we just got a new update with our warnings that we have out in place. Our tornado warning still goes for another 20 minutes for Caddo and Canadian counties, but we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that comes out for Kathy's storm, and it's no longer going to have that destructive tag with it. So it goes until 8:30. That does include Carnegie, Fort Cobb, the Nowhere area, Pine Ridge, Broxton. These are areas that are in the severe thunderstorm warning. It goes until 8:30. Our primary issue with that's going to be our large hail potential. That's likely the biggest threat that we have with that storm right now. But I believe, and you can probably check too as well, Conrad. I can also as well. But large hail still up to the size of golf balls.
Yes, 60-mile-per-hour winds as well.
Yep, but it does still have that tornado possible tag with it too. So it does mean that, and you can see with where Kathy is, and there's that inflow area right there to the southeast of the Carnegie area, where you looked with your reflectivity right there. That's your inflow coming into that storm. So there's still a potential to get a tornado. It's not tornado warned, but Kathy's been saying that there's not exactly a whole lot of well-defined lowering anymore. So that's some good news. But that's going to again be an area to watch out for too, because that's still our storm that remained very severe. In fact, technically it's an embedded supercell within our line of storms there, but it's kind of coming down slowly in intensity, which is good news. Our tornado threat's gone with it. It's still possible, but technically is gone with it right now. And our hail is also starting to come down just a little bit. But there's still some areas of rotation as Conrad's picked up there. There's still a little bit in the way of some of that showing up by the Carnegie area, a little south of there.
Just south.
But it's still rotating, just not as capable of producing a tornado imminently like it did earlier on.
Yeah, and with these storms, Jack, with how favorable the environment is for spin-ups, we could see, a tornado tag with this as well, especially with, a little bit of rotation that we are catching here just south of Carnegie. But as of right now, it's just that destructive severe thunderstorm warning as of, through for another 2 minutes, and then we're going to continue this severe thunderstorm warning for another 45 minutes or so. But yes, it's moving at 20 miles per hour, Jack, so a little bit faster than that tornado warning to the north.
Okay, so let's check in with Caleb again. All right, Caleb, we got your shot back up again as that storm is making its way towards your area. Right now, you're obviously in the really heavy rain. Have you seen much in the way of hail where you currently are at right now?
No, we haven't seen much hail since earlier. We are watching the storm, though, and it's almost like the storm has started to split around us as we've got real active back to the east side with lightning and as far to the back to the west of us.
Got it. Okay. All right. So Caleb is again on our tornado warned storm right now. Might be looking at some potential little splitting that he's got going on there. We can go back to radar, Conrad, and you can see that where he's at, he is still right within that really heavy, right with the really heavy rainfall is, and just to the east of that hail core. But the overall inflow doesn't look to be as impressive looking as it looked like earlier on. But it would be south of Scott there, and to the west of the Cogar area, north of Spring Creek. That would be where that area of rotation would be if we're going to get anything there. But it looks to be quite broad with where he is currently at right now.
Yeah, definitely looks like there's a lot of rainfall in there, Jack, too. Some hail once again, not quite as big as baseball size as the, destructive thunderstorm just south of the tornado warning, but we are still seeing a little bit of hail as well. But yeah, we are continuing to track a bit more of, rotation with this as well, a few areas of rotation. Once again, you could see the hail tracker here showing a lot of the hail, and Caleb, it looks like it's on its way towards where Caleb is at right now. So maybe within the next few minutes or so, and Caleb will start to see possibly some more hail.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of lightning, as you can see there with our shot there. He had a really just impressive-looking streak of lightning come on down. Conrad, if you could go to velocity and show what it looks like with our storm that's by Kathy. So our Mountain View storm there, our Carnegie area. You can see there's a little bit of a tighter area of rotation that we're kind of keeping an eye on down in that part of the storm. So it's still severe thunderstorm warned right now, but there is a little bit more in the way of some rotations trying to get going there in the Carnegie area. Nothing imminent just yet, but it is still a spot that we have to probably watch out for. And if there might be a new tornado warning, it might come from Kathy's storm there.
Yeah, Jack, and I just want to mention that destructive severe thunderstorm warning is now expired, so now we're just looking at a severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 8:30.
Nice. Actually, Conrad, let's go ahead and just take just Twin Lakes radar, just regular reflectivity, and just kind of zoom out, just to kind of let people know like what we're currently seeing, because right now.
Okay, so we are on that radar. Let me just zoom out just a little bit. Okay.
Yeah. So there we go. To right now, current time is 7:45, so we kind of can use this time as a little bit of a reset. You've got a tornado warning in portions of Canadian and Caddo counties, and then a large severe thunderstorm warning, primarily moving into more of Caddo County right now. The tornado warning goes until 8 o'clock. The severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:30. There's nothing in the metro area right now. We just have some cloudy skies, some light showers around the area. Go ahead and turn the lightning on, Conrad, and you can see that there is really not much activity until you get to El Reno and Calumet, and where the actual storm itself that's tornado warned. That's where a lot of the activity currently is ongoing right now. So there isn't much going on north of I-40 or really to the east of I-35 at this point. But these storms are right along the actual boundary itself, the actual cold front. And so they are able to hold on a little bit more with their strength, and they might still be one to watch out for going forward. Now, you've also got some showers by the Watonga area and south of Hennessy. Nothing going on with those just yet, but that could just kind of show you that we're kind of looking at a bit more of a wider area of rain that's occurring, going from east to west. It's not just a little thin, skinny line like it was earlier on. It's kind of a bit thicker now, and so there is going to be more opportunity for just heavy rain potential with some of these storms too. So even though we're focusing in primarily on our severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings like Conrad has pulled up there, there is an aerial flood advisory for portions of the area, especially right basically where that Carnegie storm is, Gotebo, where all those areas that have been calling out for. There is actually that chance for the aerial flood advisory because of how much rain has fallen in this area too. So don't forget about that. We'll obviously be focusing a lot on that severe potential, but heavy rain also definitely part of the equation this evening.
Yeah, and also, Jack, it's a very slow-moving storm. So,
Yeah.
of course, that rainfall, all that rainfall, if it's very slow-moving, it's going to be over one area for a much longer period of time. So we're not surprised we're seeing aerial flood advisories. And with how slow it's moving, I wouldn't be surprised if a little bit more of these advisories start popping
Correct.
up here with
Yeah.
this line moving on through.
Yeah, and then obviously we'll have to watch too, because as these make their way closer to the metro area, and again, they're going pretty slow right now, and we'll see if they're able to hold on to their severe potential as much. But we could be looking at potentially some flash flood warnings because of the more urban setting of the city there with more concrete. So that'll be probably an issue that we'll have down the line. Obviously, not there yet. We're looking at these storms to be about as far to the east as Highway 81. So basically from El Reno, Powers, Union City, Minco, all that rain is just off to your west. But it is heading your way just pretty slowly.
Jack, we did just get a new update on that tornado warning. So as of right now, it is, a couple of miles to the east of Lakiba, and it is moving at around 15 miles per hour now, so it looks like it's starting to speed up just a little bit, still
Yeah.
going very slow. But the hail size, Jack, it looks like it's actually getting smaller.
Okay.
So it looks like now the hail is up to quarter size, so it is getting smaller,
Got
up to
it.
1-inch size hail. And overall, though, it is picking up a little bit of steam when it comes to speed-wise. It's moving at 15 miles per hour as of right now, but still in effect till 8 p.m. time frame. So we'll see if this does get extended or not.
Yep.
But still seeing lots of rotation with this.
Kogar, you are out of it right now, but if it's going to get extended, you would be in the next.
Yes.
You'd be in the next one. That notch is not as impressive looking as it looked like earlier on, but you do have a little rain shower out kind of ahead of it. Might be kind of getting sucked in between the Minco area and the Kogar area. That little area of higher reflectivity might be one of those little rain showers that comes out ahead of it, and it just kind of gets sucked into the storm. And sometimes you give it like 10 minutes after that happens, and that is able to get a little bit more in the way of some spin going up there. Again, you got just the strong winds. There's obviously rotation. It's quite broad right now, but there is still rotation, as you can clearly see there.
Many areas, even right over Scott,
Yeah.
seeing some rotation right now.
Yeah,
You
kind
see
of.
that
It's
there.
basically what we have is the rear flank downdraft is coming out behind the storm and then pushing to the east, and so then kind of along that leading edge of those strong winds, you can get some areas of rotation to show up there, which is probably what we're seeing from Spring Creek up to the Scott area, because you can kind of see kind of arcs around where our inbound winds are, and the inbound winds will be again coming into the Norman area, which is where we have the radar. So it's heading. The winds are heading towards the northeast, which is why they're green, and so there might be just a lot in the way of just heavy, strong winds. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning out with that too, so we'll click on that to see how far that goes. So it goes until 8:30. It takes us all the way to the Canadian as well as Oklahoma County line. So we've got it all the way to Yukon and Piedmont. You guys are in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Conrad, go ahead and check and see what that entails with the details on that one.
Sure. So that severe thunderstorm warning we're currently seeing, that is for Cato, Canadian County, and also for Grady County. in effect until 8:30 p.m. time frame. It's moving at 20 miles per hour as of right now. It looks like the severe thunderstorm is located 5 miles west of Koger. Overall, though, 20 miles per hour is still pretty slow, but better than 10 miles per hour. 60 mile per hour winds are possible with this storm and nickel-sized hail, so we're not quite seeing as impressive hail size with this. We're seeing smaller and smaller hail, but overall, though, still seeing a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm here. So at least the tornado warning, Jack, isn't getting extended right now, which is a good sign.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the little area of rotation that we would still have, which is in Caddo County currently, that is, it's right there on the, basically on the edge right there of the actual polygon itself. So we're looking at, clearly they did not put a new tornado warning out. They just put a big severe thunderstorm warning out for that. It doesn't look to be as impressive looking from radar signature or even from a velocity signature. There is still clearly some rotation happening, and obviously that does mean that you could have that uptick there in the hail and the wind potential, but at least right now, not looking at that tornado threat to be imminent right now. But this is going to be the place that we have to watch out for. So again, the tornado warning for portions of southwest Canadian County and portions of Caddo County will likely come to an end at 8 o'clock unless this thing is able to pulse back up again. But let's take a look at what Caleb is seeing with his shot there. And Caleb, we got you up right now, and let us know what you're seeing as you're in that kind of heavier core of rain across portions of southwest Canadian County. All right, Caleb, can you hear us there? Can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
All right. We have definitely seen the wind pick up a little bit as well as the rain increase. It seems like the storm's actually starting to move a little faster and a little more easternly than it was just moments ago.
Got it. Yeah, we're kind of seeing that on the radar too. That makes a lot of sense. Obviously, you're still looking at anything rain wrapped there, but can you see any distinct features like a lowering from your vantage point?
We're not. We're actually, because of the travel and the Canadian River, we're just north of where the rotation would be at on the north side of the river, trying to get back around to it.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So, Caleb, thank you very much. Let's take a look at Kathy's shot because Conrad, they're probably going to actually put another tornado warning out.
I think they just did.
Yeah.
They just issued this tornado warning in Caddo County right now.
Yep. So let's take a look at what Kathy is seeing with her shot. And Kathy, we got you up right now. You're about to be in a new tornado warning. What are you seeing right now as you're in Caddo County currently?
Right now, I'm not seeing much as far as lowerings go. I'm seeing a lot of lightning out here. It's out ahead of the storm. You can kind of see a little bit of a lowering in my shot, but with the torrential rainfall that's been happening with us, a lot of it is rain wrapped, so it's kind of hard to see what's going on. But while I was pulling out ahead of it, we were seeing a lot of the QLCS kind of style where it occludes in one area, and then about a mile to the south, it starts tightening up again. So we're seeing it's like jumping around out here.
Yeah,
that makes trying to keep up with it on the leading edge.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense there. Yeah, because it's like she said, it's very QLCS-y to where you've got a broad area of rotation. Little areas can kind of tighten up in little spots around there, but there's still an overall just large area of rotation that would still be there. All right, Kathy, thank you very much. So, Conrad, let's go to our radar, and we'll do a little track on where that tornado warning is. So it's, again, by the Fort Cobb area. It's all within Caddo County, so it's all contained within the one county, and it goes until 8:45. Let's see what we got timing-wise with that one. I think it's also still kind of slow-moving.
Okay, let me look at it. Yeah, so update on that tornado warning, Jack. We're looking at it moving at 15 miles per hour.
Okay.
And it is located near Carnegie right now, especially just to the east of Carnegie. Right now we're seeing a $half sized hail with this once again. And you definitely want to make sure you are seeking shelter with this as of 7:52. So this was issued 2.5–3 minutes ago right now.
Yep, so again, this goes until 8:45. This is the storm that has had huge hail with it earlier on, so it's not surprising that it still has hail up a little bit over 1 inch in diameter. It's definitely come down in terms of just the size of the hail, but it's still producing bigger hail than the rest of the line of storms is. So this is definitely the storm that's going to have the largest hail, at least for a while, as it continues to kind of wind down. But as we've seen, as it winds down, it's able to just kind of pulse back up again, spin up a little bit. As Conrad has pulled up there's some areas of rotation. And so it's getting right by between Carnegie and Fort Cobb, heading towards Fort Cobb. That's going to be where we have to watch out for and taking our precautions there. As you can kind of see as he puts a lapse on it, it's still showing up there nicely.
Yeah, it does look like it's just to the south of where Kathy is at right now. But it is still such a slow-moving storm that, if she's heading a little bit more south, she might get into a little bit more of that rotation area, Jack.
Gotcha. Let's put velocity on there, Conrad, and let's do a little bit of a track for those people that are going to be impacted. So Fort Cobb, it's going to be probably coming to you here, obviously, very shortly. Even though it is a slow-moving storm at about 15 miles an hour, we still need to make sure that we are taking our tornado precautions there. We'll see when Conrad does the track how many spots are going to get picked up on this. Nowhere is in this as well. Washita is in this. Square Top is in this too. So yeah, Fort Cobb, 803, Washita, 825. If it's able to hold on in that direction. As we've seen now with the storm, it's just been kind of pulsing up and down, spinning a little bit, then it broadens out and then it tightens back up again. That's generally what we're looking at with our with the way that things have progressed so far this evening.
Yeah, and it's such a slow-moving storm, Jack.
Yeah.
That it's harder for us to extend this cone even more than if it was, going 35 or 40 miles per hour. But it's only moving at 15 miles per hour right now.
Yeah. Yep. So, and again, there's also large hail potential with this thing too. So we do have to watch out for that as well. So that's why we say get away from the windows, get on the lowest level of your house, and let's take a look at what we've got storm-wise here. We'll take Kathy's shot. I believe this is Kathy's shot that's on the side of our screen. Yep.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Kathy. We got your shot pulled up now. What direction are you currently looking at right now?
This is looking off to the northwest in Fort Cobb right now. That's the lower end of my shot here that we're looking at. So far, that's the only one that we're having. We're not seeing the kind where it's spitting out any other direction. So that's the dominant one right now coming into town, and we're just watching it.
Okay, and obviously you are out ahead of the storm, so it's heading basically in kind of your direction. So you've not really been in any of the hail core just yet, which is good. Can you see any hail falling where you're currently at right now, or not yet?
Not yet. It's right now coming into town. It's just some light rain showers. It's pretty calm, so we're just, like I said, watching this low rain coming in, and hail has entered Fort Cobb just yet.
Okay, all right. So as we'll keep Kathy's shot up here for just a second, Conrad. As you can see, you got the nice lowering there. And you've got the great lowering there, and there's also we've been seeing a lot of scud clouds as well. Those are those low, wispy clouds that can, obviously like very scary and ominous. But what it really does show you is just that the air is condensing as it gets pulled into the storm itself, and so that's what you can sometimes see with that scud. So even though those are those kind of little fingers that are quite low that hang down pretty low, it just shows you that the storm is ingesting a lot of that moisture into it, and so that's usually what you end up seeing as a byproduct of that. So again,
Yeah, a lot of lightning with that, Jack.
Yeah, a lot of lightning too. So there is still a very healthy storm with that one. Again, we've got a great looking shot from Kathy Brito, our storm tracker. She is in the Fort Cobb area right now, and she's looking at this area of lowering, heading towards her. Keep her on the shot. I'm going to take a look at what it looks like on velocity on my side here on Lynx 2.
Yeah, definitely a good shot here. Kathy is definitely positioned in a good area. Seeing, there is a lot of rain, a lot of lightning with this as well, but you could see a little bit more of that lowering before it gets completely dark outside.
Yeah, and it's broad area of rotation. It's kind of looking off screen here. It's a broad area of rotation, but it's still there, and that's why we're seeing, again, the good lowering with Kathy. We'll pull up Kathy now, audio-wise, and Kathy, anything new since we've last touched base with you?
So far, it's looking a little more broad than it was a couple minutes ago. It's not looking quite as tight. But we are seeing that we are getting some more heavy rain coming into the Fort Cobb area. But as far as the large hail, we're not experiencing that just yet.
Okay. Kathy, thank you very much. And so, Conrad, let's go to velocity, and we'll keep it on Twin Lakes and go up to the old tornado warning.
Okay.
All right, we're going to get a new tornado warning by the Koger area. So just north of there, see where you've got this little notch starting to take
Okay.
place there? But just north of Kogar towards the Scott area, that's going to be where our new tornado warning is going to pop up here any second. Caleb is in, there we go.
Just came up.
Yep, so this goes until 8:45. So as you can see, it's now into a little bit more now of Canadian County. It's still staying south of I-40, but you can see, though, that it goes until 8:45. So Cowan's going to take a look at the latest on that. We'll do a
Yes.
new scan and a new timing on that, and then we'll check in with Caleb here in a moment. So,
Yep. So Jack, with this new update on this new tornado warning that just came up as of right now, it's in effect till 8:45 p.m. time frame. It is located over Koger, moving east at 20 miles per hour, so a little bit faster than it was, several minutes ago. So still a little bit slow, moving at 20 miles per hour. But as of right now, it does have that tornado warning tag. The hail is not quite as bad, as big, as bad, Jack. We're looking at, less than an inch when it comes to hail size.
Okay.
But overall, though, still seeing that hail coming down, heavy rainfall. We're continuing to see gusty winds and that tornado tag associated with this 20-mile-per-hour moving storm.
all right, so let's go ahead and put a track on things kind of right from the Koger area. So it's going to include Powers, Union City, Minco. Tuttle will technically be included in this as well. We'll see, going moving east about 20 miles an hour, so it may not pick up on everybody in that spot. But you can still see, though, that all right, Minco comes in there at 8:31. Union City will be about the same time as well. Again, so we've got this storm that has gone tornadic, has at times then kind of cycled down. It's kind of picked back up again in intensity. So we know that it's still riding along that boundary, which means that there's always a chance that it could still keep on going, which is why we have the new tornado warning. So I need to make sure that in the Minco area, Union City, also the Koger area, need to make sure that we're taking our tornado precautions, getting down to the lowest level, away from the windows. This area does include a bigger picture too, where it does include Powers, Union City, Tuttle, Sooner. It does not include anything or any core Oklahoma City just yet. The actual warning itself still remains in Grady County, portions of Caddo County, and also Canadian County. So you're not getting any Oklahoma City just yet, but you're definitely talking, Southwest Metro is about to be impacted with this in the coming about 45 minutes or so. Again, goes until 8:45, this tornado warning. Let's check in and see what Caleb's got.
Yeah, Jack, you can see how impressive this storm has changed even within the next last 15 minutes. You can see it's starting to look a little bit more impressive right now.
Yep.
And it is on its way, that trajectory getting closer and closer to the metro. So we are really, really watching, this storm here. But let's pull up Caleb's shot. Can't quite see a lot. It is very dark outside.
All right, Caleb, we've got your shot up right now. It's pretty dark on our end. You may need to go into this. Actually, it might be frozen. If you can hear us, Caleb. All right, I'll have him call back in again. Looks like he dropped the shot again. Clear the board in the back, guys.
Doesn't quite look like it's frozen. You could see the lightning there on his shot. But it is very dark, Jack, so it's definitely going to be a lot harder to see if there is any lowering, any possible rotation there as well. But there is a lot of lightning associated with this storm here where Caleb is at.
Keep it up, because I think we just got we got him back up, yeah. Because you're not, Connor, you're not wearing IFB, are you?
I am.
Oh, you are? Okay. I didn't know if you could hear any of that. So, all right,
don't know.
Caleb, go ahead.
All right, I'm currently just north of the Koger area, west of Union City. We all of a sudden was hit by a wall of wind and rain. Visibility is very low here. You can barely see anything, but the lightning has increased tremendously. It's here in a few moments, along with the wind.
We're looking at on NWS chat, Caleb, and I can see that they're saying almost 60 knot, which is a little bit higher than 60 miles an hour winds inbounds of that. So that would be, again, the wall of wind that you're talking about that hit you there. It's going actually into the storm. So it is actually looking to be, getting ingested much more and faster into that storm there. So thank you very much for that. We'll go back to the radar there, Conrad. And again, we've got our 2 tornado warned storms right now, one until 8:45, and then we still have our other storm that's farther down to the south, where Kathy is. And that one goes until 8:45 as well.
Mm-hmm.
Kathy, we'll pull you up right now as you're in the Fort Cobb area still. A lot of lightning, very heavy rain. Can you see anything? I know it's going to be tough to see it now at this point, unless you have some lightning kind of backlighting things.
Yeah, at this point, visual is extremely difficult. I'm in the thick of the rain right now. I'm taking pretty strong winds out of the south, but on the plus side, there was no hail coming into Fort Cobb. They were just sounding their sirens as I was driving out of town. But so far, just a lot of wind and a lot of rain with this storm.
Okay, Kathy, thank you very much for that. So yeah, there's areas of rotation for both storms. Really, when you put it on the Twin Lakes radar, the one in Caddo County for Canadian County, the Grady County, that's really where that's where really things stand right now. That's a lot tighter. That's again the storm that Caleb is on right now. So you can see.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot more in the way of rotation showing up there. It's getting into the strong category currently. So. And is that one on Twin Lakes radar? Conrad?
It is, yeah.
Okay, yep. So, yeah, so it's picking up on the right spots there. So it's a lot stronger area of rotation there. So again, need to make sure that we are taking our precautions in the Colgar area, in the Minco area, Union City, Powers, anywhere along Highway 81. We need to make sure that we are taking our tornado precautions, getting down to the lowest level, away from the windows, as we are looking at there to be that chance for the tornado. And it's going to be hard to see with whatever's out there. It's obviously now past sunset. And there's a lot of rain associated with these storms too, so it's going to be hard to see. So you need to make sure that we are taking our extra precautions here and just not trying to wait around if you can see it. Just get down to where you need to be in that shelter or in that safe spot. And again, just to get away from those windows and also on that lowest level.
Yeah, and as of right now, Jack, it looks like it is just to the west of Minco right now. So it is on its way to Minco. It looks like a good amount of strong rotation associated with this tornado warning as of right now, continuing to track. A lot of radar indicated rotation up in the atmosphere in and around Colgar, on its way into Minco, and then as of right now, just south and west of Union City as well. That's pretty much where Caleb is at as well. That would, trajectory-wise right now, we'll see how things go, Jack. It does look like it might be possibly in the southern parts of the metro area. If we'll see what happens with this.
Yeah, it's looking good there with the area of rotation. So again, this is our strongest storm right now that we have currently. Let's check Caleb's shot back up again. He's right by Union City. And Caleb, we've got you back up now. Obviously, without any lightning, it's hard to see, but you got a lot of heavy rain, correct, where you're at?
A lot of heavy rain. The winds, we're fighting the wind as we through here. I feel like we're trying to get out.
Go ahead, and if you can repeat that, Caleb. Cell service is pretty bad where you're at right now. A little hard to hear. Okay, we will come back to Caleb because it's just we're battling a lot of the elements there. So let's take a look at what it looks like on velocity with that storm, because again, and we'll just put it with the current just time itself. There you go. So you've got the strong area of rotation showing up there between Colgar and also the Minco area. Very strong winds. You can see the bright green showing up there. If we put do a little dropper, Conrad, to see what that pixel query is, to see what those winds would be. Do it right with the brightest color, the bright green where it almost looks white. That will be where you'd have the strong winds potentially showing up there. If not, I can do it on my side too. Yeah, so do it where there's the bright color, like the light color. Yeah, there you go. So you were talking 60-some miles an hour.
Almost 70, yeah.
Yep, yeah. So we got a lot in the way of just really strong winds showing up right there. So that's your rear flank downdraft really pushing out with this storm. So you're going to be talking more about a few different areas of some potential rotation. When Conrad was showing that little rotation detector graphic earlier on, you can see there's kind of an arc of it. So you've got the winds that are pushing out, and they're pushing out to the straight east in some locations, but also on the northern side of that push of wind, you're also going to have the ability to get some spin up as well. So that's the reason why you've got kind of an arc there of some rotation, and really anywhere along that you could be talking about that potential for a tornado, where you've got just the push of wind coming out from that storm. So very, very dangerous storm out there this evening, heading towards Minco, heading towards Union City in the Powers area, heading towards Highway 81. I need to make sure that we're, again, seeking shelter, getting to your tornado safe spot, away from the windows and the lowest level, and we'll ride this out because, again, there is a chance for very strong winds associated with this storm, too, in addition to that tornado potential.
And we did just get another update on the tornado warning to the south where Kathy is at right now, Jack. It looks like that tornado close to Fort Cobb area, it looks like that threat may be decreasing a little bit as the rotation is beginning to decrease here. This is what we're starting to see, which is a good sign. Not seeing as much rotation with that. Let me maybe pause this real quick, but this was within the last 15 minutes. Yeah, not as much rotation with that southern tornado warning, Jack, which is a good sign where Kathy is right now.
Yeah. So Kathy's storm probably not going to be the one we have to watch out for so much right now. We really should just go back to Caleb's storm. Let's go back to his shot as well to see what he's able to see right now. So Caleb, we've got your shot pulled up. Looks like you're going through town. Let us know where are you currently at right now, Caleb?
We are currently on 152 and 81 here in Union City.
Okay.
We just came through torrential rain. There's a lot of ponding and flooding on the roadway. The wind has died. We're in a pocket of the wind's dying back down as we're going south through Union City here. The wind is picking back up as well as the rain again.
Okay. Caleb, thank you very much. So, Conrad, let's keep it on velocity, and we will go and keep it on his storm. So, yeah, you can see that you've got the largest strong gusts of wind there, where you got probably 70-mile-per-hour winds, like you can see with Conrad showing it up there, heading towards the Minco area. So very strong winds are coming in towards Minco as the RFD, the rear flank downdraft, is surging out ahead of the storm. And you got areas of rotation that are going to be along that as well. So especially kind of right where the little line is, where it says tornado warning, where that little line extends down from, that would probably be actually our best area to see a little spin up. Will be right there, kind of on the north side of that area of rotation. That would be actually the best spot to see it. But again, really anywhere within that leading edge of the winds, you could be talking about that spin up potential with this storm. But this is definitely the one that looks to be most impressive right now. You got a new scan there with our velocity, and you can still see that we've got that chance for wind, 60 to 70, maybe 75 showing up there, heading towards Highway 81. Most of that strong wind right now is generally along and south of Highway 152. But that's going to be where you've got the strongest winds right there. It's kind of just now to the southeast of Cogar and just basically west of Minco. That's where your strongest winds are going to be moving towards Minco, moving eastward. That's going to be the area to watch out for.
Yeah, it looks like Cogar right now has around 30-mile-per-hour winds. And then in between Cogar and Minco, that's where we're seeing those wind gusts even up to 75 miles per hour right now.
Yeah.
And it looks like it is really on its way to Minco right now, within the next couple of minutes or so.
Turn it on to just reflectivity. Let's see what that looks like reflectivity-wise. So you've got, again, you can see that there's that the inflow notch is a little bit farther to the north of where the actual strong winds are. So the strong winds are kind of right there on that leading edge heading towards Minco. And then the potential, if there's a tornado, it would be actually where the inflow notch is a little bit farther north of there. So the rear flank downdraft is surging out and potentially may try to cut off the inflow notch that we have out there. Caleb is right in position to be able to see something like that, as that inflow notch will be heading towards him there. But you've got the strong winds, the rear flank downdraft pushing out ahead of the storm, heading towards the Minco area, and it hasn't done it right now, but that might have to kind of cut it off. Hasn't done that yet. So you got the strongest winds heading right towards Minco. That's also, again, the leading edge of the winds coming out from that. That's also where you have that best potential to have some of that little spin up potential too. So that's why the rotation shows up as strong, where Conrad has highlighted that there.
Yeah, it's a wide area of rotation here, Jack. We don't really see this as often with such a big, wide area and just consistently staying very strong too.
Yep. So again, we've got... So tornado warning is canceled within Caddo County. I think that's just, that might be
That's where Kathy is at.
Okay, that's Kathy's then. So Kathy's storm no longer is tornado warned. She's right in the Apache area where that should be. And you can see there's still some rotation because it's still got some spin with it, but it's not as impressive looking. And then go back to the radar when you get the chance there, Conrad. Again, showing up as weak rotation. You can see that again, like the inflow notch just isn't as clear there. So that's the reason why we don't have as much in the way of a tornado potential, at least right now. So really, though, we've got to check back in with Caleb because he's right in position to be able to see anything heading his direction. He's right there on Highway 81. Caleb, go ahead. We've got your shot up right now. Let us know what you're seeing.
All right, I'm here at Highway 81 and 152 at the junction here, just north of the city limits of Minco. We've noticed here shortly ago the lightning has increased again quite a bit, like it's ramping up. The wind looks like to be picking up just to the west of 81 here as it comes into Minco.
That's what we're seeing too on our product as well. Yeah, again, like west of Highway 81, there's a lot more in the way of lightning. But you are in prime position to see anything happen there. Rotation-wise, it's very broad. Within those lightning strikes, Caleb, are you able to see any lowering? I know you got some trees around you. Are you able to see any lowering in that zone where you're at?
There's not been anything definitely here that's been not being able to get a clear view of anything because of the tree line.
Okay, got it. So yeah, so where Caleb is right now, he is, and we can go back to velocity, Conrad. Where Caleb is, he's going to be just to the north of really where that strong wind is going to be. So it's heading. The Minco area is about to get these strong winds here any moment. So again, need to make sure that we're taking our tornado precautions. We've got the chance for, as you can see, 70 to 75 mile per hour winds. Maybe coming just on the south side of Minco, maybe just technically, but still though, we've got them making those strong winds making their way into the Minco area right now. And if you're going to see any areas of rotation, it would be basically right there along the leading edge of that, and then also kind of on the north side of that too. The Minco area right there, you've got that strong area of rotation showing up right there, again on the leading edge of the winds coming out into the town. That's where you've got the strongest area of rotation. So again, right there between the junction there of Highway 81 and Highway 152, that's really right where we've got to watch out for that strong area of rotation being depicted by our product there.
Yeah, and Jack, you could see it. Let me time this out for you. So remember when we were just talking about how impressive it looked when it comes to the rotation? You could see that even just 6 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And then you can see it getting smaller and smaller. And then now, not as big of an area when it comes to the strong rotation. Seeing many areas here with some weak rotation, still a big area, but now the area where the strong rotation was, it is a little bit smaller, but it is in and around Minco and very close to where Caleb is at right now as well.
Yep, just like what Conrad said, like the fact that it's still there, it's just a little bit smaller area that we're watching out for. So a little bit more focused area that we've got to keep an eye out for. Let's take a look at what it looks like on regular, reflectivity. So the inflow notch is not as tight looking as what it looked like a little bit ago. It's still showing up there, basically right where Conrad has it clicked. That would be the inflow notch right there. Again, it was pretty sharp and apparent just a few minutes ago. Not so much right now, but we've seen this many times where things kind of cycle through. So we need to make sure that we are taking our precautions here in the Minco area, Union City, Powers, and then even though you are outside of that, are pretty far down in the southern part there of the polygon itself in Tuttle, we're still need to make sure that we're keeping our eye out for things there. So you got a new update there with our not only our reflectivity but also with our GPS. Let's check in with Caleb right now again. Caleb, we got you up right now. Are you seeing those strong winds you currently are at?
We are. We're Highway 81 and North Street here in Minco. The visibility is you can't see the stripes on the road. You can barely see cars coming if they don't have headlights on. You wouldn't be able to see them.
So you got really heavy rain, really strong winds. Are you able to? Is there any hail where you're at right now, or is it mainly just a bunch of just wind and hail or wind and rain?
Right now, it just appears to be wind and rain.
Okay.
I have not heard anything hit the truck that normally sounds like hail.
Got it. Okay.
Hey, Caleb, I have a question for you. Have you been seeing a lot of ponding or flooding in the area?
As we drove in here just a little bit ago, the roads are pretty clear, and we've probably got 1 to 2 inches of water over the Highway 81 here in Maine, right on 81, right in front of the fire department now.
Got it. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing too about our overall setup though, is that we're gonna have a lot of heavy rain coming in out of this too. So Caleb right now is in Minco. Strongest winds are coming in basically right now. We'll go back to velocity, and you'll see that again where that strong wind is coming right over the Minco area, and that would be where you'd have that potential for there to be a spin up. That would also be your area to just have some damaging winds in general. We still have on the radar showing that 60 to 75 mile per hour range for some of those strongest wind gusts coming in through Minco and just a little bit south of the the core downtown district of Minco.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some very gusty winds with this, Jack. You know, where in and around where Caleb is at, you're seeing wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour, and it is just outside of where Minko is at. But now Minko is starting to get in on some gusty winds. Let me see what they're seeing wind-wise. Yeah, Minko is starting to see winds around 45 to even close to 50 miles per hour right now. And the winds will just continue to increase in intensity, especially south. Let's take a look at the winds just south of Minko right now. Probably coming up is over 70 miles per hour. Yep, 74,
Yeah.
73. Okay, so very gusty winds here with that.
Very strong winds. Let's take Caleb's shot again and see if he's got any stronger winds where he currently is at. Caleb, we got you up right now. Are you able to hear us, see anything right now as that rain's coming down hard?
Rain's still coming down pretty hard. The wind's picked up quite a bit. Some of the flags that are here on Main Street, which would be Highway 37 here in Minko, are struggling to stay on the pole.
Got it. Okay, yeah. So the winds are really picking up there. And, yeah, we're looking at pretty poor reception there. So kind of we'll go back
definitely.
to radar. Again,
Lots
as you
of
can,
lightning.
Lots of lightning too, but you know, with all that heavy rain coming down, it'll wreak havoc on our cellular network where we've got him coming on in.
The services,
And so then we've got another big, just severe thunderstorm warning that includes everyone from Chickasha to Ninica into more of Grady County for Kathy's storm that she is on. So that storm might be kind of breaking off a little bit. It looks like it's kind of heading more south and southeast. So Anadarko, Indian City, that's where the storm is currently at, and then making its way a little bit more towards the Cement area, Agawam, like I said, Ninica and Chickasha. Might be heading a little bit more south, or maybe more east-southeast, and that might be kind of breaking off from the line that's up to the north too. So we've got two areas that we're concerned about with. Both Kathy and Caleb are on these spots, so they're right in position. But again, we need to watch out for these storms to see how they split. If they're splitting a little bit, Kathy's storm might end up being more of the hail maker down the line.
Yeah, and Jack, we're also seeing a flash flood warning that was just issued here a minute and a half ago. That's in effect for Cato, Kiowa, and Washita County here in Oklahoma. We're continuing to track, the flash flood warning in effect right now. So please make sure you are not driving through flooded areas, because it might seem like, there's an inch of water, but there might be a foot of water in that area. So you want to make sure you are very, very careful. You're not driving through flooded waters. You are not driving through, flooded roadways, any of that. You want to make sure you're extra careful. But very impressive, thunderstorms here, Jack, on its way to the metro area. It's going to be here very soon.
Yeah. So Caleb's storm right now is only just within portions of Canadian County and Grady County. So they pulled Caddo County out from the tornado warning. So it still goes until 8:45. That's the latest update that we have there. So it's been trimmed down and kind of made smaller a little bit. As you can see on just the overall reflectivity look right now, Caleb would be in the strongest winds, but the actual area of inflow is north of Minko, between Minko and Union City, right there on Highway 81. That would be your area that we'd have to watch out for, but the leading winds have now come out ahead of that, and are now heading towards Tuttle at this time. And so that's where Caleb is currently at in Minko, heading towards Tuttle. But you can also see too that Conrad has pulled up again our overall threats, and there's still the chance for up to 1 inch in diameter hail with this storm as well.
Yeah, and we're getting even close to an inch per hour rainfall rates
Yeah.
with this. So very impressive. Let's take a look at the one south where we're seeing the flash flood warnings in effect. Seeing 1 inch hail with that thunderstorm, but even look at that, Jack. Even 2 inch per hour rainfall rates with
Yeah.
that severe thunderstorm warning where Kathy is at. So we're not surprised we're seeing flash flood warnings with this, especially with how slow it's moving as well.
For sure. So we're about to get a severe thunderstorm warning that will include a big chunk of the metro. It's about to happen here in a second. It's not going to be a tornado warning. It's going to be the severe thunderstorm warning, but there's going to be that tornado possible tag with it because of the fact that we've got this storm that has been able to make it at least look like it's had that tornado chance. We had obviously that really tight area of circulation It might be kind of broadening out a little bit more. So we're going to get a new large severe thunderstorm warning. It hasn't popped in yet, but it's probably pretty soon on its way, and that will include a majority of the metro area itself. So it will include Oklahoma City going into the Oklahoma County, and it's going to come here in a second. I'm getting alerts right now.
Yep, it just got issued. We're just waiting for this to populate here any second. It does usually take several seconds for it to populate, but with that new severe thunderstorm warning, okay, just got posted here.
Yep.
Jack, so the newest update on this is it is moving east at 25 miles per hour, so gaining just a little bit of speed in effect until 9:15 p.m. It does include the entire metro area here in Oklahoma City. We're seeing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail, so the hail isn't as large, but, you know, of course, it could just increase in size here as it makes its way into the metro.
And it's going to also have that tornado possible tag with it, too.
Possible tag, correct.
Yep, because of where Caleb is at, that's still where we have to still watch out for that chance. Now, I will say, though, that as it's gotten closer to the metro, just as you can see, too, Conrad, the overall reflectivity look is just a little bit more messy. It's not as clear right now in terms of it showing like the nice, solid inflow notch. It's just a little bit more messy now. But you've got, then that also means that you've got the strong wind potential, which is still there. Just from a rotation standpoint, it's just not as impressive looking as what it once was. Just some really strong winds have moved through Minco, and probably still ongoing right now, and they're heading towards Tuttle. That just push of wind heading towards the Tuttle area. And if we can, let's go ahead and take a look at Caleb's shot and pull him up. All right, Caleb, we got you up right now. If you can hear us over the roar of the rain, what are you hearing right now in terms of the wind?
The winds have picked up quite a bit. Everything's pretty rain wrapped. It's blowing the rain across the road where you can barely even see.
Any hail mixed in right there where you're at? Because if there's going to be any hail, you're actually about where it would be.
I've heard a couple drops of hail, but nothing significant on the hail fall.
Okay. All right. All right, Caleb, thank you very much. So, again, Caleb is right in position to catch anything with that storm because he's right underneath the big area of rotation. But anything that would be there is kind of rain wrapped. But, yeah, just keep it there, Conrad. You can see that we've got the little inflow just to the north of where Caleb is at. It's just not as just good looking as it looked like earlier on. But it goes all the way, as you can see, this severe thunderstorm warning goes all the way into Oklahoma proper, and it goes into Oklahoma City proper, and it goes until 9:15. So you got everybody included in here. Edmond is in here. War Acres is in here. We've got Moore. Norman is in here. A lot of people are in this one. So pretty much most of the population currently within this. And it's going to go until 9:15 as these storms are making their way still pretty slowly eastward. Everything's counted right. You said about like 20, 25 miles an hour.
25 miles per hour as of right now. So gaining a little bit of speed, still not the fastest, but, you know, at least it's moving 25 better than 10 miles per hour like earlier.
For sure, for sure. And then if we can, let's go down just what looks like with Kathy's shot and see what she's seeing there. Kathy, we got you pulled up. You're still in an area that's got some really heavy rain. Anything else where you are at currently as you're in the Anadarko area?
With regards to torrential rainfall, visibility is pretty much at zero trying to drive through town. I've also have some small hail. It's about pea to nickel size falling right now. But the big story is the rain and the very, very high winds that are gusting right now east of Anadarko.
Okay. All right. So we got Kathy and Caleb out there. We got Kathy on what was once our storm of the night, where it was tornado warned and has been kind of slowly winding down. But you can still see, though, that you got just some extremely torrential rain coming in with Kathy's shot there. And thankfully, the hail has also come down too. Her storm was the one that had at one point 2.5-inch warned hail with that. So you had huge hail where there was a chance for up to baseballs with her storm. Thankfully, that one's come down in intensity, but still a storm to watch out for where she is at. But again, not as impressive looking, not much in the way of really anything, you know, spin wise or anything like that. There's some minor areas of some weak rotation, but nothing really to write home about, which is good news there. And that hail core, she's right there basically, right over the Anadarko area. That's going to be where you'd have that large hail core, and you can see even coming in, you know, on our product there up to 1.5 inches. So it's still possible there. You might have a few stones that get over 1 inch in diameter.
Yeah, and getting up to excessive rainfall amounts as well. Take a look at this, Jack. Still seeing up to even close to 2 inches per hour rates. That is very impressive.
So very impressive rainfall rates. And really that's going to be probably the case with all these storms out there going forward tonight. That's why we do have a pretty big flood watch out until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. But let's go back to Caleb's storm, and again, we got a tornado warning still for portions of Canadian County and also portions of Grady County until 8:45. So 15 more minutes left of that. If we are going to see anything rotation-wise, it'll be right there along the river, north of where Caleb is at, for the most part. But that's right there where there's that little area there, that super small area of strong shows up right there along the river. But then you've got the leading edge of the strong winds heading towards Tuttle right now, and there could be some weak areas of rotation with that as it coming on through. Behind that, though, there's still some just turbulent air mixing behind that, but really, though, kind of along the leading edge and especially right there along the river, that's where you need to watch out for that spin-up potential. The tornado warning itself goes until 8:45. At least as of right now, I'm not sure what they're planning on doing. Conrad, you might have something interesting there.
Yeah, so the National Weather Service just actually issued a little bit of a kind of like a tracker with this, tornado warning, and it does look like, as of right now, the main, where the tornado warning is right now, it looks like it's going to stay like just south of the metro area. Maybe the southern parts of the metro might start to see a little bit of it.
Okay.
But otherwise, though, the track has it going, through Tuttle, Newcastle area as well. Yeah, as of right now, still moving at around 20 to 25 miles per hour.
Gotcha. So if we do get another tornado warning out of this, it's probably not going to go towards like downtown Oklahoma City, but probably stay potentially south of I-40. It might even be kind of more like South Oklahoma City towards Moore. That might be where your areas that we might get with anything new that pops up.
Yeah, it looks like that might be the case, but we'll see how things go. We're continuing to track this tornado warning in effect till 8:45 p.m. time frame.
Okay. All right. So again, you've got lots of little areas of weak rotation, but you've got just a big core of just heavy rain out there too. You got extremely heavy rainfall rates, as Conrad has shown here a couple times now. Many of these storms are able to produce rainfall rates that are over 2 inches per hour. So there's a couple spots there where it's going to be, again, extremely heavy rain. And it's also going to include a pretty big hail core as well. There may not be exactly a lot of just huge hail with this storm, but there might be lots of areas that are seeing some small to maybe even medium-sized hail out of this. So again, that would potentially be from Bridge Creek, Sooner, Minco, Union City, Powers, all the way to just kind of the south side of Yukon and southwest Oklahoma City might be where you'd have some of the just small hail, but at least it's showing up there as that potential.
Yeah, and it does look like, Oklahoma City is very, very close to getting 1/2 inch to 1 inch per hour rainfall rates here coming in.
Yeah.
And then the 2 inch per hour rainfall rates, aren't even that far out. Close to Lake Overhauls, now we're getting into, close to 1/2 inch an hour rainfall totals. And then we will see some greater totals coming in close to Tuttle. Look at that, close to 2 inches right there per hour. But overall, though, yes, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect right now for Oklahoma City. We are in this severe thunderstorm warning, currently seeing this warning in effect. Some rain showers starting to move in as well, but this is just the beginning. We're seeing more of the stronger part of the storm actually just to the west right now of the metro area, generally west of Will Rogers Airport, west of Lake Overholser, west of Oklahoma City outlets, and it looks like it's in and around the Mustang area, or just about to be when it comes to the strongest part as well.
Okay. All right. So we got our severe thunderstorm warning goes until 9:15. Almost the entire metro area is included in that, or at least a good portion of it is. It doesn't go onto for example, like Luther, Jones, you guys are not in it just yet on the east side of the county, but it probably will be when we get a new update, whenever that does come out through here. But you can see that most of our storms right now are basically kind of in the central part of the actual warning itself. That tornado warning goes until 8:45, so we have 10 more minutes left of that. But we will see what they end up trying to do there. Warning-wise with that. If you're going to see any area of rotation, it would be like we've been talking about, kind of right there along the river north of Tuttle. That's where the inflow notch is. So to the west of Mustang, there is a little corridor there of some weak to maybe a little skinny area there of some strong rotation. But as you can see, as Conrad is putting a lapse on that, it's gotten a lot smaller and it's kind of spread out a bit more too. So we're just not looking at as much in the way of really strong rotation showing up with this anymore.
Yeah, so Jack, with this new update here for this tornado warning, it's moving a lot faster now. It's up to 35 miles per hour.
Okay.
So it's gaining a little bit of speed, still seeing radar indicated rotation. Overall, though, hail generally under an inch for now. It doesn't look like it's, getting extended right now, but, we still got a little bit of time until this warning would expire overall, though. And then we did also get a flash flood warning that has been issued.
Yep.
And that's in effect for Canadian Grady County right now. That's in effect until 11:45 p.m. for the flash flood warning. We are continuing to see, areas up to an inch of rain that has already fallen, even up to 2 inches in a few spots wherever we're seeing this flash flood warning. But the thing is, all of this rain just came down very quickly and all at once, so it's kind of like a bucket. If you grab a bucket and you just dump that water, you're going to see that water splashing everywhere. So this is exactly pretty much what we're seeing now with these flash flood warnings in effect.
That's the problem with it being so dry out there with our drought. The ground is just hard, so it can't really soak up a lot of this stuff either. So, all right, let's take a look at our velocity, and we'll just do it just on just the current time right now. So right where Caleb is at is where he's got the strong winds, and then kind of right there on the northern part of that, right where the polygon is, that would be about where you'd have that tornado potential, which would be to the southwest of Mustang there by a few miles. And yeah, right there. So you've got a little bit of some rotation that could be showing up in the leading edge of our strong winds, but then you've got that chance there for the strong showing right up there, just a few miles southwest of the Mustang area. So if there is going to be anything, technically right now, it would be actually outside of the tornado warning polygon right now. The reason why that's the case is because our winds, like Conrad is kind of showing right there, our winds have been pushing out so fast that they've actually come out ahead of the polygon. And so we're going to try to see if we can get a new update there. So Newcastle,
Here, let
try
me,
that again,
let
yeah.
me try that one more time.
So that's going to be where our leading edge there of our strong winds, going a little bit faster now, about 35 miles an hour. It's going to be moving through portions of, Mustang is not showing up there, but it's going to get Mustang, and it shows up as Newcastle Casino at 8:51. So that would be, again, if the winds can keep pushing straight east in that direction at that speed. It might actually start to go faster a little bit because of when these storms are just legitimately pushing themselves out, that wind will eventually accelerate and go farther and farther out ahead of the storm, and that might actually help to cut it off a little bit. As you can see, if we're going to have actually anything spin up wise, it's generally going to be just actually to the east of where this actual polygon is. So you'll be talking about kind of on the west side there, getting close to the west side of Will Rogers, on the west side there, Western Heights. That would be where you'd be watching out for anything spin up wise, right where Conrad is just kind of circled there. It's going to be kind of in
maybe
that,
a little
zone.
south, yeah.
Yeah. So that would be where you'd see anything pop up. It's a good sign, though, that we don't have actually anything new yet out of that. But you've got also, and it's not going to show up because it's going to favor the severe thunderstorm warning portion too, but then you've got the flash flood warning also including a lot of the western and southwestern parts of the metro area currently too.
Yeah, so Jack, where I highlighted in yellow is where we're seeing the areas of rotation right now.
Yep.
A couple areas of some stronger rotation. The smaller circle on top, and then to the bottom, pretty much where our tracker Caleb is right now. All of this is tracking east at around 35 miles per hour, so it's gaining a little bit of speed, which is a great thing. We want it to be moving a little bit faster. Let's see what this new update.
Go ahead and put it on velocity when you get the chance there, because what you're going to see is, so you've got what Conrad circled there, the big area, the big circle, the more oval circle, that is the outflow coming out from the storm, and that's what's going to have that little chance for a little spin up at times along the leading edge. And then where the smaller circle is that he has picked up, that's actually where more of you're in the northern side of the wind. So if you're thinking about the winds pushing off to the east, it's got slower winds on the north side of it, and that pushing off to the east will actually get you to get that counterclockwise motion, and that would be your area of circulation that we have to watch out for, because tornadoes generally spin counterclockwise. So that would be right there too. So there's the leading edge of the strong winds, and then there's the top side of the strong winds where you can sometimes get that area of spin to go there. But again, good news that tornado warning has not been extended outside of this current area.
Which is a good sign. We're still seeing, some areas of stronger rotation right now, Jack, even outside of the actual area. You can see that here, just to the south of Mustang right now. So So in between where Caleb is at and Mustang, that's where we're seeing a couple areas of some stronger rotation right now. That is just outside of that tornado warning. And a new tornado warning has now been posted on this as well. So we'll see if they're just going to let this one expire or not. As of right now, it looks like they might let it expire. There's no any updates that there will be an extension on this tornado warning. We'll see how things go. But even if we're not seeing a tornado warning getting extended with the storm coming into the metro area, we're still treating this very seriously because of how how consistently heavy that rain could be coming on in, the hail potential as well, Jack. And, the ground is very wet because we're seeing these extreme drought conditions in the metro. So with all this rain coming down so quickly at once, it's not going to soak in as quickly like you were saying earlier. So that is why more of the flooding, flash flooding could occur. So, on roads that normally tend to flood, you want to be very careful.
Yeah, exactly. This is a lot of rain coming down too. As Conrad has shown multiple times, we're talking, 2-inch an hour rainfall rates. So this is heavy rain coming out into the metro area. And so there's also still the chance for a lot of small hail as well. So that's what you're going to be seeing there too. But again, the green areas, that's where you're going to have your really heavy rain. I mean, it's already across pretty much all of downtown right now. That are heavy rain moving on in. And then on the west side of town, you've got a lot of spots picking up there. Tuttle, Mustang, you've got the hail spots we also have a chance to see, as you can see there. An inch to maybe even up to 2 inches of rain per hour rainfall rates. Just very heavy rain heading towards many of our highly populated areas.
Yeah, and it looks like Will Rogers Airport, Jack, is getting close to, it's showing up here as 2-inch per hour rainfall rates. It might be just a little bit under that, but still, getting close to 2-inch per hour rainfall rates by the airport, that's definitely going to cause a little bit of delays for a bit.
Yeah, let's take a look at Caleb's shot because Caleb is going to be still in the area with the strong winds, and he's also in the really heavy rain too. Caleb, we've got you up right now. If you can hear us over the roar of the rain, let us know where you're at currently and what you're able to see.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We got you, yep.
All right, I'm on Highway 4, just going north from Highway 37 into the south side of Mustang. Currently, the rain is blowing. It's very hard to see, very hard to navigate across the road. Watching the rain bands come, they've been shifting, coming out from the south, being sucked back into the north side, back north.
Okay. Now, obviously, you've got really heavy rainfall rates. Is there any hail mixing in with that, Caleb, or is it basically just straight rain?
Occasionally, you hear a couple of drops, but there's nothing been visible that you can see or be able to see in this rain.
Okay. All right, Caleb, thank you very much. So, again, Caleb is he is south of Mustang there, but he is right there in the thick of things in terms of our strong winds and also the heavy rain as well. Taking a look at what it looks like where his location is, that's what it looks like on the reflectivity, and then go to velocity, Conrad. You can see that, again, that's also where the strong winds would be. Now, thankfully, not as impressive looking as what it looked like just a little bit ago, but the winds are still pushing things out pretty far. In fact, the tornado warning is going to come to an end. So in a minute or so, that should clear the board, and we'll then be left with just a pretty big severe thunderstorm warning out for that. But it does include a big majority there in the metro area. There's still, though, some of those on the leading edge of the strong winds. There's still a chance for there to be a little bit in the way of some rotation, so not saying that nothing can't spin up, but thankfully right now at least it looks like things are going in a positive direction for us where it's not so bad looking. But we are going to be, I think, pretty soon here, tornado warning free starting at 8:45.
So we have another few seconds or so.
Yeah. While we're at it, put it back under our radar and just go down to Kathy's storm. Kathy is also in an area that's got the chance for some heavy rain. She's between the Verdon area and Chickasha. Kathy, we'll take your shot right now, and if you can hear us, Kathy, let us. Yeah, you're looking to be a lot more dry right that's there.
Better. Mm-hmm.
What direction are you currently heading towards that storm right now?
Currently, I'm heading east. I just got into Chickasha. I've been in a battle with trying to stay close enough to the storm to see what the leading edge is doing, but far enough away to stay out of the rain.
Sure.
So currently, I just got through the rain. We're going into Chickasha. But the main thing with that storm coming in right now is just the strong winds and like you guys have been saying, the torrential rainfall. But the winds are also kind of conflicting each other along that leading edge. I was getting really strong winds out of the south in the storm. Then I was getting towards the leading edge, they were coming out of the west, and then right ahead of it was coming out of the north. So don't want to let our guard down just yet with the storm because the winds are still really doing their thing out there. But so far, we're not seeing anything except, like you said, the heavy rainfall and the strong winds.
Good. Okay, Kathy, thank you very much. So, Conrad, go to velocity where Kathy is at, because as you can see, it's not going to be as impressive looking as what it looks like up by Caleb, even though that's also less impressive looking too. But it's with it being kind of messy, like with what Kathy said, there's still the chance you could have some brief little pockets that try to spin up here too. So you got the leading edge of your strong winds between the Laverty area and Verdon heading towards Chickasha. Again, there's some minor little spots there, some rotation showing up there on our product. So it's not exactly very much, but it's right where Kathy was. And so it makes sense that she was able to kind of feel the winds coming in out of different directions, kind of right on the leading edge of those winds. It's still kind of turbulent on that side of the storm.
Yeah, still seeing a little bit of hail with that, but now officially, Jack, we are tornado warning free, but still seeing a couple areas with severe thunderstorm warnings.
Okay. I will, with it being a pretty big storm coming through the metro area, unless I'm told otherwise in my ear by the guys in the back, if you want me to keep going to 9 o'clock or not. We definitely can, because as you can see, we've got just some strong winds coming in over Oklahoma City proper now at this point. And you've also got some storms that have formed to the north of the area too. We also have some storms that is, as Conrad shows there, within Green Country. But for Kingfisher County, you can see that we've got some rain showers there. Those will be heading towards Guthrie and Logan County. Let's run the lightning counter to see if there's any lightning with those storms. So yeah, there's little pockets there starting to show back up. So these were obviously areas that had a lot of heavy rain earlier on today, and those now are probably going to get another wave of storms coming on through. Behind that, though, there's nothing. So we've been actually dry across a lot of the western and northwestern parts of the state. And generally, how things are playing out right now is that when the storms are done where you're at, it should be then done for the night, as everything's kind of moving east and out of the area. Yeah, so that picture, Conrad, that's actually Yukon. That's actually Chris Novi's house that you're looking at. So just a ton of lightning showing up there.
Yeah, it kind of looked like a fire in that picture. That's why I was trying to see if that was a fire or not. I don't know if maybe it was a lightning strike or whatever the case is, but we'll keep an eye on things there. Oh, we actually just got here. Let me see. So we are completely tornado warning free right now, Jack.
Yeah.
Continuing to see this severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 9:15, and it does look like the lightning is coming into the metro area right now. So if you are in the metro area, just get ready. The stronger part of this severe thunderstorm warning is starting to roll into the metro area as we speak within the next few minutes or so. Like you could see it right now by Wheeler Park. You could just hear the thunder right now.
Here at the station, we're starting to hear.
What I was just saying.
Hear some of the thunder now. So you the heaviest rain is still kind of in the central part of the city, and then on the west side. So, for example, much of the rain is still west of I-35 right now. That's generally where most of the worst rain is and the worst part of our storm. It's a little bit lighter on the east side right now, but it's on its way clearly. And I think our storm movement is still like 25 miles an hour still too. So we're still talking about a pretty slow moving storm. And so as Conrad is kind of highlighting out here, some very heavy rainfall rates, that's going to add up pretty quickly. And so again, we need the rain, but not all at once like this is going to happen here.
Yeah, and Jack, there's a new update here on that severe thunderstorm warning right now. We are continuing to see this here. This is actually for the severe thunderstorm warning to the south, that one that's in effect. Is still seeing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail now, so a little bit smaller hail with the one that Kathy is in currently.
Okay.
And get an update on the northern one just yet. So
what they're saying, I checked it here. On the northern one, the one moving to the metro area, what they're showing is that the strongest winds, if we go to velocity, the strongest winds are going to be moving on through, South Oklahoma City, the Moore area there. So you've got it. That's where those where that backward C shape is with our green colors on our velocity. That's the strongest winds pushing it through. Now again, right there, exactly. So that's our area of strongest winds heading on through Mustang now, heading towards Newcastle. It'll be on the southwest side of Oklahoma City. The heaviest winds will probably be moving through the airport, so just probably along and just south of Will Rogers would be where your heaviest winds are going to be. But heading into the Moore area and eventually, if it's still in that kind of like that corridor. Might be even talking about the north side of Norman as well. But you're kind of southwest Oklahoma City, south Oklahoma City, more potentially the north side of Norman. That would be where you'd have that strong wind gust coming on through. As you can see, that Conrad has highlighted a number of spots, closing in on like 50 miles an hour, so it's maybe down a little bit in intensity, but still some strong winds for sure, making their way into portions of the Southwest Metro right now.
Still looks pretty impressive here on radar, especially with the rainfall totals.
Just
and
big, yeah.
A little bit of the winds, yeah.
It's just a big storm, and yeah, it's just heavy
Big,
rain, a hail core that's, thankfully we're not talking about huge, massive hail, but there's just a big hail core. So all these spots, Yukon, areas by Lake Overholser, by the Outlet Mall, by Bethany, War Acres, actually a little bit south of War Acres, but kind of south side of Bethany, kind of southwest Oklahoma City. You're looking at that chance for some hail that'll be possible out there too. Stockyard City also showing up there too where you're at. So this hail is making its way closer and closer to downtown right now as we speak. But heavy rain is being noted pretty much across this entire area. And as you can see with what Conrad's got within the core city, there's really not much in the way of rotation. There's little pockets here and there because it's a pretty just messy looking storm right now. But anything rotation-wise would be stronger where that strong wind would be, which again, that would be closer to the airport and then kind of south of the airport towards Newcastle and southwest Oklahoma City towards Norman and maybe even the south or the north side of the Norman area.
Yeah, it looks like the strongest actually rotation here, Jack, is going to be just south
down
and
there.
east of where Caleb is at right now.
Yep. So again, we're tracking obviously a big impactful storm right now coming on through downtown, and you've got just some heavy rain right now being seen primarily from, kind of downtown and then farther to the west from there. But in terms of our rotation, which what Conrad has right there, we're still looking at that to be along that leading edge of that strong wind. Let's take a look at what it looks like on the velocity, and that's still the area right there where we're kind of highlighting south of where Caleb is at. That's where our area is on the strong winds, pushing out from that storm. So heading towards I-44, that strongest wind's going to be probably from the airport south from there on I-44. That's going to be where your strongest winds are going to be here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, it looks like the winds aren't quite up to, 75 miles per hour like we were seeing earlier, or, roughly closer to 75 miles per hour, but still even 50 mile per hour wind gusts are, very damaging here.
Yep.
And it does look like it is moving east, closer to, getting closer to Moore as of right now. Warren Theater as well. Moore West Junior High School. We'll start to see some of these gusty winds coming on in here very, very soon. So Caleb is like right in and around the Mustang area where there is still some very gusty winds, up to even 50 miles per hour, Jack, if you can see that there, where Caleb is at.
Yeah, let's take a shot right now just to see what he's seeing. All right, Caleb, we got you up right now. If you can hear us, again, it looks like you've got torrential rain. What are the winds? How are the winds? Obviously pretty gusty out there where you're currently at. You able to hear us there, Caleb?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. The rain is very torrential here. The winds are actually moving the truck as we try to stay still for a moment to try to catch our bearings back from fighting the wind coming north from on Highway 4. It's moving street signs, and I've seen a couple tree limbs blow over.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, like, you're right where that strong wind would be. Easily looking at 50 plus miles an hour where you currently are at. And again, he's just south of Western Heights High School on our map there. But you can see just how torrential that rainfall is. Let's take a look at.
Oh, look how much water there is, Jack. You see that on the bottom right?
Yeah,
on
like
the camera.
Yeah, so
it's splashing up.
When it's splashing
Wow.
forward like that. That's when it's a lot there. Caleb, we still got you on. Are you hydroplaning in the F-250 right now?
No, but there is quite a bit of water across the roadway here. It's over the curbs in places.
Yeah, I mean,
wow. Look
we're
at all
seeing
that
how
water.
how heavy that rain is there, splashing all up in there. So obviously, Caleb, be careful, and obviously, people who need to get out and about this evening, just hold off there. Obviously, even if our severe threat may be coming down just a touch, that is torrential rain. Our roads are not going to be able to handle that, and you can see just how much ponding is on our roadways.
So Jack, we were seeing that happening, and Caleb has a 250, right?
Yeah, F-250.
A truck. Now
Yeah.
imagine a small, a small vehicle
Yep.
that could easily hydroplane.
Yeah,
easily
easily.
hydroplane. So you want to be very careful, especially if you're on the sides of the roads like Caleb is right now. It's like that right side, the water's most likely going towards that right side
Yeah,
too.
yeah. So I mean, yeah,
Look
it
at
is
all that, wow.
like a lot of heavy rain there. So, in fact, if we go to radar, Conrad, I bet we probably have a flash flood warning for probably parts of the metro area. If you want to just kind of clear all that stuff and then go to just regular radar and zoom out, yeah, we do. Yep. So it's a big flash flood warning. If you
Oh,
click by
this
the
one, yeah.
click by the Jones area because it's not actually within our. There you go. So it goes until the next 3 hours. It goes until midnight tonight.
wow.
So it's the whole metro area now has a flash flood warning out there right now. So from west of El Reno all the way to the Lincoln, Oklahoma County line, all the way to the very end, we're looking at just a wide range there of
Jack,
flash flood warnings.
we're actually going to get a tornado warning issued here by the metro area
Okay,
very
so it's
soon.
gonna be. I bet it's gonna be down here, right by. Yep, there we
Okay,
go. Right
we
by
just
Will
got a
Rogers.
tornado warning issued.
So the reason why that's the case, that notch right there by Caleb. So Caleb is super close to that
Right
where
there.
that is. He'd be behind it actually. Don't take a shot just yet, but right there where Conrad is circled, there is our new tornado warning. So this is now deep within the metro area. So zoom out just a little bit there, Conrad, and we'll do the track from that area of rotation there.
Okay.
So this is going to include a lot of the area. This goes until 9:45. So tornado warning continues until 9:45. I will get the speed here on my
Okay.
side.
Is it 30 miles per hour or 35?
I would imagine so that it's going to be for 20 miles an hour.
Oh, 20 now. Wow.
Yeah.
So slow down. Okay.
Okay, so this does include areas, as you can see, Will Rogers, 904, Moore West Junior High School, 913, East Lake Elementary School, 916, Westmore High School at 917, Flynn at 924, Valley Brook, same time, Moore, same time, the Warren Theater, 924, Norman Regional Moore Hospital at 924, and then Moore High School at 926, as well as the shops at Moore at 926 as well. So this is going to be going right basically over the airport, essentially. So if we can kind of go back to the velocity counter and see where that area of rotation is, it's right there, basically right there by the airport. That's where we have our area of rotation that we're watching out for. Maybe even a couple of zones that we have to see from Will Rogers south of there towards I-44. That's going to be where you have your areas of some strong rotation. So Caleb is technically coming in behind it, and he might be able to see something there too. We will check to see what he is able to see here in a moment. But very, very strong area of rotation showing back up here because of the fact that our storm has kind of cycled through and has now been able to get a good-looking couplet there with everything. Large hail, strong winds, and also that chance for some very heavy rain as well. So this tornado warning doesn't really have much in the way of, really much hail. The hail is pretty small now at this point, but radar indicator rotation heading towards these areas. So again, Oklahoma City, Northern Norman, Moore, Midwest City, Dell City, Newcastle, Mustang, Choctaw, Tuttle, Spencer, Nakoma Park, Valley Brook, and then eventually if it gets on the east side of town towards Tinker, we'll have to watch out for these locations there. But again, in this zone, you need to make sure that we are taking our tornado precautions and heading down to our shelter, heading down to our safe spot, away from the windows, away from get on that away from the second story, get on that first level, just get as low as you possibly can here as we have a tornado warning that's probably going to be very hard to see with the rain wrappedness of this storm. That's what we have coming on through right over Will Rogers World Airport right now, basically is where we're going to be watching out for that. So this area of rotation is south of I-40, so it's going to be likely, even though downtown is in this part of the tornado warning, it will likely stay south of there, but we are still going to be watching this very closely. A lot of storms that we've had so far this evening, the tornado warning happens, and then as we go throughout time, that tornado warning then becomes moving more farther to the northeast on the northern side of it, and that's the reason why we could be talking about more opportunities there to get kind of closer towards the northern side there of this tornado warning polygon.
Jack, it looks like this tornado warning is just to the south of Paseo District. but it does include Mesta Park. It does include Midtown as well. Forest Park is included in the tornado warning. Paycom Center is in this tornado warning as well, but it looks like our Fox 25 station is just outside of this tornado warning. But Jack, like you were saying, this is the time to make sure you are on that lowest level of your property in that tornado shelter as well. It does look like the Will Rogers Airport is getting the worst of it as of right now when it comes to the actual rotation.
Yep, that's what's going to be at. So you're right there at the junction with I-44 and the 240 split right there. So that's really the area that we have to watch out for. As Conrad has shown there, that's where our detection is showing to be quite strong in the way of rotation. And when we take a look at what it looks like on velocity, there you go. You've got the broad area of rotation, but as we've seen it many times so far this evening, we've been able to see multiple areas of spin show up there. Conrad is going to change his batteries out. So if we can go to links 2, I'll take control, and then when he's done, we'll do that. So again, we've got our large tornado warning for, again, portions of Oklahoma County, portions of Cleveland County, a small portion there of McLean County until 9:45. We are watching for areas there of some spin. There might even be potentially 2 zones. We'll take a look to see. It's a broad area of rotation, but I'm going to circle 2 areas right by the airport there, and then also potentially on the leading edge of our winds right there. Those would be the 2 spots to kind of watch out for in terms of if there's going to be a tornado, that will be where it would be at. Your inflow notch is actually right by the airport, and then your strongest winds are pushing onto the west side of Moore right now, and that's the kind of the lower area that we have circled there. So that's going to be your 2 spots to watch out for in terms of what it looks like on reflectivity. There it is right there. So it kind of matches up nicely. The velocity and the reflectivity sometimes are out of sync by a minute or so, but there's our inflow notch right there at Will Rogers, and then there's our leading edge there of our storms coming in right there on the west side of Moore. So right now everything remains radar indicated. As you can see, we'll turn on our debris detector to show you that we shouldn't see anything there. There's some strong winds showing up there, but nothing right now that we are super concerned with. But we would have to be watching right here in these spots for there to be a blue coloration. There might be some dust being picked up, especially where I circled south of Westmore Junior High School, because that's really where the strongest winds are pushing. They're pushing east, so they're out of the west, pushing that strong. That would be where you'd have probably some dust getting kicked up, and you can see right there with our latest scan that we just had, it's showing up as, again, kind of a larger area of just probably some dust that's getting picked up there. So that's the spot to watch out for. But truly, though, we really are watching the area by Will Rogers because of the fact that that's the area of inflow on our reflectivity. That's basically right there at the junction, 240, I-44, right there. If there's going to be anything right by the airport, it would be just to the east of the airport right there. So heading towards May, and it's going to be right along 240 once that starts up and branches off, coming off of I-44. So Conrad is now powered up with his batteries. I'm going to swap my batteries out, and we'll go back on this one.
Yep, Jack, so I am just highlighting here these areas where we're seeing even extreme rotation right now. Let me pull up the reflectivity on this, and you could see where that area is, right? So let me rotate it. So highlighting this here, just south of Will Rogers Airport is where the extreme rotation is getting picked up. Let me get this pulled up when it comes to velocity. Oh yeah, you could definitely see a lot of these areas are seeing very gusty winds, 74 plus miles an hour right now, just south of Will Rogers Airport. Will Rogers Airport might be getting winds right around, let's say 50, maybe 55 miles per hour, but just south of the airport is where we're getting 60, 65, 74 mile per hour wind gusts right now. And this is where we are pretty much seeing the possibility for this tornado right now. This is where we're seeing the strong to extreme rotation in and around Will Rogers Airport as of right now. So we're definitely probably, seeing the flights being grounded at the moment, especially with this tornado warning that is in effect and this being right over the airport. I mean, that should be the case. So that is most likely what is happening right now. But also seeing some hail in there as well. Also, seeing that possible rotation area here when I'm pulling this up. Okay, maybe not as impressive with this newest scan here as 2 minutes ago, where we were catching a little bit more of an extreme area of rotation, but overall, though, still seeing a couple areas of a strong rotation right now. Let me get this, highlighted here real quick, and then we'll go back to reflectivity. And then we do also have that one area just south getting in on a little bit more of that strong rotation. Okay, so that pretty much makes sense to where we're seeing a bit more of that rotation, Jack.
Yep.
Overall, though, it is still continuing to move a little bit more to the east as we are currently talking.
Yeah, so again, we've got, downtown Oklahoma City is included in this polygon, but really though, where Conrad is highlighting things is definitely on the southwest side of Oklahoma City, going into South OKC, towards Flynn, towards the north side of Moore. It's right there, basically, over and now just passing Will Rogers right now. So again, that is really where we need to be concerned about. Right there along 240 would be where you'd have that potential tornado that would be spinning up there. It's kind of showing you there that's our inflow notch. I mean, that's your textbook spot to watch out for. And unfortunately, where things have kind of cycled back through and it looks more impressive, unfortunately now it's coming in right over parts of the core metro area. So we've got to make sure that we are taking our precautions, getting down to the lowest level, away from the windows. Again, this is going to be a rain-wrapped storm. It's not going to be easy to see if there's a tornado on the ground. So again, this is rain-wrapped. It'd be very hard to see. It's at night right now, so just stay home and just get away from those windows on the lowest level, and we'll ride this out. It's a slow-moving storm, but you still need to make sure that we are taking our precautions. And again, if you live anywhere by the Flynn area, kind of south Oklahoma City, you've got pretty much anywhere south of I-40, we really need to be making sure that we're taking this precaution very seriously. Right now, more all the way up I-35. It's really, at this point now, it's heading right towards you currently in terms of just the strong winds coming out from this storm.
Yeah, it looks like the main area of rotation, Jack, the strong area of rotation is just to the east of the intersection between I-44 and 240. As of right now, it is continuing that eastward trajectory. So like we were saying well before, that path of where the actual rotation might be would be in the southern parts of the metro, and that's what we're pretty much seeing, close to the Will Rogers Airport, seeing that, Moore West Junior High School seeing in on, they're pretty much right over the area of a strong rotation right now. Let's see how it looks on reflectivity.
Yeah, so I mean it's right there, just past the airport now at this point, heading towards Flynn. That's right where Conrad has got it clicked, right where his mouse is. That's going to be where it's at there. We are looking at this to be, again, a dangerous storm capable of producing a tornado. In fact, there may be some, just debris lofted up there with this. We'll see if we get anything confirmed or not. But as you can see, though, we've got this coming through South Oklahoma City towards Tinker, coming in through the north side of Moore. These are going to be the spots to watch out for. Flynn coming in 917, Valley Brook at 918, Smith Village at 925. We've got Del City 926, Midway Village at 927, Tinker Air Force Base at 933, Midwest City at 934, Midwest City High School same time, and then SSM Health St. Anthony's at 936. So a big portion of the metro is underneath this tornado warning, but we're really concerned about our storm basically right there along 240. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out ahead of that, just to account for just the big, just overall just nature of this storm. And it goes all the way towards McLeod and Dale, almost to Shawnee, and it goes until 10 o'clock. So we'll be focusing in on this storm, obviously, quite a bit. Let's take Caleb's shot. Caleb is like right behind the storm itself. Caleb, we've got you pulled up right now. Let us know what you're seeing as you're driving through the torrential rain out there.
You able to hear us there, Caleb? All right. Caleb can't hear us just yet. We can't hear him, so we'll come check back in here with him shortly. But on our velocity, it's really looking to be quite good and impressive still right there along 240, right there by the Valley Brook area. In fact, I'm wondering if we might be getting a little bit tighter right there. So it's by Flynn, Valley Brook area. So if you can zoom in even more, Conrad, and go to velocity. Go to velocity. So right there along 240, and probably just north of 240, that is going to be where you've got that potential circulation there. And then south of that, that's your rear flank downdraft. That's where you've got those RFD winds showing up 80 miles an hour. So this storm is basically just
it's cranking right now as it's coming right over Oklahoma City. There you go. You've even got a 93-mile-an-hour wind gust that's able to be seen there on the radar. So there is extremely strong winds showing up right there along 240, heading towards I-35 right now. So again, we need to make sure that we are taking our precautions immediately, as this is a dangerous storm coming on in. Strong winds coming in out of this storm, and as you can see with Conrad kind of showing some of these spots, there's been many spots in that 70 to 90 mile an hour range. This is just a extremely strong storm now with these RFD winds just coming in out of the storm like that, just rushing out there close to 90 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm. And we're still seeing, many areas with some stronger rotation right now on its way to Flynn. So it's pretty much just about to be right over Flynn with the strong area of rotation. So if you are in and around that area, you are really in your safe area. You are seeking shelter right now, just because that is just about to be in to the Flynn area as well, Jack.
Yeah, and north side of Moore especially too.
Just north.
You guys need to also make sure that we're staying away from our windows, because there's going to be the chance for go back to the velocity, Conrad. You've got that chance for the 90 mile an hour winds like we were talking about there. So it's going to be right where the bright colors are, coming in right to the north side of the Moore area. That could be, again, you're seeing 80 plus mile, 85, there you go. So, I mean, it is super strong winds right there also along 240. Basically from 240 south to the north side of Moore, that is a huge area of extremely strong winds. Obviously, we've got the tornado warning there too. We'll see if that's still able to produce anything. But what we can definitely say, though, is that we're going to have extremely strong straight line winds out of this too, and maybe even the chance for something briefly to also spin up as well. So in this area, we need to make sure that we're getting away from the windows now, taking our shelter now, and getting just to where we need to be in our shelter and our safe spot now, because we've got the tornado threat with this, extremely strong winds. We could be talking about a very just devastating storm passing through the southern side of Oklahoma City into the Moore area, basically all that corridor of I-35. You got to watch out for that too. In fact, the winds are coming out even to the now east of I-35, in excess of 70 miles an hour. So we are talking about potentially 90 plus mile an hour wind gusts with this storm. Extremely strong winds coming out of here.
Yes, and still looking at lots of areas of some strong rotation outside. Now it's right over Flynn. So now seeing that strong area of rotation right over Flynn, and let me pull up the reflectivity here. Yep, and you could see, you know, that area right by Flynn, right?
Yep, and so, we need to be watching out for, if we can go to the debris tracker, we need to watch out for areas of debris that could be coming out there too. There's a couple spots that now, those little areas of the orange might be some areas that we have to watch out for, because that would be debris potentially from either a tornado or also from a straight line wind too. So count it if you can go south from there. See all the different colors that are showing up there. That's going to be the leading edge of your winds, and so that could be where you have the spin up there, potentially west of Sooner Road. This whole little complex there, that's going to be. That won't do anything. But if you just circle that zone, that's going to be where you'd have the potential there for, that's the leading edge of your strong winds up to potentially 90 miles an hour, and that would be also potentially where you'd have any spin up that would be there too. So again, dangerous storm coming on through Oklahoma City and parts of the metro area. We've got storms that could be producing winds up to maybe 90 miles an hour. But we do at least have an observed 63 mile per hour wind gust at the airport right now. That's the fastest that we've seen so far currently.
So Jack, where I just highlighted, that's the area of, some debris getting picked up, right? And then now looking at the shear rate, this is the exact area where the rotation is the strongest. And then now we're actually seeing extreme rotation to the north right there.
And then go to velocity, because then you'll see too that should be the leading. Yep, there you go. It's all matching up right there to where you'd have that chance for not only the tornado, but also just damaging straight line winds too. We are talking tremendously fast winds. The radar is depicting that. Maybe this would be just a little bit high off the ground, but the radar is obviously very close. So we've got a really good picture there too. We could be talking about straight line wind gusts, over 80 miles an hour easily. And as you can see, we're picking up on some spots that are getting up over 100 miles an hour. So dangerous storm moving on through portions of the north side of Moore right now, and actually even into probably just Moore in general, and south side of Moore. We're looking at some of those winds also to be moving on through too, towards the east side of Moore, and then also on the south side eventually of Del City and Midwest City. those are going to be some spots to watch out for too, because the strong winds will be coming in just to your south. Extremely dangerous storm passing on through this area right now.
Yeah, and definitely not looking as you know, it's looking more impressive now, I would say, compared to what it was, you know, even just several minutes ago, Jack.
There's a big area of just strong rotation. There's even that extreme showing up there too.
Yep.
And again, the reason why we are quite confident in this is that, as you can see, it's arcing along the straight line wind. So the winds are coming and they're moving from west to east. The winds are moving winds are moving in that direction. And then on the north side of those strong winds is where you have it on the north side. Also, that chance for the extreme to show up there too. So Conrad right now is kind of highlighting the area along and then on the north side of the extreme wind push that comes out of that storm, what we call the RFD. That is what we have right there going on, where you've got the area of strong and even the extreme rotation showing up there. Again, it all makes sense with where it is on the radar, but strong winds are still moving through much of this region right now at this time. Flynn, Moore, you got strong winds passing on through, and the winds are about to get really strong here on the south side of Del City and the south side of Midwest City and Tinker. Those are going to be the areas to watch out for. We are nice and close to the radar, so the radar beam is very low to the ground, and it's able to see that these winds are coming in, you know, over 100 miles an hour, potentially just off the surface. And so that does mean that it's probably going to be manifesting itself as easily winds that could be upwards of 70 plus miles per hour.
Yeah, for sure here, Jack. And also when it comes to the actual rotation, you could see the areas here very visible where we are looking at, you know, the strong to extreme rotation all over the region. Now with this newest scan here, same story. Still looks like a wide area. Now we're looking at another area just to the south as well, in and around Stanley Draper Lake, where we are seeing a little bit more of extreme rotation. So a few areas here seeing a very impressive and extreme rotation all over the region.
Yeah, and so go back to velocity, and it's going to make sense again. The new area that we had highlighted right there, that's going to be the leading edge of the winds. And then where Conrad has been kind of highlighting north of 240, that's on the northern side too, where there is that chance for those extremely strong winds. So as you can see, we've got the potential there for a tornado. There may have been a couple of reports that we've seen of at least maybe one, but not anything confirmed right now. But we do know is the fact that like these strong winds potentially could be doing even more damage than anything else, because a tornado obviously is very small. A huge area of straight line winds that could be 80 plus miles an hour are going to do a lot more damage than a small tornado. In fact, I'm wondering what we're going to be looking at for power outages. And guys in the back, if you can clear the board back there. Caleb's trying to call back in.
Power outages are not quite popping up here, but where I highlighted here in yellow is the area of the extreme rotation we're currently seeing right now. Those are the three areas here, looking at the velocity. Yep, it is by that leading edge. Overall, the reflectivity, same story. Now we're getting very close to the radar, so it's starting to look a little bit more messy here. But these three areas here is where we're starting to see a little bit more of the extreme rotation that we are currently looking at. Let's see on the debris. Getting very close to the radar, so it's not as precise, since we are very, very close to that radar.
Okay. If we can, let's see if we can take Caleb here. He's
Caleb?
back.
Okay.
Yep, he's back on. Caleb, we got you up right now. You're kind of driving obviously behind the storm. Have you been able to see any damage that has occurred where you currently are at? Can you hear us, Caleb? All right. Okay. So Caleb is behind the tornado warning and the general area that we're watching out for. So we'll check with him to see if we've got any damage that he can see. But again, those strong winds are now just blasting through the southern part of Del City. You're talking about the east side of Flynn. You're talking about the east side and the northeast side of Moore. That's really where our strongest winds are blasting through the area. Coming towards the radar, towards Tinker, right there along 240 is really where you've got those strong winds. Kind of right there, 240 in Sooner Road, kind of that area. That's going to be your heaviest heaviest wind pocket, and there's a broad area there where our radar is being able to detect some extremely strong winds. Now, this is going to be just a little bit off the surface, so it may not be reaching its way all the way down to the ground, but it is definitely a possibility that we could still be talking about easily winds that could be gusting, well over 70 miles an hour for sure is definitely a possibility.
Yeah, we're getting some reports that even over 100-mile-per-hour winds. Of course, maybe it's not going to be as impressive as 100-mile-per-hour winds, but we're still looking at, very gusty winds here. Just to the west of Tinker Air Force Base right now. We did just get a new scan here, so let's see how things are shaping up. But
And I think we're getting a new tornado warning, actually.
Are we? Okay.
I think we're about to get a new tornado warning.
Oh, yeah?
Yep, there we go. So this new tornado warning includes portions of Cleveland County, now the east side of Oklahoma County, and then up towards Luther and Fowler, and then obviously you're getting into portions of Pottawatomie County and Lincoln County until 10 o'clock. So this is basically, you take the storm that is heading towards Tinker, and that is our area that we have to watch out for. And so, kind of take over for just a second.
Yes, with
just
this
a second.
tornado warning, we're continuing to get updates here on this actual tornado warning, but it was just issued here within the last minute and a half or so. It is in effect for Cleveland, Lincoln, Oklahoma, and Pottawatomie County. Overall, though, we are continuing to see this tornado warning for southwestern Lincoln County and central, Oklahoma here. We're also looking at southeastern Oklahoma County, north central Cleveland County, and northwest Pottawatomie County included in this. Of course, it's capable of producing a tornado, has that tornado tag. It is close to Tinker Air Force Base as of right now, moving northeast now at around 30 miles per hour, so it's starting to gain a little bit more speed compared to 20 miles per hour, and this was around 30 minutes ago or so. But overall, though, you want to make sure you are in your tornado shelter. You want to make sure you are, in the lowest level of your property. You are seeking shelter. You are away from windows, away from doors. You do not want to be outside. You also do not want to be in a mobile home. A mobile home is not a good area or a safe spot to be in, when it comes to an actual tornado. But Oklahoma City, Moore, Midwest City, Del City, Choctaw, Hara, McLeod, Spencer Jones, Nakoma Park, Luther, Valley Brook. We're looking at Tinker Air Force Base, Stanley, Draper Lake, a few areas here where we're seeing, impacts because of this tornado warning that we are currently seeing. This new one in effect till around 10 p.m. time frame for our region here.
Yep, so let's go ahead, Conrad, and turn on velocity, and then you'll be able to see that there's kind of like two zones that we're watching out for our strongest winds, right there by Tinker, and then also a little bit south there, just to the north of the Stanley Draper Lake area. There's kind of two zones that we have, two little areas of circulation. This is all on the leading edge of the strong winds. So when we've been showing those winds, that's really where things are quite strong out there, and there's actually just a lot in the way of just messiness with our rotation because of the fact that our winds are so strong out there. But there's kind of like two zones that we're watching out for. Again, right over Tinker, and then also to the north of Stanley Draper Lake. And those are where we have to watch out for with our chance for a tornado potential. You've got the winds gusting easily, potentially 80 plus miles per hour across this entire area. But if we can go to velocity, Conrad, and we'll do the track because we want to make sure that we get people up to date. Do the one where you draw it freehand. That way you can get the leading edge of it, and then it'll go off to the northeast from there.
Okay, so.
If not, I can do it on links too.
No, I think I got it here.
Okay.
Okay, and it's moving, you said, at 30 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, only two locations popped up here. Woods would potentially get in on this around 9:33 p.m. And then also we're looking at Neuala around 9:41 p.m. So we do have a little bit more time, but now is the time to prepare, that in-between time for, this tornado warning to start to move in. Now is your time to prepare. But look at a few areas here, seeing, close to strong to extreme rotations here. You could see that in between Tinker Air Force Base and Stanley Draper Lake. As of right now, if you could see that there, Jack, we're seeing a few areas.
And National Weather Service also is watching those areas too. It's basically, especially when you turn it back to velocity, you can see that there's two zones that we're watching out for. Again, one right over Tinker, and then one just to the north of the lake there by the I-40, 240 split. Yep, right there. So those are the two spots. I'm being told that I-240 and 40 is in the box next to me, and that's what we're seeing right there. You can see the torrential rain passing through, and likely still some very strong winds coming in behind that. But that's about right where we'd be watching out for anything potentially to come our way in that direction. So we are very close to the radar. So any winds that are going to show up with that would be very strong, but also probably pretty accurate too, because the radar is so close that beam is not really all that far off the ground really at that point. So we're going to have a good view of things from a speed perspective. But as you can see, though, we've got, again, multiple areas that we're watching out for rotation-wise by Tinker, and then basically the I-40, 240 split right there is where we're watching out for then, too.
Yeah, with this newest update here, Jack, we are very, very close to the radar, but just to the east of Tinker Air Force Base is where we're seeing an area of extreme rotation, a few areas just to the south of Choctaw, north of Woods, seeing a strong area of rotation. So we're seeing many, many areas with some strong to extreme rotation right now. Of course, some hail in there, heavy rainfall. We're talking rainfall rates of even over an inch per hour. So we are continuing to track that as well. Here, let me pull up some areas, even up to 2 inches per hour when it comes to rainfall rates just to the north of Tinker Air Force Base. So in and around Midwest City, seeing some heavy rainfall, hail in and around the Midwest City area, potentially up to half an inch as of right now. Tinker Air Force Base might see hail, any ranging between half an inch to an inch as of right now. And then just continuing to look at the hail getting up to an inch. So we're not seeing, massively large hail like we were earlier, Jack, but still,
Right.
With the heavy rainfall, the, lowered visibility, the hail, the flash flooding, the tornado warning we're already seeing many different threats that we are currently paying attention to.
Exactly. Yep. It's going to be an active night here. This tornado warning continues until 10 o'clock. And so there's a wide variety of threats associated with this. Potentially extremely strong winds. We've had potentially the chance for wind gusts, and we'll see what ends up verifying once we get some of the data. But at least the radar was showing the chance for wind gusts, easily over 80 miles an hour. In fact, maybe even close to 90 to 100 miles an hour. So extremely strong winds coming in out of this storm. We've had the chance for the tornado to show up as well, and also just a large area of hail showing up too. But we'll go back, Conrad, to our just reflectivity and show everyone what it looks like, and just kind of, we'll clear the board there, and you can kind of see that we are getting close to the radar. So that's our cone of sounds right down there, that circle. That is the radar down there. And so where Conrad is circling, that is where that is. And so you've got the storm coming in over the radar, but parts of it are going to be kind of obscured by whatever rotation-wise is going to be showing up. We'd be potentially just to the north of the radar, right by the I-40-240 split, and then also by Tinker Air Force Base, but at least as of last check. But you can kind of see that we're probably not looking at as many of fast areas of rotation anymore. They're still showing up as strong, but they're not as extreme as what it once was earlier on. And part of that is because our storm has kind of cycled through again, is what it seems like a little bit there.
Yeah, it does, Jack. I just want to give you folks a little bit more of an update here. We did just get a report of close to 80-mile-per-hour winds close to Sooner and 29th, close to Tinker Air Force Base.
Yeah, so it's, and when you go back to velocity and click on some of those spots there, it's going to be the bright greens. That's, again, the radar is super close. This is going to be, again, an accurate reading of potentially what is out there. So yeah, you've got showing up there as 110, 113 mile an hour winds. So obviously it's going to be just a little bit off the ground. So, but it's translating though, like I said, to 80 mile per hour, and like Conrad said too. So we know these are dangerous, strong winds moving through south side of Tinker, between basically that area between Tinker and 240, heading towards the I-40-240 split. That's where we've got the pocket of extremely strong winds over the lake right now. Very, very strong winds, which again, also reasons to stay away from the windows, get away from the doors, get on those the lowest level of your house out of the second story, just because again, you get the chance there for extremely strong winds to be coming on through the area.
Yeah, and you can see the wind difference here, Jack. So wherever you're seeing the red colors, 5, 10 mile per hour winds, and then you start getting into the green, starts really increasing. But look how quickly the winds increase in intensity, going from, around 30 mile per hour winds, 30 mile per hour winds to close to 100 in the atmosphere. So it's not going to be quite 100 to the surface, but still, even 80+ mile an hour winds gets very damaging.
Go to Caleb right now. Go to Caleb.
Okay.
So he right now is on Southwest 89th and Western. Caleb, if you can hear us, we have your shot up right now, and it looks like you're basically just driving through a river, correct? If you can hear us, Caleb, can you hear us? Guys in the back, is he in? So we do or don't? We do not have him. Okay. All right.
Does look like a lot of vehicles have their hazards on, which is
Yeah.
a good call. Good call.
Yeah. So again, I'm trying to get him on there because again, it looked like he was wading through very very high waters, and again, he's on Western now. Okay, so he's on Western right now, heading towards 240 is what he's doing right now. Let me try to see if we can get him back.
I don't know if that vehicle right there to the left is just stuck in water. That might be the case. It looks like that. It looks like that vehicle is actually flooded and can't move.
Yep. Yeah, you can tell it's got no
Power's
headlights.
off, yep.
It's got no headlights on right now. Very very strong.
Oh
Very,
yeah,
very
look
high.
how deep that water is.
Yep. So that's why we always say turn around, don't drown.
Yes.
Obviously, you just don't know how deep the water is underneath you. Even if you've been driving on that road a million times, you just don't know how deep that water can be. Caleb right now is on Western. He's just south of 240 by about a mile. And so we're going to get a new tornado warning, it looks like, for portions of Cleveland, Lincoln, Oklahoma, Pottawatomie, and Seminole counties. Let's go to the radar, and let's see what that new one is. Okay, there it is. So now it's basically like directly over the radar currently, but you can see the inflow coming in north of Stella. Oh, we have Caleb now. Okay, take Caleb. Take
Okay.
Caleb. Yep. All right, go ahead, Caleb. We got you right now. Can you hear us?
All right, I'm at 240 in Western. If you can hear.
Yep, we got you.
All right. We were by the airport and came around them. Western's flooded. They've got water actually going over the hood over a couple of cars coming out the Lightning Creek.
Oh, really? Okay, so we got very very high water there on Western. I know exactly what you're talking about there. So now as you're getting close to 240, are you guys going to get on 240 and drive east?
We are going to try to catch up back towards the storm. We got delayed by the airport area. As you guys lost my audio earlier, there were power flashes earlier during that time, and it was kind of a little bit of a chaos in that area.
Sure.
To get around.
Now, obviously, it's pretty hard to see. But did you see any damage when you were driving around that area? Because you would have been potentially by where that strong wind and maybe even a tornado was. Did you see any damage?
When we were coming across 104th in Pennsylvania, there was quite a bit of debris that had looked like it had fallen in the roadway. That's not normally there.
Okay, all right. So there definitely at least some damage. Caleb, thank you very much for that. So Caleb right now he just was on Western. He's now merged onto 240. He's heading west right now, and so we can go back to the radar, Conrad, because right now
he's high water.
Yep, he's a lot of high water on the interstate there. And then Kathy is in the Norman side there. But let's take a look at our tornado warning. It includes Stella. It includes Shawnee, Bethel Acres, Pink. Heads towards the Tecumseh area. Like I said, Shawnee. Adelot is included in it as well, north of I-40. And this will be going until 10:15. So it does go pretty far out, as you can see. Any rotation area is probably going to be right there by Stella.
Yes.
There's that little curl right there. Now it looks really weird because the radar is right there, but again, there's your leading edge of your strong winds, and then right there where there's that little spot, that's exactly what we're talking about right there. There's a small little pocket of extreme rotation showing up there just to the east of Stella. So that would be where a potential tornado could easily develop there. So you're going to be looking at that to be passing generally north of the Pink area, heading towards Shawnee. You've got with your debris tracker just a little bit in the way of some dust probably getting picked up there. We'll watch that very closely. And then in terms of our velocity, there you go right there. It's again right on that leading edge
of our winds coming out of there, and that's definitely where we have to watch out for. Just east of Stella, just off to the west of the Shawnee Reservoir there by Bethel Acres.
Yeah, it's a big area seeing this tornado warning actually right now.
And the reason why it's the case is because we've been watching a lot of these tornado warnings kind of just be very transient, or they kind of move around in a big area of rotation. And so, especially with it coming basically just directly over the radar, makes sense that they kind of went a little bit big there just to kind of catch it all as it makes its way eastward. So we're still looking at Pink to be impacted, Shawnee, Bethel Acres. We'll put a track on that if we can to show people that tornado warning will be going for east of 20 miles an hour is what we're going to be talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, so right there from the Stella area, 20 miles an hour. So yeah, Pink 945, and then the Shawnee Reservoir 951. You know, you got to be some time here before it gets to Bethel Acres and Clark's Heights and Shawnee Reservoir. You got some time, but still we need to make sure that we're taking our precautions, as this remains again a very dangerous storm and the chance to produce a tornado. And also, our biggest problem has been obviously just the strong winds with this too, extremely strong winds out of this storm.
Yes, and with this tornado warning that we're seeing in Cleveland and Oklahoma County, that one is seeing, you know, still it's moving east at 20 miles per hour, still seeing hail up to close to an inch, but not quite there. So we're not quite seeing the largest hail, but still seeing extremely gusty winds, still seeing very heavy rainfall, all that rain coming down all at once, you know, very quickly. And it's not a quick moving storm. So we are of course experiencing some flash flooding, some flooded roadways as well. Definitely not what we would want to see with these, tornado warnings. So many different threats that we are paying attention to, not only the possible tornado that we are currently seeing as well, but, you know, also the hail, the flooding, and also those gusty winds that we are also seeing.
We've got areas along and to the west of I-35 are in the clear in terms of our tornado warnings. Obviously, those of you who live in Oklahoma County, you know, you still might be getting the alerts for the county being underneath a tornado warning. But if you live along and west of I-35, you are all good right now, as that storm, and the worst part of the storm is to your east right now. So you are all in the clear in terms of that tornado potential. Our biggest threat going forward with that will just be the heavy rains out there. So really, it's east of I-35, and really at this point now, kind of heading out of Oklahoma City proper, and then moving into really more of, you know, Choctaw, Hara, the Newalla area, Bethel Acres, Pink. Those will be the spots that we have to watch out for. We've got these 2 tornado warnings, and they continue on until 10:15 respectively, with this storm coming in basically just right over the radar currently.
Yeah, and a new update that just came in, they're saying that there's another area of rotation close to Newalla here. So
yep, right there on the north side of where
Yes.
that curl is. Again, we always need to watch out for when you got the big rush of wind that comes out. You always need to watch out for the leading edge of the wind, and also on the north side of it too, because on the north side of the wind, if we go to velocity, right there by Newalla, right there, you've got that little couplet that shows up there. And so that's going to be your counterclockwise spin. So it makes sense that on the north sides of these large pushes of wind, the north side will have that chance to spin up, and then also on the leading edge of the chance to spin up as well. And then if that's still that I-240, I-40 camera on the side of our screen, when there are occasionally some cars and vehicles moving on through, I mean, it looks like they're basically pushing a small wake through. I mean, there is a lot of water on the roadways out there. So there's no need to be traveling out there for really any reason outside of an extreme emergency. Really should not be doing any driving out there, really anywhere within the metro, even if you're not in the tornado warning anymore, because of just how much water is on our roads currently.
Yeah, and speaking of extreme, Jack, we're seeing extreme drought conditions. So, of course, that ground is almost like rock solid, frozen. It's so dry that when all this rain comes down all at once, you know, that
Got
ground.
nowhere to go.
Yeah, it has nowhere to go, and it's going to take a longer period of time for that water to really soak in and saturate, you know, the ground and start to make its way down. So that is why we're seeing a little bit more of that potential for flooding, some flash flooding, a lot of roadways flooded as well. And not only is it, you know, that we're seeing these extreme drought conditions, but we're also seeing this extreme rainfall totals that are also coming down at once, with a lot of rain coming down in a very short period of time. So with that combination there, we are seeing some flooding in many, many areas, and we are currently still seeing a flash flood warning in effect here for the metro area up until midnight time frame. So we are continuing to be very, very cautious. Do not drive through flooded roadways. That is one thing that could, very quickly go south. You might think there's only an inch or two or a couple inches on the ground, but there might be over a foot. You don't need a lot of rain, a lot of water on the ground to overtake a vehicle.
Yeah, and Caleb showed that with his shot here just a little bit ago. There was a stranded vehicle just on Western as he was making his way up north on Western towards 240. So we know what it can do out there. So again, what Conrad has right now is the rotation detector. The reason why there's like this big skinny curve is because that's where all the wind is. All the wind is pushing from west to east, and that's the leading edge of that. And so along that, you've got some very strong areas of rotation, but you also need to watch out for too by especially Nuwala. That's the area that we also have to watch out for where you've got also strong winds too, because typically you see it along the leading edge of your strong winds and also on the north side of the leading edge too. That's really where you have that almost the best chance to get that area of rotation. So if you're right there by Nuwala, right there on 240 would be that potential circulation that we could watch out for. And also extremely strong winds too. These winds could be gusting, up to 80 miles an hour in this zone from basically, Choctaw all the way on down. There's that chance to see those winds gusting just that strong.
Yes, yep. We are still seeing very, very gusty winds here as well. With the possible rotations that we're seeing, many areas with strong rotations, even that area near Nuwala seeing the extreme rotation that we are currently tracking. So that's where that possible tornado might be. But there also might be, a few areas with possible rotation or maybe a tornado outside as well here. Let me highlight some of these areas looking at the hail. Okay, so the hail, getting close to maybe 1.5 inches in a few spots just to the west of Nuwala right now. But overall, though, rainfall rates are still getting close to even 2 inches per hour.
Yep. So again, the only severe storms that we're watching out right now outside of a small area in Jefferson County in far southern Oklahoma is just actually here. Guys in the back, Caleb's trying to call back in. If you can hear me in the back, can you clear him? Okay. All right, I'll have him try to call back again. All right, Caleb, go ahead. We're going to take Caleb's shot right now. Caleb, we got you on right now. Go ahead. And Connor, can you take Caleb's shot?
Yes.
Yep. All right, Caleb, go ahead if you can hear us. Maybe if you're muted, Caleb, can we hear you? All right, I guess not. So, all right, so we'll go back to radar now because I guess we still can't hear him. So if we go back to the radar, there's a massive severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way out to Hughes County until 10:30. So it's a huge, huge severe thunderstorm warning, and I'm wondering, it's got the tornado possible tag with it. Okay, so this thing is now racing at 70 miles an hour. So we have definitely at this point now basically a confirmed bow echo moving on through the metro area and the east side of the metro area now. So the reason why we've got such a strong and long-lasting warning here is because Conrad, this is going to be going at 70 miles an hour. So if you can do the track from the freehand track from like the Slaughterville area to Pink, try to do that, and it's moving generally to the basically straight east at 70 miles an hour. That'll give us an idea there of what we're looking at timing-wise.
How fast you said?
70.
70?
70, yes. All right, so there you go. So the Needmore area at 944, Bethel Acres at 944, the Gaddy area at 945, Etowah at 946. We've got that it's up to 70 mile per hour winds with it. So it's got 70 mile per hour winds and it's moving at 70 miles an hour.
Wow.
Extremely strong winds now as the storm is now pushing on through the east side of the metro area. So McKittyville 948, Shawnee as well 948, Tecumseh 949, Tribby 951, Macomb 952, Chisney at 955, and then the Earlsboro area at 955 as well. So right now we we've got our tornado warning still there, but we have this massive severe thunderstorm warning because I think at this point now the storm is legitimately just trying to gust out, and it's doing that very fast. So we could be looking at easily, more impacts due to straight line winds than you would with a tornado, because you're now impacting legitimately huge swaths of our metro area. So we could be talking about a lot of power outages in this area. I'm going to see on my computer if I can see any power outages that are out there, because that is just going to be a tremendously big problem here going forward.
Yeah, moving at 70 miles per hour.
Yeah.
That is extremely fast, Jack. Very fast moving. Very, very, very fast moving. 70 miles per hour, it was just moving a lot slower. But now, moving very fast, and it does contain also 70 mile per hour winds, if not even a little stronger in some of these areas here. So we're seeing it moving very quickly, also producing very, strong winds, and looking at hail size just under an inch as of right now. So we're not seeing, the big, massive baseball-sized hail we were seeing a few hours ago. But overall, though, right now, still seeing, more of that wind, rain, heavy rain, flooding threat with the tornado warnings that we are currently seeing right now.
Yeah, like the hail threat's pretty much going to be like non-existent now going forward if it's going to do this. You're talking about mainly damaging winds, damaging straight line winds, a chance for that spin-up tornado that could be possible, and then also some very heavy rain too. Right now in the metro area, about 2,400 customers are without power right now, so we've got some of those power outages that are there. It's not going to show up really well on this one, Conrad.
Okay.
I got told that in my ear. So,
Got it.
We've got these two tornado warnings that will continue, one of them until 10 o'clock and one of them until 10:15. But you have this massive severe thunderstorm warning out that goes well out ahead of that. Looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Lincoln County as well. So we're now warning the entire line now at this point. So you got now basically a bow echo that is now developing, and it's now becoming more of a spin-up tornado threat and a straight line wind threat. So you've got storms now from basically I-44 in Luther all the way down towards Slaughterville. It's basically now this entire zone that we're watching out for, where there is that strong leading edge of our wind and then pushing eastward very fast from there, with embedded circulations at times as well too.
Yeah, some of these areas are getting over an inch hail size, but overall, though, it looks like it's sticking around right around that 1 inch size hail, corridor. But the heavy rainfall, take a look at some of these rainfall totals. Again,
Yeah,
seeing
2 inches an hour.
Yeah, 2 inches an hour for most of the regions, consistent.
Okay, so that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 10:30 for Lincoln County, and it also goes until 10:30 all the way to Hughes County too. So basically, the warnings themselves all kind of line up. The northern part of our storm, or basically the northern part of our Boeing complex, is going to be a bit slower moving than the southern part is. So as you can already see, that area of wind is heading towards Shawnee, heading towards Tecumseh right now. That's also where you have that chance for the spin-up that could happen there too. It's a little bit slower on the north side of things. That's typically the case of how things go, but we'll see how that ends up playing out, because if you've got one side that's moving faster than the other side, if you kind of think about it, there's naturally going to be then some rotation that would try to happen. And so there might be additional tornado warnings down the line that are issued as the wind is moving eastward, but then there could be more tornado warnings issued along that as well. We got a new update to our tornado warning. Like I said, they kind of trimmed it down a little bit, and that's the one that goes for until 10:30 there for portions of Oklahoma County and Lincoln County. They just kind of trimmed it down a little bit. That one goes until 10 o'clock there, so it's a little bit smaller, but you've got basically from the McLeod area, where you've got the area of rotation, and strong winds too coming out ahead of that as well. So a couple areas of rotation that we're watching out for. If you turn it on to velocity there, Conrad, you've got by Clarks Heights and the Gady area. If you kind of zoom in there, yep, right there by I-40. That's your area to watch out for. By Dale, McLeod, there's some areas of rotation there. And then your leading edge of the wind from the Gady area on farther down to the south, that would also be where you'd have that chance for a spin-up that could happen as well.
Yes, still seeing some, many areas here, Jack, with strong rotation. Not quite seeing as many areas with extreme rotation, but in and around Dale, Clarks Heights, there is one little mini area where there is some extreme rotation, but this is the areas we have to watch out for. And like you were saying, those damaging winds are definitely going to be a big concern.
Yeah, let's go to velocity, and we'll see what it's got showing up velocity-wise there. And you kind of click on those dark reds to see what we get for color-wise, or those bright reds to see what we get for color-wise. Yeah, we're still talking about easily winds up to 70 miles an hour with our storms there. Maybe not exactly as fast as what it was earlier on. The warning itself is for up to 70 mile per hour winds, so there is still definitely that possibility. And as you can see, there's kind of that 65 to almost 80 mile an hour wind gust that Conrad is able to find there in that pocket from I-40 on south between I-40 and Bethel Acres. Basically, that's really where those strongest winds are. But you've also got them heading towards Pink too, as you can see there.
Yes, still seeing, many areas here seeing the tornado warning, the severe thunderstorm warning, a big area, massive area of the severe thunderstorm warning that is included in this. We are seeing the tornado warning that was just trimmed down earlier a few minutes ago, but still seeing a massive area of this severe thunderstorm warning on the outskirts of it as well. So tornado warning in effect till around 10:15 p.m. time frame, so we do still have a little bit more time. Starting to see more of the wind threat now, we would say, more of like a damaging wind threat, continuing to see a little bit more rotation as well, still seeing some areas of some strong rotation. One area here just to the east of Dale, looking at this extreme rotation here, looking at reflectivity. Okay,
Yep, there's your notch right there, so it makes sense, yep. So right there, north of 270 and 177, kind of right there. Yeah, right where Conrad circled right there, that's the area that we have for the potential spin. So that still makes sense why there is a tornado warning in that area. All right, we have Caleb again. Okay. Let's take him, and that way you can try to see if we can get him.
You've seen the green and the red colors here coming together a little bit more.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me pull up his shot.
Yep. All right, Caleb, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead. Let us know where you're at right now.
We're on 240 crossing Douglas. We are headed eastbound currently, trying to get back ahead in front of this storm. It's kind of slowed down and picked back up here for a moment.
Copy that. All right, so he is, after getting stuck in all that rain, he is now on 240, going to catch up on 40 there and take it to the east. Caleb, appreciate that very much. So right now we have got, again, that area that... Right now, the area that Conrad has been showing, we can go back to the radar now, Conrad. You've got right there by Dale. Right there would be probably our best opportunity to have a tornado would be right there. So that's probably, if there's going to be one really anywhere right now, based on what we're seeing, it's going to be kind of right there. Would make sense based on, it's on the northern edge of our push of wind. And so when that does happen, that means that you usually get your counterclockwise spin that will happen right there. You've got that area of strong rotation showing up right now. So if it's going to be anywhere, it'll be right there by Dale, just north of 240, heading off to the east. You've also got, and again, additional areas of rotation that are showing up there. But that's, again, on the leading edge of the actual wind itself. But as you can see with what it looks like with our rotation, again, that would be the spot to watch out for. It would be right there by the Dale area. If we're going to get anything, that would be right there.
Yeah, it's still showing, a wide area of some strong rotation here in and around Dale, maybe just a little bit more to the east now as we continue to get more and more newer updated scans. But Clark's Heights just got, they're pretty much in, the area of rotation as well.
Yep.
Just to the east, though, east of Clark's Heights and north as well is where we're seeing more of that strong rotation, and that's also where the damaging winds are as well. We're seeing wind gusts of 70+ miles an hour in many, many locations. We've already seen reports of 80+ mile an hour winds.
Yeah.
Causing a little bit of damage. That's where tree branches could be coming down, some tree branches on power lines as well. That's where we start to get a little bit more power outages, dust getting picked up, particles. So this is why we say you do not want to be outside in storms like this, just because, we do have a tornado warning incorporated in this as well, very gusty winds, and it is a nighttime storm now. It is a nocturnal storm, so you won't be able to see where the possible tornado could be in this actual storm.
So yeah, we've got it right there, probably by Dale. If it's going to be anywhere, be right there. Let's take a look at what it looks like on our reflectivity. So there's your notch, kind of right there, north of the Dale, or north of I-40. Just kind of right there along 177, and probably now at this point, and just a little bit northeast of the Clark's Heights and the Dale area, right there where that notch is. So that's where we'd have to really watch out for it. There you can see with it lines up with our area of rotation too. So that's it right there.
Showing
And
it. Yeah, with the green and red colors, wind's going towards the radar, wind's going away from on the radar, so you could, see a good indication there of where that possible rotation could be, where that possible tornado could be as well. And we are seeing that just to the north and east of Clarks Heights right now.
Yep.
And then let me put on the shear rate here. Still seeing the strong rotation,
Yep.
but that just extends all the way down south.
yeah, and that's again because
that
that's the leading edge of
line,
all our
yeah.
strong winds going out in velocity. You can see where that will look like. So there's again our leading edge of the strong winds pushing out from there, and yeah, the chance for really strong winds. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning itself goes for 70 miles an hour is what it's warned for. So you got tremendously fast winds. Coming on into the area. So Shawnee, you're about to get these strong winds like right now. Tecumseh, you're getting these strong winds right now. Brooksville, you're getting these strong winds right now. Again, extremely strong. Okay, so we're canceling the tornado warning
Are we? Okay.
for Cleveland, Oklahoma, Lincoln counties. So it is now, the tornado warning is now fully just within now just Pottawatomie County. It's only in Pottawatomie County, basically right there along I-40. So it's essentially right there where we've been talking about there, Conrad, to the northeast now of Clarks Heights, and actually almost now to the Ada-Lot area right there. That's really going to be our best spot to see anything right there. There's your inflow notch and the reflectivity. So it would be heading there towards the Ada-Lot area right now. So again, storm movement is still very fast with these tornado warnings when they're on the northern side of the strong winds like this. Sometimes they can move kind of erratically, so your speed is not going to be exactly all that good to time it out with. But Ada-Lot, you need to make sure that we're taking our precautions right now, as that potential tornado will be heading your way.
Okay, so we just got that new radar scan. So now let me make this cone. How fast is it moving at?
I'm not sure,
I think let me check. I think it was at 25. Okay, let's see. Tornado warning here, moving at around 30 miles per hour, east at 30. Okay, so let me create this cone here real quick.
And like we said, the northern part of our storm is moving slower than the southern part of our storm is. So that's another reason why we got to be concerned sometimes when there are some areas of rotation, because if you just kind of think about it, if it's moving faster at the bottom of the storm and then it's slower on the northern part of the storm, it's naturally a rotation. And so that's where usually you get that best chance for there to be some rotation. So Ada-Lot at 10 o'clock, Johnson at 10:09. We've got, Econtunka at 10:14, Belmont at 10:16, Garden Grove at 10:16, and Wilzetta at 10:24. These are areas that need to make sure that we're taking our tornado precautions, going to our safe spot away from the windows on the lowest level of your house, as again, we had a chance for the spin-ups are definitely possible with this storm as it moves. This part of it around 30 miles an hour, but strong winds are also being detected across basically this entire line as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing many like areas, included in this tornado warning right now. We'll see if it does get extended or not. As of right now, it is in effect till around that 10:15 p.m. time frame. So we have another, 17 minutes or so with this tornado warning. But still, massive area of severe thunderstorm warnings. You could see a good area here in and around Ada-Lot. Like Jack was just saying, we are continuing to see a little bit more of the rotation popping up here as well. Still, I mean, not really looking at extreme rotation areas like we did earlier with this, thunderstorm. But overall, though, we are continuing to see some strong rotation for many areas here as well. Let me start, looking at the strong rotation here for many areas all over the region. But no extreme rotations for now, but that could, of course, change. We did see few areas with extreme rotation, but now just seeing more so the strong rotation in and around the region. But let me look at the reflectivity here. Okay, still looks pretty impressive.
Yep. So again, if it's going to be anywhere, it's going to be right there by the Ada-Lot area really would be where it would happen, because that's your inflow notch right there, and that's also on the northern side of the leading edge of the strong winds. The winds are probably coming down a little bit more. I don't think we're looking at the chance to have those super strong winds, 80 plus miles an hour like it may have been going through the south side of the metro area. But we've got, again, that strong wind potential is still definitely there. The current time is
almost 10 o'clock. So in just a moment here, we'd be technically starting our late edition of our newscast. Conrad, if you can just put on regular reflectivity and just zoom it out a bit more and just kind of show we've got people where it's at. So you've got now the east side of, hold on, just keep it right there. You've got the east side of the metro area seeing all the activity right now. So much of downtown Oklahoma City, we are all clear. In fact, it's actually probably looking a lot more dry now at this point. You've got locations like Moore and Norman are looking to be a lot more dry, especially on the west sides of those towns. Basically, anything west of I-35 right now, we are all in the clear. As you go east of I-35, you begin to run into the back side of the storm itself. So current time right now is 10 o'clock this evening. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jack Kerfin. I've also got morning meteorologist Conrad Skupinski here. We are tracking our tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings passing on through the area. As you can see, we have a huge severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way into Hughes County, and I believe it goes until 11 o'clock tonight.
10:30.
10:30, okay. So you can see even right now that the storms are, essentially already halfway through this polygon right now. So it does show you how fast these winds are. The strongest winds are generally right there by the Shawnee area, kind of where there's that backward sea. That's where our bow echo is, where those winds could be gusting, and the traveling of this storm is actually at 70 miles an hour. So the winds and the air and the actual speed are 70 miles an hour. And then on the north side of that, where you've got more of that tornado potential, that is a little bit slower moving there, around 30 miles an hour. So as you can see, we've got these storms passing on through the eastern side of the metro, heading through Shawnee, Johnson, Prague, Seminole, eventually heading towards the Hughes County area. And Conrad, just zoom out even more to show people that this is primarily the only spot that we're watching out for severe weather-wise. If you could zoom out in a second here, you've got. Oh, they must have links 2 pushed up. Take links 1. Not sure what happened there. If not, I can. No, it's 2. Anyways, I got it controlling right now on links 2. All right, there we go. We got links 1 up right now. So as again, Conrad has shown you, you've got more shower and storm activity down by Altus and Lawton, not severe. You've got storms that are into green country, not severe. So basically, the strongest winds and the strongest storms are right over our part of our viewing area right now. So we are still tracking these storms. The storms themselves, the tornado warning goes for another 15 more minutes, I think, along I-40. So we can go back to that tornado warning there, Conrad.
Okay, let's go.
Yep, till 10:15. You got the storms, really strong winds pushing towards Earlsboro right now, almost towards Johnson, almost towards Neal. But the tornado warning, if you're going to get anything tornado-wise, would be closer to the A-Lot area on the north side of things. Taking a look at velocity, you'll see that we've got, that's going to be kind of the northern side there of our strong winds. That would be where you have your little bit of a couplet, and even that looks to be less impressive right now than what it looked like earlier on. So that's some good news there. There's still some broad rotation, and then obviously you've got where those strong winds are out in the leading edge of our winds. There could also be the chance for some rotation there too, which is where that skinny line is that's now making its way towards Earlsboro and the Neal area. So that's going to be your strong winds moving on into that area. And then we've got extremely heavy rainfall rates too, where we're coming in potentially close to 2 inches of rain per hour. So very, very heavy rain also moving through a majority of this area too.
Yeah, and still looking at some power outages a little bit more to the west as of right now. So we'll continue to track this if we do get additional power outages in this area or not. But we are continuing to track, many areas seeing a little bit more debris getting picked up. We are seeing so much of these gusty winds rolling on through, and then of course a little bit of hail incorporated in here as well. Not quite seeing, the large baseball-sized hail like we saw earlier, but overall though still seeing just a little bit of hail, 2 inch per hour rainfall rates as well. So we are continuing to track more of that flooding potential. Once again, we're continuing to track all that rain coming down at once, and of course we're seeing these extreme drought conditions here in and around the region. So the rain isn't going to be quite going down into the ground as quick, and with that rain coming down from the clouds so quickly, we are seeing a little bit more of that that potential for flooding all over the region as well.
Yeah, a lot of our flash flood warnings that we have in and around the metro area go until I think midnight tonight. So we've seen a lot of rain recently, but we're still tracking our severe weather. Right now, though, it really does not look to be as impressive looking as it once did. In fact, you've got on the north side where that Johnson area is, and now to the east of A-Lot,
there could be something there, but it's not as impressive looking. And especially now when you kind of think about that, if that is the inflow notch heading towards Meeker, if that's the inflow notch, look how much other storms are in front of it by like the Garden Grove area and the Belmont area. There's a lot of just stuff out there. And so it's kind of a contaminated inflow notch, which would usually then mean that that tornado potential is a bit lower now at this point.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Jack, for sure. You know, with all of this rain, the showers and storms, that's taken up some of that energy from the atmosphere, you know, with this line coming on through with this tornado warning. So as of right now, I mean, it might be giving us indications that there might be some weakening going on just because of how big this area is, and there's a lot of, you know, energy getting taken out in the atmosphere here in the environment ahead of this actual tornado warning.
All right, since it's been a bit, let's check in with Kathy. We'll take Kathy's shot, and we'll check in with her. Kathy, we got you up right now as you're on I-40. Obviously, a lot of heavy rain has fallen in your area because you're coming in just behind the storm. Is there still a lot of ponding on our roadways out there?
So far on I-40, we're not seeing as much ponding on the roadway as we did back on I-35. So far, it's just a pretty steady rainfall going on. Like you said, we're coming in from the backside of the storm and not really keeping up too well with it with how fast it's moving. But along the back edge of it, we're not really seeing any, as far as any damage or any real flooding is concerned. So that's good.
Okay. All right, Kathy, thank you very much. Yeah, so as you can see with their shots there, both Kathy and Caleb are making their way behind the storm. They're able to get it, obviously, as it came through the metro area, and then it just accelerated fast. Here's Caleb's shot, and Caleb, if you can hear us, we got you pulled up right now, too. You've been able to also drive around, too, and you're on I-40. I think you're a little bit ahead of Kathy. She's a little bit closer to the storm itself. Obviously, it's not raining super heavy where you're at, but how are the roads handling things right now?
We are just behind the storm now, Jack. We're still quite a bit of ponding on the road at this point. It was just heavy a few moments ago in the rain, so it hadn't had time to exit the roadway yet.
Got it. Okay. And obviously, with you being behind it, are you able to see or to detect where if the winds are strong going back into the storm? So going the same direction as you. Are you able to see any indication of that right now?
I can feel the suction going back into the shot that back into the southeast of us.
Okay.
And I can feel it pulling us that way with the wind. It's just a very strong wind still.
Okay, cool. All right, so Caleb, thank you very much for that.
So Caleb, I have one more question.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I saw speed limit was 70 miles per hour. How fast are you going, and how fast would you say traffic is flowing right now?
I am traveling at 65 miles an hour, and the traffic is pretty currently at about 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's good that people are slowing down just a little bit, with the puddles and with that rainfall that did pass by. Very nice.
All right, Caleb, thank you very much for that. So yeah, if you've got good tread, you can probably go, about 5 to 10 under the speed limit there. But especially as you get closer to the actual storms themselves, and again, it's hard for them to do that because the storm is moving 70 miles an hour to the east, so they actually might be kind of losing ground to it. But it's just dumping so much rain out there too. So if there's really if there's no need for you to be on the roads, then just don't be on the roads for tonight.
Yeah, and we also did just get a report, Jack, 62 mile per hour winds at the Shawnee area there.
Okay, yeah, so those winds already
62.
blasted through Shawnee. So right now the leading strong winds would be actually in the Neal area right now. So as you can see with our reflectivity, it's that little bulge right there by Neal. So the winds have already blasted through Shawnee. They're already blasting through Neal. And those strong winds are about to hit Seminole. But again, with that report there coming in out of Shawnee being 62 miles an hour, I think it's been kind of hard for us to get those 75, 80, 90 mile an hour winds like we had earlier on going through South Oklahoma City. I think it's going to be a little hard for us to get that high now, especially based on what it looks like on the radar currently.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, you're right. You are definitely right, Jack. When we are seeing, still seeing some very gusty winds, though. Still seeing. Okay, so we just got a new update here. I was just looking at that.
Yep. So our little tornado
trimming.
warning, if it's going to be anywhere, be probably now at this point just south of I-40, right there on the very edge of the polygon, right there where the mouse is. That's going to be your best spot to see anything to spin up. It's right there.
In fact, it's probably, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually get a new little tornado warning that comes from that spot here in a moment, because that's likely our best spot. It's rain wrapped, so it's going to be hard to tell, but you've got, yeah, reflectivity, you can't see really where that would be, but on velocity, you can kind of see that that's, again, on the northern part of the leading edge of our storms, passing on through the area there, and maybe even, right there, that's just south of I-40. That's going to be our spot right there that we have to watch out for your potential spin. Now, again, the whole little area is highlighted there with our rotation detector because that's the leading edge of the strong winds. But really, though, kind of right there along I-40 and south of there would technically be the best spot to actually get that to happen.
Yes, and still seeing a little bit of debris popping up here. You know, some of these areas showing a bit more of debris. So
And that might just be some just dust getting kicked up, too, because, again,
with
it's
how windy.
Yep, and it's been so dry recently, too. So there could be just some dust getting picked up because of how dry and windy it's been recently. So that could be what that is. So as you can see that, hail-wise, we've got essentially no more hail anymore. There's little pockets left over, but this is all basically a wind threat, a heavy rain threat, and then you're occasionally your spin-up tornado threat. That's really all we're probably talking about with the rest of this storm this evening.
Yes, it doesn't look like, hail is the biggest threat anymore, Jack. It does look like that hail threat has simmered down just a bit, so it's a bit smaller, which is good, but we're still seeing those very gusty winds, still seeing this tornado.
And then speaking of the devil, we're about to get a tornado warning itself.
Oh,
there it
look at
goes. Yep. So Lincoln, Potawatomi, and Seminole counties until we get to
10:30.
10:30 until that's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. It's that little spot, Conrad, that we were just talking about. So if you go back to velocity, and we can see where that little spot is. Yeah, right there at 240, just south of 240. That's going to be your little spot right there we have to watch out for. Yep, right there. That's going to be our area to watch out for. So if you zoom in a little bit, let's do a little bit of a track from that point forward. 35 miles an hour to the northeast, and it will take us, technically it's going to take us out of our viewing area a bit. So center view at 1020, Keokuk Falls at 1021, Prague at 1024, the Payton area at 1033, and the Boley area at 1039. That would be where your tornado potentially could be going. So it's basically essentially right over the interstate right now. I think it probably, if there was one there, it probably crossed over the interstate from north to south. It's basically right on the interstate right now. So right where Conrad had that thing pointed, right there by the mouse, that's going to be where you've got that best opportunity there for there to be that area of rotation. Yeah, right there. Makes sense right there.
Yep. Here, let me try and.
Yep. So
That should
right
be a
there.
good
So
area
right there on I-40, you've got Keokuk Falls, Centerview, Prague. Those are going to be spots to watch out for going forward as those storms are moving 35 miles an hour to the northeast. Now, the winds, as you can see, are probably not as strong as what it is down in the south. Like we've been saying throughout much of the night tonight, the leading edge of our winds will be strong, and that will be where there can be that spin up along it. But then also on the northern side of your strong wind gust, that could also be where you'd have some rotation as well, because there's actually just some speed shear that's occurring right there. So the strongest winds south of I-40, the tornado potential right there on I-40, if not even going to the north of I-40.
Yeah, looking at some very gusty winds here on the backside. So once you start seeing a little bit of winds, you start seeing a little bit of rain, and then all that rain starts coming down at once. The winds start to really hit the area as well, right behind that line. Not surprised that is exactly where we are seeing those gusty winds as well. Looking at the reflectivity, yeah, it's a big mess, I would say. Just so much going on here, so much of the. Okay, we got a confirmed tornado.
Okay, yep. Look at that. So confirmed tornado right now. So right there where we've been talking about, that's going to be your Keokuk Falls. That's going to be your Centerview area. That's going to be heading towards right there on I-40, heading northward and northeastward, right where the mouse was at. So that's going to be your spot to watch out for. So we've got to watch out for the area for maybe some damage. Let's see what CC debris tracker says there, Conrad. Okay, nothing really right now showing up there, but we got a confirmed report there. So we got a confirmed tornado warning until 10:30 for portions of Lincoln County, Seminole County, and Potawatomi counties for a confirmed tornado basically right over I-40. and moving off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So Prague, you guys need to make sure that we're taking our precautions. Paden, Boley, and then Keokuk Falls right there. You need to make sure that we're taking our precautions, getting down to the lowest level of your house, away from the windows, as we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground, likely just to the north of I-40. That's what we need to watch out for there.
Yes, and another update coming in here that we are continuing to track, that tornado is tracking along I-40, like you were just saying, generally north in Seminole County, and we're continuing to see a little bit more tornado debris signatures that are being depicted here. And yes, those strong winds are another big concern as well, but now this tornado warning has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning. It is a nocturnal storm, which means it is, nighttime, very hard to see. Only with lightning you would be able to really see some of it, and we're not really seeing too much lightning here, Jack. I do have the lightning indicator here, and we're not seeing as much lightning, so we're not going to quite see as many flashes that will give you a little bit more of that clear indication, oh, maybe the tornado's here. With a limited amount of lightning flashes, we're not going to get enough light in that atmosphere there to really get that clear visual of where this actual tornado could be if you are in these areas or inside this actual confirmed tornado. So if you are just in general inside this confirmed tornado warning, you're treating this extremely seriously. You are going to lowest level of your property. You're also going to that storm shelter as well. You are also just prepared, making sure your kids, your family members, your neighbors, your loved ones are informed that, hey, there is this actual confirmed tornado warning right now. We are continuing to see this possibility for an actual tornado moving into our area. But, very, very large area of these showers and storms. So we're seeing a wide area. It looks very messy here on the radar.
Just a lot of heavy rain.
Yeah, not giving us that clear, indication. But let me turn on. Okay, rotation tracker, isn't showing as impressive.
It's down a little bit. In
here,
fact,
yeah.
on NWS said that there was a little bit of a debris signature, and then it kind of went away. So it may have been a pretty quick spin up that we just had happen. I was able to look on off screen for a second there, and I could kind of see that there was a small little pocket right where Conrad and I were talking, right there close to I-40, and then that little debris signature then went away. So we probably had some debris that was kicked up. If you go and take a look at go for like 15 minutes, Conrad, and then just like manually mouse along on that little timeline, you can then go back and you can actually kind of see. Okay, so go.
Oh, okay. Let me zoom out a little bit.
Right. It's like the next frame over, basically. It's like right there. So there is that little area of yellow. That right there, where the mouse is, that was where our tornado warning was. That probably just prompted then the actual confirmed tornado. That's a little bit in the way of some debris that picked up there. And then, yeah, you can see then we got our new tornado warning that came from that. And then it went confirmed then shortly after that. So right now, on our debris tracker, it doesn't look to be really impressive right now because it's probably not confirmed anymore. It may have lifted. But clearly, though, we've got the chance for at least there to be the opportunity for there to be another spin up that could happen. But it is taking us right to the very edge of our viewing area. So we will see how long we've got to hold on to this before we can let it go. This tornado warning goes until 10:30, so this would take us right to the very end of our newscast this evening.
Yes, and
did
you see that?
Yep. So it's also a lot weaker there too, as you can see.
For sure, which is a good sign. We're headed in the best direction for now. Hopefully it doesn't recycle and strengthen once again. But as of right now, with this newest update, it does look like it's weakening, which is a good sign. It is definitely looking messy here on the reflectivity, not looking as impressive as it continues to track a little bit more northeast right now. Still in the viewing area as of right now. Still continuing to have this confirmed tornado tag up until 10:30 time frame, and it is 10:18 p.m. here on our Friday, right before Easter weekend. Continuing to track the severe weather potential here. So we do also have a lot of out-of-state people visiting. We do have a lot of guests here in Oklahoma, and we are taking this very serious, like we always do when it comes to severe weather. But now a lot of people coming in outside of Oklahoma might not know exactly what to do when it comes to actual tornado warnings or confirmed tornado warnings. So we just want to make sure you folks know, to stay calm. Everything will be okay. We just have to make sure we do take these precautions. Make sure we are going to the lowest level of your property if you are inside of this actual confirmed tornado warning, or just any tornado warnings if they do pop up later on.
Yeah, yeah. Let's go back to velocity and we'll see what we look like for any of that. So you got strong winds also within portions of Potawatomi County as well. You've got really strong winds that are going to be right there by the Keokuk Falls, but we're now just about to make their way, as you can see, into just a little bit now into more of the outside of our parts of our viewing area into Okfuskee County, which parts Tulsa. So we're going to have to kind of watch out for the handoff there to happen. But strong winds are moving through portions of northern Seminole County, northern Potawatomi counties, the southern part there of Lincoln County is very strong winds passing on through. But in terms of anything rotation-wise, it's going to be now north of I-40, and there might be even like kind of two little small areas by Centerview, and then also by just to the east of the Keokuk Falls. Those would be kind of two areas to watch out for areas of rotation. As you can see with the reflectivity, it will be rain wrapped, so you're not going to be able to see anything there. But on velocity, you can tell there's a little spot there that we do have. Those are going to be the two little areas to watch out for. And it kind of makes sense that it's on the northern part there of our strong winds, as storms have been kind of doing that this evening, where you've got the tornado warning, and then the tornado warning eventually finds itself on the northern part of the storm itself, and then eventually kind of occludes itself out and winds itself out.
Yeah, in my opinion, I mean, it pretty quickly just started to, to simmer down when it comes to actual strength of it. It went from, us seeing 70, 80 plus mile an hour winds to, just getting up to maybe 40, 50, 60 mile per hour winds as of right now. But there's just a lot of rain wrapped around this as well. It is nighttime, so it is going to be very, very hard to get a clear visual if there is anything out there right now.
All right. You saw the banner there, the lower third. We have officially started our newscast tonight, our late edition. I thought we started 21 minutes ago, but I think we were actually late because of UFL football. So we are still ongoing right now, as again, we are tracking this confirmed tornado warning that does go until 10:30. It's going to be pushing out of our viewing area, but there is still a large severe thunderstorm warning that continues until 11 o'clock for a lot of our area, going all the way to 10:30, going all the way to the edge of Hughes County. And then also, as you can kind of see down there, Conrad's highlighted a little area there, severe thunderstorm warning for Kiowa County, so way back. And that's quite interesting there, coming into Comanche counties too. The chance for probably 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail with that one, let's see.
Okay, so we just got an update. 81 mile per hour winds measured by Highway 377 and I-40.
So that's going to be, yep, right there, Centerview, Keokuk Falls, right there. That same area that we've been tracking.
Yes.
Where our confirmed tornado warning is.
Yes, yep. That is in the area. So we are still seeing, okay, so the winds are still very strong in many of these locations here. So we are continuing to track, those very gusty winds kicking up some of that dust. And we are seeing the heavy rain coming down all at once. So the rain is coming down sideways in many locations. It is nighttime too. We are seeing extreme drought conditions in these areas. So overall, though, we are continuing to see, the hard ground with all this rain come down at once, quick flooding, flash flooding, big concern, water on roadways. You do not want to be driving through flooded roadways. That is the number one thing we say, definitely do not be driving through a road that has some water on it. It might look like there's an inch or two, but then realistically there might be several inches, maybe even close to a foot of rain there. And also you don't know what else is in that water, when it comes to debris.
Yep. Just don't know how deep it is and what's happened underneath it too. So as you can see, we've got the strong leading edge of our winds moving through Potawatomi County right now towards Cromwell and the Sylvian areas and Seminole County. Both of those areas, there you go, northern Potawatomi there by Centerview, and then Seminole counties there for Cromwell, Sylvian County, or Sylvian areas. Those are spots that we are watching for in terms of additional areas of rotation. Thankfully, though, they're becoming less and less of an issue. There's really not a whole lot that you can see there debris-wise. Maybe just some dust getting picked up, but it's not anything really impressive, which is good. And Okfuskee County is within portions of
Tulsa's viewing area. And as you can see, they have not extended the tornado warning into there just yet. So I'm not sure if they will or not. But as Conrad's kind of just cycling through all this stuff, very heavy rain is still ongoing with this. Large hail, or not really large hail anymore, with this pretty small hail at this point now. So large hail is really not a concern anymore. It's mostly just the heavy rain, the strong winds, and then there's that brief spin-up possibility of a tornado, which we have seen now a few times. We've got about 5 more minutes left of this tornado warning, and we will see what goes from there afterwards. But again, large severe thunderstorm warning also goes until 10:30 as well. I don't think it may have gotten extended a little bit farther east, but that would be again into more of Tulsa's area. And
yeah, I don't know if this, confirmed tornado warning will get extended or not, Jack. As of right now, it does look like, it's weakening. There's just a lot of, precipitation all around there. It does look like more of the energy maybe from there might be going elsewhere.
Yeah.
It really has been, weakening here.
I mean, it's right. If there is a tornado, it's actually in the area that's not highlighted, right there in Ofusky County, right where your mouse is. It's like if it's going to be anywhere, it's going to be right there, and they have not put a tornado warning there for that. There you can see there's that area of rotation, and then also on our velocity, like there it would be. So, and if they haven't done that yet, is a good sign. So there's only 5 more minutes left of this tornado warning. We also have only 5 more minutes technically left of our large severe thunderstorm warning as well. If you can remember, it was not that long ago where the storms were still on the east side of the metro area, and then they just raced off as we had those winds pick up to 70 miles an hour. The storm itself is now moving at 70 miles an hour. But you've got, as you can see here, Conrad's got clicked Okmulgee County. So that goes until 11 o'clock. Again, these are out of our viewing area, but it just shows you now just how fast that storm is able to track across our area. And then that storm that we've got the new severe thunderstorm warning for.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. Right now it's mainly warned for a hail threat with that one. So Mountain Park, same spots there. We've been talking about earlier on, large hail with that storm complex there. And so that one goes until 11 o'clock, I think.
That one is till 10:45.
Okay.
10:45.
So we've still got that severe thunderstorm warning there. Now, too, what's interesting is that, as you can see where it is, it's behind all of our other storms that have gone through, but we still have a warning there over Tom Steed for the chance for large hail.
There is a bit of debris down there too, but that's more of the gusty winds we're currently seeing as well. But we'll keep an eye here on that piece right there. But we're still seeing this massive area for the severe thunderstorm warning and also this confirmed tornado tag still in effect for another 3.5 minutes or so. We'll see what happens there. But as of right now, let's look at the shear rate here. Definitely not even close to as impressive as 30 minutes ago or so.
Correct.
Where we were seeing large areas of strong to extreme rotation here. Now it looks like it's really breaking apart. But what I did also realize, Jack, is when it really started to break apart, we started seeing more of the showers and storms north and east as well. So a lot of the energy was going elsewhere and getting kind of spread out.
The area, that rotation that you've got from the Schoolton area towards Cromwell, you can see how narrow and skinny that little area is now. So our leading edge is kind of losing its intensity right now, which is good news. So, but still though, we got a tornado warning down south from there. Tornado warning for
Okay, let's see.
so Garvin County
Oh, wow.
and Pontotoc County. So that one goes to 11 o'clock, so it's right there on the county line. So we would not have to stick around with it for too long. But that supercell right there has just blown up all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And that one goes until 11 o'clock. So the Hart area, Vanos, Pickett, Ada, it's primarily Pontotoc County, but that's actually the best looking velocity couple that we have out there right now. Yeah, take a look at what it looks like on velocity there, Conrad. It looks great.
Let me get that pulled up. Moving at 30 miles per hour, so okay. I mean, there is a little bit of red and green colors there coming together, so that's giving us some indication for some rotation there. Okay, so we are continuing to see, the second tornado warning currently in effect right now. Let me get my mouse here. Anywhere maybe in there, possible tornado. Let's see. Let's see when it comes to winds. Okay, so wind gusts, getting up to 50 plus miles an hour, so not quite as strong as that northern tornado warning that 30, 45 minutes ago or so, but still seeing very gusty winds here. But possible tornado maybe in this area too, close to Doldberg area. That is continuing to move a little bit more north and east, around 30 miles per hour as of right now. Let's see, that confirmed tornado is still in effect another minute or so, so we'll see what happens there. That should just expire. But now we got the second tornado warning we're currently seeing right now. Let's see how it's looking on reflectivity.
Yep. So again, we've got right there on the county line going into Pontotoc County. Tornado warning is going to be there until 11 o'clock. Now we won't cover that completely. But that is one spot to watch out for, and I probably do need to kind of actually watch out for these additional storms back off to the south and to the west from there, because if that storm could do that, then I wonder what these ones back here would be able to do. So we will probably have to kind of keep an eye out on how things progress here this evening with these storms. Now, thankfully, the storms that are moving through Caddo County, Grady County, those are all in areas that are worked over and may not have as much fuel left, whereas that Pontotoc County storm is kind of all by itself. So that would be potentially a reason why that one will be the concern. So, okay, good. We've lost our tornado warning for the northern storm there. So where Caleb is, it's now gone.
Yep. Just that severe thunderstorm warning for that one for now.
And let's check in with Caleb here because he's close by to that. Caleb, if you can hear us right now, let us know what you're seeing as you're right where that tornado warning was and is now gone. What are you able to see right now?
I'm here, just exit I-40 for a second. As we were getting off the highway, the sirens weren't going off, and they just resounded the sirens again here.
Huh.
I don't know if it's just continued.
Yeah, because there's no more tornado warning anymore there. So that's interesting though. So okay, since you've been able to drive into areas that were within that tornado warning, obviously you were on the interstate. Were you able to see anything like damage-wise as you made your way towards the exit there?
About mile marker 199, I saw a couple highway signs that were blown over. Looks like they were blown over. Then I saw there was some little bit of tree limb debris on the road.
Okay. So because Caleb was coming in behind the storm, so he probably was able to see the debris that was left behind from when that storm was confirmed tornado warned. So there probably was a crossover where that tornado did cross over I-40 and then make its way then north of I-40. So we'll check back in with Caleb here in a little bit. Thank you for that, Caleb. And I believe that Kathy is back there too. Yeah, so Kathy, we got your shot right now pulled up. Are you moving eastbound or are you westbound right now on I-40?
Right now I'm still going eastbound.
Okay.
I'm near Shawnee. I got off I-40 a little bit to drive around because it looked like there was pockets where there was a power outages going on, but that was the extent of it. I didn't see as far as like what Caleb's seeing with tree limbs down or debris. I didn't see any of that, but there was just signs that people were out of power in sporadic places around Shawnee.
Got it. Okay. Kathy, thank you very much for that. So we'll go back to the radar, and yeah, so we have our big severe thunderstorm warning goes until 11:15. We've got that to include Hughes County, so that's where the edge of our viewing area, and then right there we've got the supercell, basically almost entirely contained within Pontotoc County right now. Small portion of Garvin County, but mostly into Pontotoc County right now. And a good area there of rotation.
Areas, yeah.
And it's in a good spot, too. Like, it's more of your classic textbook supercell thunderstorm that we have moving on there. And then we do have our severe thunderstorm warning that's back to the west from there in our area, back into Kiowa County, heading towards Comanche County until 10:45. For mostly a hail threat out of that one.
Yeah, it looks like it would be more of a hail threat with this.
Yeah. Conrad, can you take over for a second? I gotta go find some clinics here real quick.
Of course, yes. So, guys, we are continuing to track a few areas here of concern since we're already on this. So let's talk about the severe thunderstorm warning here in effect till around 10:45 p.m. time frame for Kiowa County here. Same story for Comanche County. Overall, though, we are continuing to track more of a hail threat with this as of right now, but never know what could happen with this. It could really intensify here into something more as of right now. It does look very impressive, continuing to track more of that hail threat there. So we will keep an eye on those storms moving a little bit more to the east. And now this massive severe thunderstorm warning that was, that tornado warning and then a confirmed tornado warning that we saw for hours tonight. We were tracking that nonstop. Overall, though, now does not have a tornado warning tag and does not have a confirmed tornado tag either, and it's just a severe thunderstorm warning, but a massive area seeing this severe thunderstorm warning right now, which is pretty much where Caleb is at right now. He's just on the backside of that. Kathy, same story, just a little bit more on the backside of where the significant rainfall is, but we are continuing to track this in effect till around 11:15 p.m. time frame with the newest scans coming on in. That would be that second severe thunderstorm warning. Now, the only tornado warning right now we're seeing is this one that kind of snuck up on a lot of us here to the south. We were looking at it, but out of nowhere, we did see it really intensify significantly, and now seeing this tornado warning in and around the Ada area, Harts included in this as well, Lawrence. So there's many areas to the south. So, getting closer to south of Pauls Valley, especially southeast of Pauls Valley, looking at a little bit more of this tornado threat right now, that only tornado warning that we currently have. Let's look at velocity. Okay, velocity-wise, so whenever you're seeing the green and red colors, that's, winds going towards and away from the radar. So this is our areas of concern here when we are looking at these red and green colors coming together. Let me just kind of highlight it here. This would be the area potentially where we could be seeing a little bit more of the tornado threat here. But look at the winds.
And that area of circulation has definitely broadened out a lot more. So that's good news. Still showing up with some rotation, but looks to be a lot more broad now at this point.
Which is good. Still seeing, okay, so we're still seeing a little bit more of these areas. Okay, so we're still seeing these, this tornado warning here in effect till around, 11 p.m. time frame here. Let me see the new update. 10:30. Okay, so this was from 10 minutes ago. Still moving northeast around 30 miles per hour, but we're going to get an actual new update here coming in very soon. This was the one, from 10 minutes ago or so, so we still have a little bit more time on that one. But this is the only tornado warning we're currently seeing, southern parts of the state, but still seeing, flash flood warnings in effect in and around the metro area. So still seeing a lot of flooded roadways, still seeing a lot of water on, just roads in general, highways, overpasses, seeing a little bit of flooding. So please make sure you're not driving over flooded roadways. Definitely could go south very quickly. You might think there's only a couple of inches, and then it turns out that there's a lot more than a couple of inches of water on those roadways, and then that's where some issues could occur for sure. But overall, though, just make sure you're not driving through flooded roads. But the only area with an actual tornado warning right now is to the south of the region we were paying attention to. But look how big the area is with showers and storms, stretching from pretty much Joplin all the way down to Texas, Jack. So
basically right there all along I-44. I will say, though, that that storm at this point now, that supercell, is currently all within Pontotoc County. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning that's up for our area, for example, Hughes County, where Holdenville is. That's right now where your winds are about to get strong there in Holdenville, as well as the Wetumpka areas. That's really where that strongest wind is going to be right now, up in Hughes County, coming into our area. So those are going to be the spots to watch for in terms of the strong winds, but it's moving still about 70 miles an hour, and we have winds that could be gusting up to around 70 miles an hour with this Boeing segment there of our storms. And then you've got our tornado warning, and then back off to the west, we have our severe thunderstorm warning. for Kiowa County.
It looks like Ada is about to get in on the stronger part of that actual tornado warning coming on
Yep.
through.
Yeah. So they're going to get the large hail damaging winds, and so that's going to be
Really
where
important.
the next area to watch out for them.
Velocity looks a little bit more impressive here with this one. You know, seeing a little bit more of these colors coming together here just in and around Roth, maybe just a little bit more north of it. Getting close to Lawrence here coming up very soon. And then Pickett, Ada, you know, getting in on this as well. We've still got a little bit more time on this one. Let me possibly time this out for us. But overall, though, okay, so like I was just saying, that area right there just north of Roth, newest update just came in where circulation has just intensified again north of Roth. It's moving northeast towards Fitzhugh and also then south of Ada, and that is continuing that little trajectory. So continuing to track here. Let me put on a cone here. Let me just see how quickly.
Yeah, so
this is
eventually we'll have to watch, because again, this is still out of our viewing area currently, but we'll have to watch to see if it's able to then get back into our area, like into more of Hughes County, for example. This will, even though we don't have to really be totally concerned about it right now for us, we still will have to eventually, you know, keep an eye on it.
Still looking at, okay, let me get the newest update on this. Moving at around 30 miles per hour. Okay, so new update will be coming in very soon. This update was from a little over 10 minutes ago, so we'll see what that new update on that one is, 11 p.m. So we have another 20 minutes or so with this actual tornado warning that is in effect at the moment. And yeah, I mean, definitely seeing a pretty obvious area where the possible tornado could be, you know, just north of Roth right now, continuing to see where that area could possibly be at.
And then we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Comanche, Caddo counties, and Kiowa counties. That's the one that's back off to the west. So that still continues to keep on moving in an eastward direction. And that's is only really warned for the hail potential there, east of 25 miles an hour. There really isn't much in the way of wind associated with that. But you can see there's that core where there's that darker reflectivity color there. That's really where there's that core of just large hail out of there. So right where the mouse is, that's where we have to watch out for that large hail potential. So it's kind of just skirting the bottom side of our viewing area, but that's another spot that we're watching out for. This goes until 11:15, so we got a half hour left with this one as it makes its way basically through the Wichita Mountains currently.
Yeah, not looking at much of a wind threat with that severe thunderstorm warning. You know, currently looking at the winds, but overall, though, it's more of a hail threat, like you were saying. Maybe not as impressive right now as the latest scan, but still seeing some pretty decent sized
Yeah,
hail.
like it's not very big either. Like it's a pretty small little area there, but you know, it's still got the chance for up to quarter-sized hail. But it's again moving basically directly behind additional storms, and so it'll be curious to see if it's got any really strength with it, or if it's just able to just kind of keep on going. Maybe this will be just kind of a thing that we have for you know, a couple of warning cycles, and that would be about it. Otherwise, though, it will be catching up to and essentially moving straight east with storms that are already ahead of it. So it'll be eating away at the energy to work with. So we'll see. Let's kind of watch out for that one. That's again at the bottom of our viewing area. So if the cold front is still kind of pushing that direction down, it may not really be something that we have to be too concerned about for too much longer.
Yeah, you're right, Jack. You're right here, and we'll see. We'll keep an eye here on things on that severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah.
We do still have this big one here that's moving out of the viewing area.
Yep, so we got within Hughes County right there for Wetumpka, Holdenville. Those are the strong winds making its way towards your area right now. Those don't look to be as impressive looking as what they once were, but basically our strong winds are now into Hughes County, and that supercell is over Pontotoc County currently, heading towards Ada. But we'll see if it's able to go into Hughes County or not, that southern part of Hughes County. That would be the spot that we then have to kind of see and then track it a bit more closely as it makes its way to our area.
Let me put on the shear rate here. Okay, so seeing a little bit bigger area
Yeah.
here of a strong rotation. Pop
Kathy,
this up
she
here.
has something you think?
Let me get this up here. Okay, so strong
Okay.
area.
Go, Connor, go ahead and take Kathy's
Kathy?
shot.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I don't think that's Kathy. Is that a turned over tractor trailer or turned over shipping container?
It's not. No, I'm just parked at a gas station.
Oh,
I
okay.
apologize.
Okay. They were saying that it looked like it was damaged. So okay, well that's good. All right. So false alarm there, which is good. No, you're good. And then
Looks like Caleb shot just nice cruise. Doesn't look pretty bad there. Okay, so we're good on that end too. Okay, let's see where they're at. Here, let me pull up the radar scan. Okay, so it looks like both Kathy and Caleb are pretty close to each other. Overall, though, they are on the back side of this actual severe thunderstorm warning. So it doesn't have a tornado tag that we were looking at earlier, but now the only tornado warning we are currently seeing is this one to the south. Still includes the viewing area, but that's going to get trimmed down here very soon. Overall, though, looking at that, strong area of rotation now, so not quite seeing extreme rotation, but overall, though, we are seeing the strong area. Couple areas now with this newest update that just came in. Couple small, very small areas of possible strong rotation. Otherwise, though, not really a big hail threat. Not seeing too much big hail here. Overall, though, winds maybe not as impressive as well, but there is some debris that's getting picked up. Of course, this is away from the city limits, so a little bit more dust getting picked up, all that type of debris with these gusty winds as well. When it comes to our velocity, we are starting to see a little bit more of these green, red colors, and it looks very similar here. So it is giving us a little bit more signs with the winds, kind of going away and towards the radar as well. Reflectivity gives us this clear indication.
yeah, and counted on the side of our screen here, we do have damage that we have currently being shown. This damage is Southwest 70 and Penn. So within the metro area, this is where we do have some areas of damage, and this would be where we had that tornado warning from earlier on this evening when it was coming in through portions of southern Oklahoma City, that kind of region there, right when it was coming on into portions right there by the airport. That was really where we started to see some of those tornado warnings start to show up in the metro. This is where some of that damage is. So Southwest 70th and Penn is where this damage currently is right now. Looks like we've got a crew there live for where that damage is. So,
And it looks like that tornado warning was just trimmed down to Pontotoc County.
so trimmed down, so no longer including any of our viewing area technically. We'll still kind of be keeping an eye out on that storm as it's over Pontotoc County, potentially can make its way into Hughes County. Brett Hughes County is where Holdenville is and Calvin is, so that's the end of our viewing area. And then we also will be watching those strong storms moving on through just because of where the wind is, and then back to where Conrad is clicked there by Comanche County. That's that hail core there that's in the northeastern or northwestern corner there of Comanche County. That's a hail core that still has shown strength and resilience to keep on going. But as you can see, there's actually the hail detector is pretty small at this point
Yeah,
now.
it looks like it's weakening a little bit.
Yeah, and there's very little in the way of any rotation or wind associated with this storm.
So it's a good sign that the newest runs showing it weakening. Of course, it could recycle. It could, strengthen once again very quickly. The environment is very favorable for that. But as of right now, it's giving us a little bit more signs that that severe thunderstorm might be weakening. But it still has some decent-sized hail, some rainfall on the back end. The only tornado warning that is currently shown, the only tornado warning in Oklahoma just overall is actually in Pontotoc County right now, just south and west of Ada. Ada is a little bit more on the northern side right now, but there is a good area here for some strong rotation in Pontotoc County on its way to Ada. So that was the newest model run here, right? The newest scan coming on through. Still seeing strong rotation in Pontotoc County there. We'll see what happens as it heads a little bit more north and east towards Hughes County. We still got plenty of time until that does happen. But as of right now, this is the only tornado warning that we are currently seeing in the state just outside the viewing area.
Yep. So you've got within Hughes County, the severe thunderstorm warning there continues. You got the strong winds moving through Holdenville right now. towards Spalding, Wetumpka, that's where you have the strong winds now just entering those areas. So you've got just a little bit left time there before it moves and clears through the entire county. These storms have been moving fast, around 70 miles an hour, so it's not going to take very long for it to clear the county. And then we are still watching back off to the west, as a lot of these storms have been kind of training over the same locations. We do have a number of flood alerts that are out there. And we then have that severe thunderstorm warning back for Kiowa County, Comanche County as well, into portions of Caddo County too. So we've got obviously still a number of warnings that are out there right now. Obviously, we are kind of at the tail end of our event, but we are still tracking some of these storms that could still be impacting our area here closely over the next couple hours. We have for the next 25 minutes for Caddo County for that severe thunderstorm warning. And then we've got also until 11:15 for Hughes County, and then we'll still just be watching that tornado warning within Pontotoc County for that tornado warning to see where that's able to go from here.
Yeah, as of right now, Jack, I mean, that tornado warning, the cell looks decently impressive. So
Yeah.
we'll see what happens there. As of right now, not looking at maybe the extreme, rotation, but still seeing one area of some strong rotation. We'll see what happens there as it continues north and east as of right now, though. But this is the only tornado warning we're currently seeing. So hopefully things start to improve as we head deeper into the overnight hours.
Yep.
Of course, it's Easter weekend, so there's a lot of visitors here. There's a lot of guests here in Oklahoma, family gatherings, people gathering as well. But we are still seeing the severe weather potential here lasting, at least another couple to few hours overnight through those morning hours on Saturday. So we do want to make sure you are on alert, you're paying attention, your phone, maybe volume-wise is on high just in case anything does come up when it comes to any warnings or anything like that.
All right, so our newscast is officially done, but we are still here and tracking these storms. So we appreciate everybody for sticking around through us here. Again, our evening edition is now wrapped up. Our late edition is wrapped up now too. So we're just going to be keeping an eye out on these storms here this evening. We're not going off the air just yet, but we are definitely still keeping an eye out on these storms. Wendy, I appreciate you being here on standby just in case. And so we've got, again, still a little bit of time left here for these warnings before they clear our area. We'll then be looking at just the strong. Now, the strong winds are now almost all the way through Hughes County up to the north of where Conrad is looking at. Our tornado warning right there where he's got it at. Again, that's a strong area of rotation. Still showing up there. It's a good supercell. It's all by itself right now, too. So that supercell is isolated kind of away from everything else. It is moving in the same direction, and eventually will get kind of swallowed up by the big squall Boeing segment farther off to the northeast from there. But at least, though, as of right now, it is by itself.
It is, yes. And there's still some very gusty winds, in and around that tornado warning. Let me zoom in just a little
there's
bit.
still it's a fast inbound, outbound winds there with that.
Oh, yeah, even up to 80 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Even though this is the only tornado warning we're currently seeing, but I mean, there is, clear indication here where this possible, rotation might be, where this possible tornado might be as well. And that is pretty much where I just highlighted it, seeing that little hook there overall, though. And that's exactly what we are seeing when it comes to, the base velocity here, those colors coming together. And that's exactly where we're also seeing the rotation detector here, where we are seeing some strong rotation where I highlighted it there. So it all makes sense where this possible tornado might be right now.
Yep. So again, people in Pontotoc County, especially heading towards the Latta area and Ada area, strong area of rotation showing up there with the latest scan within Pontotoc County. So then also for the next 15 minutes, but technically I bet we're probably going to be looking at even less than that. Going to Hughes County there, Conrad.
Okay.
That's where we've got within our viewing area. Technically, the only really alert that we're still kind of watching out for with the big complex. It's almost all the way cleared through almost all of Hughes County. It's basically halfway through the county right now. So Holdenville, you're getting the strong winds. Yeager, Wetumpka. It is not to the Calvin area yet, not to Lamar, not to Carson, not to Dustin, but it is closing in on your areas pretty quickly here as it's still moving off to the east. And last check, still at 70 miles an hour. So it's just generally how fast the storms are moving. It's generally how fast the winds are with this 70-mile-per-hour winds with this storm system coming on through the area.
I'm just trying to check right now how fast that severe thunderstorm warning that severe thunderstorm is moving right now close to, in Hughes County right now.
All right.
We actually have our very own Rob Hagan. Rob Hagan is
Oh, wow.
actually live right now. Rob, we've got your shot up. You're in southwest Oklahoma City. Let us know where you're currently are at right now and what the damage looks like where you're at.
Yes, I'm here in southwest Oklahoma City. We received confirmation from radar that a tornado touched down here. As you can see, all of the destruction behind me. We're located off of Southwest 81st Street near Country Club Drive. I was told by one of the neighbors that this home was currently being remodeled. Now it's destroyed. This storm blew out the windows. You could see this massive AC unit right here, central AC unit. Who knows how much that weighs? Tossed around. You can see destruction there. Check this out. All of the fences have been blown down. This whole neighborhood is without power. You could see some sparking up there in the power lines. We saw a tornado that was actually in one of the telephone poles embedded. Neighbors are right now out checking the debris, checking damages. You can see the fence right here blown down. There are no more fences because of the storm that touched down right here. Now, we do not have direct confirmation that a tornado did touch down here, but according to radar, it did. We'll keep you posted. So far, no injuries have been reported. There are first responders all around here. We keep hearing sirens. Luckily, the neighbors say no one was hurt in this area. Until then, Rob Hagan, Fox 25 News, live in southwest Oklahoma City.
Rob, thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Rob.
And if I could ask you a question there, Rob, do you smell in the air? Do you smell any like natural gas or anything like that in the air? Do you have any?
What's
do you,
that?
Do you smell any natural
No.
gas?
I don't smell any gas or see any fluids, just a lot of debris, a lot of broken windows, a lot of blown out windows. This home located next to us, the roof was blown right off on the other side. The neighbor said that this home was in the process of being remodeled. There's construction debris all around because of that remodel. You can see a tire here as well. This truck next to us appears to have sustained damage. One of the tires is flattened. You can see the part of the fence is stuck in the side of the fender right here, the rear fender of the truck. Just a lot of downed power lines. Police were here on scene. Originally, we were wondering why they blocked the road off, and then we saw the power lines down on the ground. It's a very dangerous scene right now. If you are watching this and you are in the area, it's best to just stay inside of your homes till we get the all clear from first responders. I've seen fire trucks out here. I've seen ambulances. And I've seen police cars, but still no confirmation on any injuries reported. We do hear someone out there with a power drill right now trying to repair their fence. There are a lot of homes here without power. Right across the street from us, all of the homes still have power because it's a different circuit. But one of the neighbors said this is the second time he's seen a tornado in this area. He's thinking about moving. Jack?
Oh, wow. Okay. Rob, thank you very much for that. Like Rob had just said, this is an area that we had the tornado warning from. There were some power, or there's some power flashes that came off basically from the airport on east, was where we had a lot of those issues. And then right where Rob is was where we had potentially a tornado that touched down, but also still too, if it wasn't a tornado, there was that strong wind signature that was just starting to get going, basically right around that point too. And so obviously clearly damage on the ground. We'll wait to see what the National Weather Service does in terms of their ratings because if it was not a tornado, there was definitely straight line wind damage, and that would be the corridor across kind of the southwest Oklahoma City, southern Oklahoma City, Moore area, kind of north Norman. There's that whole little corridor there that had that super strong wind that was showing up on our radar from earlier on when me and Conrad were tracking those storms. And so whether it was a tornado or not, clearly damage has been done across the metro area this evening.
Yes, Jack, and this actual tornado warning here, new updates on that. It did just get extended.
Okay.
We're seeing it's moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. It is still in Pontotoc County as of right now, not extended into Hughes County just yet. We'll see how things are looking and shaping up to be, but it is moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Hail isn't the largest, it is under an inch for now. We are continuing to see, wind gusts still probably getting closer to around 60 miles per hour. But overall, though, we did just see that tornado warning get a little bit more extended. It does look like that tornadic circulation is possibly around, maybe a couple of miles now south and west of the Ada's city limits. And you could see that here on radar. Let me zoom in a little bit more. You could see where that possible tornado could be. Let's put on the shear rate. Yep. In and around Lawrence, maybe just a little bit more north, and same thing with our base velocity. This is showing, these colors coming together here overall, green, red, winds going towards and away from the radar. Good indication that there is some circulation out there. And yeah, looking at the relative, the reflectivity here, overall though, it does look like there is, that possible tornado there as well. It's not confirmed, but it is going to be harder to get a confirmed tornado with it being a nocturnal storm as well.
Yeah, it's only about 4 miles southwest of Ada, that tornadic circulation. So they gotta definitely be seeking shelter there, as well as in the Latta area, the Homer area, Hurd, Oakman, Happy Land. These are all areas that need to be taking their tornado precautions, because this storm is almost all by itself. Now, as you kind of zoom out, Conrad is kind of zooming out. You do have it kind of connected now to the rest of our big storms up to the north. So it's not totally by itself anymore, but the center of circulation is still essentially unimpeded by anything else out there. But it has caught up to the big Boeing segment. I actually don't know if it caught up to the Boeing segment or the Boeing segment now caught up to that supercell. But either way now, they are no longer separate, and they're all kind of connected right now. But it's heading towards Hughes County. Not in there right now. Hughes County right now is just dealing with most of the actual just wind right now.
Yes.
But we're gonna have to watch out for this tornado warned supercell to see if we get a tornado warning that does go into Hughes County. Because then once we have that, then we have to stay with it for a bit longer. But then after that, it will be out of our area completely. That severe thunderstorm warning that was back to the west across portions of Kiowa County, Comanche counties, that's gone now. So just a lot of heavy rain, and we just have those aerial flood advisories that are showing up there.
Yeah, so that severe thunderstorm that we were just looking at, Jack, several minutes ago, we were saying it was weakening, and now it's done. We're not seeing, that severe thunderstorm warning. Still seeing lots of rainfall, lightning, thunder, all that, stuff that comes along with, a severe thunderstorm or just a thunderstorm in general. But overall, though, looking at a couple areas with warnings here. Severe thunderstorm warning here to the north, and then a tornado warning here to the south, where some of these areas, like let's say Ada, for example, 11 p.m., you might start to get in on this possible tornado. Ahloso probably around 11:12 p.m. here, and then we have Homer 11:19 p.m. Hurd maybe around 11:20 p.m. Oakman around 11:27 p.m. time frame here for our actual tornado warning. But this is the only tornado warning we're currently seeing right now, with a very, very small area of a strong rotation indicator there. The one little area seeing that, and that's just to the south and west of Ada right now, exactly where that possible tornado could be right now. It's not confirmed, but we're treating this like it possibly is, just in case, especially since it's a nighttime nocturnal storm. Very hard to actually see and confirm this actual tornado right now. But overall, though, still seeing that one area of strong rotation there. And then taking a look at the velocity, right? Still seeing the red, the green colors very, very close together. So that's still giving us a little bit more of that indication. Okay, this is where we're seeing those winds, going one way and then going another way, left and right, towards and away from the radar. So that's giving us another good indication that there's possibly at least some rotation there, or at least that funnel cloud might be a tornado, might be on the ground or not, because a funnel cloud is the cloud coming down from the sky, not quite hitting the ground just yet, but when it hits the ground, now a funnel cloud becomes a tornado. So, if a spotter, anyone out there sees this actual tornado on the ground, reports it to the National Weather Service, we start to get a confirmed tornado warning. We actually physically see that tornado on the ground. Tornado warning overall, though, means that radar indicated tornado warning. There's some rotation there indicated from the radar, giving us that clear sign, hey, possibly a tornado, most likely could be a tornado there, or at least some rotation for it to become a tornado any second now. But overall, though, there is two very, very, very small areas of strong rotation there on that one. But as of right now, still holding on to its strength. And then to the north, severe thunderstorm warning in Hughes County.
Yep, so Hughes County, we're almost done with it. It's almost through your area. There you go. It's almost through our area there at this point. But we will see what that circulation does with that Eta storm, because eventually it'll make its way into the southern portion there of Hughes County. But right now, though, the heavy, strong winds are already through Holdenville, Wetumpka, the biggest cities within the county there. And then after that, it's just the southern part of the state, or the southern part of the county, which is a lot lower there. So let's take Lynx 2, as Conrad's got to step away. So let's take Lynx 2, and I'll drive it from there. And there
Just
we go.
want to change my battery real quick
Oh,
here.
you're good. You're good. And so we again have our Hughes County storm where we've got the strong winds. Let's take a look at what it looks like in velocity. You can still see that there's that strong wind area. Now, as you can kind of tell, there's a little bit in the way of some rough little couplets that start to show up there. It's not exactly a straight line. There's some little notches, little indentations. So down the line, that'll be, once it goes into, it gets towards almost Eufaula, then you've got more issues there with potential spin-ups, but at least that will be out of our area then. But we don't have very long to go before that circulation potentially is in the bottom part there of Hughes County. So Eta still is right there, but we only got about like 20 miles. But these storms are moving pretty slow though too, so there may be time for it to kind of fade away by the time it gets there. They're getting some strong winds and pea-sized hail in downtown Eta currently. But thankfully, though, this is the only area that we are currently watching out for. As everything else has now fallen below severe limits. I'll take a look at what it looks like on the Frederick radar. And, yeah, thankfully we don't have even the lightning strikes aren't even all that much anymore, too. So those are definitely on a downward trend. Just kind of cycling through all these storms. We have a number of, as you can see, flash flood warnings. I mean, there's aerial flood advisories, flash flood warnings. We have a whole bunch of those types of flood alerts out there. And those will continue going into the night tonight. But really, though, we got to watch out for these storms on the eastern side of our area as they're almost out. We're almost done.
Mic check. If you guys could hear me, we did just get an update here about a funnel cloud being reported by law enforcement south of Eta on 3560, about 5 miles looking northwest, and this was right around a couple of minutes ago. So we'll see what could possibly happen there, but it does still look pretty impressive, on our reflectivity, looking at that radar,
Yeah.
still looking at, impressive cell right there for sure.
Yeah, so the one thing we'll have to see is, and we can go back to Lynx 1, but the one thing we'll have to see will be that now that the storms are now kind of combined, our big Boeing segment is now combined with the supercell, like what ends up happening with this storm interaction going forward. Could it be a positive interaction where it becomes stronger, or could it be a negative reaction where it becomes weaker? We just don't know yet, but as you can see, as Conrad's zooming out, it's all kind of connected right now. So that supercell over Pontotoc County is no longer by itself, and we've got it just all connected right now. So we'll see if, as it gets kind of absorbed by the other storm, what ends up happening with our warning. It's a pretty big cell merger to have happen, and it might actually be kind of more destructive to it, but we'll see.
Still seeing, 11:45 p.m. So we still have a pretty long time, with this tornado warning right now. But yes, that severe thunderstorm warning to the north still holding its strength. Hughes County getting in on this more of a wind threat now.
Yep.
You could see, where the possible gusty winds are. Look how big and wide, all these showers and storms are going from, state to state, all across Oklahoma.
Yeah.
We're seeing, these showers and storms.
Yep.
Very impressive.
And so the fastest moving storms are severe thunderstorm warned storms and everything within green country. So from Hughes County on up north,
those storms are moving a lot faster to the east. Where everything behind the severe thunderstorm warning, where it's kind of more east-west, those are going to be storms that move slower and probably aren't moving down south very much. So there could be actually a lot of heavy rain that falls from, let's say, like Altus through, just south of Norman towards Seminole. That could be a huge corridor there of some really heavy rain overnight tonight if these storms kind of keep training over these same areas. We'll see if that ends up happening. But right now, though, we got just a little bit of time left over with our severe thunderstorm warning in Hughes County as those strong winds are making its way through the area. But we do have that tornado warning within Pontotoc County. We'll see if it's able to survive and hold on. So we need to kind of just watch out for that for a little bit longer on this Friday night.
Yeah, still looks like it's just south of Ada right now.
Yeah.
Still looks like it's right there.
Yeah, by the Aloso area there would be where that tornado would be if it's going to happen. So generally just south of downtown Ada, south of the Homer area. But if it's going to be there, it would be right there. And that area of rotation shows up nicely still too. So it's a supercell by itself. By the northern side of it, it's kind of connected to the storm system as itself, and so it may not go tornadic for very much longer. There's again a lot of rotation, as you can see with Conrad with him pulling that up. So a lot of areas are pretty weak, the broad area of weak rotation. But it's definitely possible that we could still be looking at something that could form up in Pontotoc County.
Yes, still seeing this area here with some weak rotation, not seeing anything, strong when it comes to actual rotation. You can see that here showing you the weak rotation, but it is still, holding on to that tornado warning right now, still in effect till 11:45 p.m. We'll see in the next, 20-ish plus minutes or so if this does get extended or not. But overall, though, still seeing this tornado warning in effect for Happy Land, for Homer, for Heard, Oakman, Francis as well, Steedman, Ada is in this as well. So in Ada and Aloso, you are pretty much seeing the main part of this rotation detector here. So you are right in the middle of this, thunderstorm, this tornado warning right now. So if you are in these areas, you just want to make sure you are extra cautious. You are definitely indoors. You are not driving around. It is dark outside. Nocturnal storms get very dangerous. They're much more dangerous for nocturnal storms just because it is very hard to see if there would be a potential tornado or hard to see the actual, conditions. Visibilities are much more reduced as well. And we are still looking at that weak, rotation here on our rotation detector. So overall, though, still continuing to see a little bit more hail. Looking at the hail potential, let me pull up some numbers here. An inch hail isn't as bad, but still looking at, 1 inch hail rainfall potential, still getting isolated amounts, 2+ inches an hour. Many areas are seeing maybe around, half an inch rainfall. But overall, though, there's many areas seeing 2+ inches when it comes to actual rainfall per hour, rainfall totals.
Yeah, so there's the hail potential, heavy rain, which is really what all of our area has been dealing with there, the heavy rain potential. This is in a zone that's going to have, it's definitely within that flood watch. It goes until 10 o'clock in the morning, tomorrow morning. So there's going to be just a lot of heavy rain still yet to fall across parts of the area. So still watching that tornado warned storm. Hughes County, a little bit farther out to the north from there, remains in a severe thunderstorm warning. But, and in fact, I think that severe thunderstorm warning comes to an end at 11:15. So it actually should be almost done anyways.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's almost done anyways.
2 minutes.
So we will see what ends up happening there with that, where it might be once we get to 11:15. If we don't get anything that comes out of Pontotoc County, we can go back to regular programming, and then we'll just watch the storm to make sure that doesn't come on in. I will say though, right now, that looks to be already less impressive now at this point, because look at these little cells coming in south of there by Stonewall in the Tupelo area.
Oh yeah.
Those will probably interfere with the inflow of going into the storm, and so that
And they're also ahead of it too.
exactly, yeah. So like this may be trying to kill it a little bit, and we just got a new scan right there, and our circulation, our inflow notch is way less impressive now. Got a new update there with our tornado warning, so it still goes until 11:45. But that inflow notch is really kind of closing up right now at this point. Not as impressive looking as what it once was.
And this tornado warning did just get trimmed down just a little bit when it comes to actual counties. Ada still included in this. Happy Land, you are included in this as well. Overall, though, still looking at that severe thunderstorm warning in effect just to the north. Seminole, Hughes County as well, still seeing the severe thunderstorm warning. But overall, though, this is the only tornado warning we're currently seeing. So it does look like a lot of the rainfall is passing Ada right now, but there is still another batch that is heading their way when it comes to actual rainfall. So just continuing to see heavy rainfall, on and off heavy rain, some flooding potential. So make sure you're not driving through flooded roadways. And then we are looking at this one area of a tornado warning for now.
Yep. Everything else is kind of just more east-west from there. So going from Holdenville back towards Lawton by Altus, you can kind of see everything is in a kind of more just straight-up east-west line with your storms, whereas the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have then up into Green Country, it's kind of more southwest to northeast. It's moving a bit faster to the northern part of our storms, whereas the southern part of them are just kind of dragging along, and that's the reason why there's actually more flood alerts back that direction. Thankfully, right now, everything is kind of behaving, staying below severe limits. Not saying that could change. It could still always change, but thankfully, that's the way that things have always been. Right now, though, a lot of these storms are working within our already worked over environment, and that may help to kind of keep things in check. So that's some good news there. Our current time right now is 11:15. So Hughes County has now ended the severe thunderstorm warning. So it is gone right now. And then we have our tornado warning that will continue until 11:45 in Pontotoc counties. What we're going to do right now is we're going to go back to programming, kind of just take a bit of a breather here, and we're going to watch this storm within Pontotoc County. If it makes its way back into Hughes County with a tornado warning, we'll come back on. But for now, we'll go and take it back to regular programming. Stay safe this evening, and we'll keep watching these storms as we head into the overnight hours tonight.